Probably like the colors.
Oh, everyone.
Oh, sure.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. She loved
I
them
do that
all.
too. I would be perfect to watch
Gosh.
fireworks sound. Yes. Everyone that goes off, I'm like, that's my favorite.
Childlike
And then
wonder.
the next one goes,
Yes.
that's my favorite.
She did that the whole
Yeah.
show.
What is your favorite one? I think mine is actually just the one that it's the cannonball. Like it just explodes. There's no glitter. There's no nothing. It's just as loud as it can possibly be.
I do
Things
like
that go boom.
the loud boom, but I like the ones that like fall and look like you're like under like this willow tree, and then there's little.
Yeah. Little ones that come off.
Yeah.
Sure. Jim.
What's your favorite firework? 248.
You don't have a
the
favorite?
No, it's like a delayed and then like you can
Well, they're
tell.
all delayed while they go up.
No, but like
Like
there's
they don't explode right away.
the ones with the colors, John.
The ones with the colors. Okay. You like the colored ones better.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what I heard.
We got a lot to do today. We do have an update on Dylan Larkin. He's still here, but Yzerman spoke. A couple trades that our team's made. We'll get into that. And an update on Jalen Duren. Are you cool with this latest report and this potential outcome?
Not if you listen to the show on Friday morning.
We got excited about what a world with him, without
Might
him,
look like.
Without him might look like. Tigers also continue to play baseball games as scheduled.
Yeah, they do.
They lost the latest series to Houston after losing the previous series to the Yankees. John, there's only one team in the American League with a worse record than our Detroit Tigers.
It happens to be in our division.
Yeah.
At least we don't not last in our division.
Yet.
That's not what you want to be saying as you approach the All-Star break. Well, at least we're not last in our division.
So I looked at the month of June, and they've won 4 series and they've lost 4 series.
Yeah, they're a 500 team. They're a 500 team with the history of a bad May, and they can't overcome it.
Can I give you a little bit of a history lesson? Because it's proving to be painful. Scott Harris has been in Detroit now for a few seasons, but prior to coming to Detroit, he was with San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
In San Francisco, this was eerily similar. His boss arrived in 2019 and was fired in 2024. They had one 100-win season in 2021 and were basically a 500 club for the remainder of his tenure with the San Francisco Giants. Our 100-win season spanned the end of 24 into 2025, but John, to your point, we've largely been a 500 team around that 100-win season. Eerily similar to how it stalled out in San Francisco.
Yeah. I mean, glass is generally half full for me. And so I'll say this. Scott Harris has an opportunity to change the trajectory of this franchise. And with Tarek Skubal being the most valuable trade piece, not just this year, but probably the most valuable trade piece, I don't know, in a decade. I'm not going to go back to all the trade deadlines. Mm-hmm. But with finally and I was talking about this, I think it was Thursday or Friday, when Scott Harris arrived and he was talking about, we got to find out what the core is. And he kept talking about the core. And we're looking at it going, oh, is Spencer Torkelson part of the core? Is Riley Green part of the core? Like, remember these conversations we were having? I do think there are some pieces that you can build around. And whether it's just a Kevin McGonigal, a great piece to a core, which was drafted and developed here in Detroit. And you look at whether it's Max Anderson, Max Clark, like those, yes, they're prospects, but the upside, you can see it, and they could be a part of this. And you've got Dingler behind the plate. You've got a pitching staff, minus Tarek Skubal, that looks like they could also be an effective pitching staff. So there are things that again, glass is half full for me, not for this year, but for the future, where he does have an opportunity to change the trajectory of this franchise, but it depends on what he decides and maybe when he decides to trade Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, I hear all that, and he always has a chance as long as he has a job. last July, we really started talking about this team's biggest needs, and there was a little battle in the tug of war on the show, and some people said it's the bullpen, and then other people said it's the offense. And what are we talking about a full year later? You look at their 3 losses to Houston in the 4-game series, and you're blaming it either on the offense or the bullpen. Mm-hmm. We're still blaming the same stuff a year later. And we're just the idiots on the outside. So, yeah, of course, he's going to get an opportunity to right this ship and make some moves. It's just unfortunate they took 2 straight playoff appearances, crumpled them up, and threw it in the garbage.
Yes, it is frustrating. There's no question about it. And when you look at the numbers, okay, this should be a 500 team. And in this division, you would say, well, okay, they could be competitive in the division. But we get to the point where we were the last 2 years where you just get into the playoffs. Maybe you win a series, but then you're out. This is a team that has lost 15 games to this point this year when they have been leading in the 7th or later.
Wow.
15 games. The next closest is 11. But you're talking about a team that is
14 below 500.
14 below. And okay, you're not going to win all those
of them,
games. Yeah, you're going to have some blown saves. You're going to have some things that happen. But
Tom's got that stat. I think the second most blown saves in all of baseball.
Yeah.
It's
there's reasons why they're here. And injuries can be a part of it.
I think they miss Gleyber Torres. There's no doubt.
I agree. But it's not the entire story. You can't just sit there and say, oh, well, they just had bad luck this year. It's just been injury after injury after injury. No.
I know.
They've put themselves in position for success, but they can't finish the deal.
Right. And I heard it towards the end of Sunday's game. Dickerson's on TV with Dirks, and they're talking about one-run games, and it's just rotten luck what's happened to this team in one-run games. And it's like, well, hold on. If you don't score enough runs, you're going to play more one-run games.
Right.
And if your bullpen's no good, you're going to blow a lot of one-run leads and two-run leads. Could it be that they're just not a good baseball team?
Well, ultimately, yes. That's
I know,
how
but that's
you get
not
to
how
14
it's
under.
presented sometimes when you watch. I know. We know.
We are an educated fan base, and we can determine for ourselves that this is is it a good team or is it a bad team?
Right.
And right now, there are pieces that could be a part of a good team. There's just not enough of them. So what does that make them?
A bad team.
Thank you.
Your
Math
witness.
on the radio.
Your witness, Your Honor. 248-539-9797. The Larkin stuff is continuing. The saga will continue because, well, he hasn't been moved yet. And Steve Yzerman made it very clear that he is not guaranteeing he will accommodate Dylan Larkin's request.
What have I been telling you?
I did think of you right away.
I hope there's a lot of listeners that said, I think I heard that sometime between the hours of 6 and 10, probably too many times in the morning. While I still think it is the most remote of chances, it's growing. It's growing in percentage points the further we get because landmarks come and they go. And the draft has come and it's gone.
It's the least surprising thing ever that Yzerman is going to drive a hard line.
He's going to grind it out.
This is something we had discussed the day the request became public, that the frosty relationship between the two guys and Yzerman's famous hardball negotiating could have this drag out. I happen to believe it's mutually assured destruction because we just get to spin the drain to Nowheresville in the meantime. But Yzerman has a very important trade he has to get right. So he's going to wait until he gets it right.
Mm-hmm.
You have floated the possibility that he is here in October skating in the winged wheel. I wonder if more people are on Team John. We'll play the audio at 6:35. We'll get into the latest on Larkin. Coming up next, 3 trades from our Detroit teams. I know you're thinking 3. I only count 2. We'll get to it next. Grade the Trades 97.1. Shaner Roofing, because when you're making that decision on your home, don't go with just anybody. Go with someone you can trust. Over 30 years of trusted service, that's Shaner Roofing. Now they're bringing that same 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Family owned, that's the big thing with Shaner. They can treat you like family because they are one. They answer to you and not some private equity investors. When I say a family and treating you like family, the no pressure promise. You can forget high pressure sales pitches. They come out, they take a look. You get a true, thorough, honest assessment of what your home needs. And they're an honest company. If you don't need a roof, they're not going to put a roof on your home. Unmatched reputation, 4.9 star Google rating. You can see the reviews and see what I'm talking about. It's thousands of satisfied homeowners with a reputation that they've earned through doing the job right for decades. Peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. So if you sell the house in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, that's going to be a huge feather in your cap. Lifetime transferable warranty. If you're ready to get started, get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com. John, you don't like cold cuts, but how about a meatball sub?
I could do a meatball sub.
Okay.
I used to
You
go
and
to
Kenley Jansen.
Yeah. Well, the meatball sub adds some bacon strips.
Oh,
It's
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
come on. It's.
I'm not
you
saying
go
to
to
be
Subway,
bad.
you get a meatball sub,
Yeah.
and they ask you, "Would you like to add bacon to it?" Well, yes. Why? As a matter of fact, I would.
I'm not disagreeing it would taste good. I just that's not traditionally how a meatball sub is served.
Well, I'm a very untraditional person. If you haven't met me,
Yes, yeah. You really color outside the lines over there.
yes, I do.
No, but that's Kenley Jansen, which is, again, making you the best Jansen in the city by default.
Man, I tell you what, I think I'm actually creating some separation.
You might be at this point. His ERA is north of 5, and he's given up some big
Yeah.
hits.
Yeah. I mean, I like. I mean, from 5 to 6, we have the greatest hits. So we're hitting something.
He can't keep up with that.
Yeah.
But this weekend, Vest gave up a homer. Finnegan gave up a homer. Jansen gave up a homer. The bullpen's leaking oil. We got some trades that our teams have made. John, I'd like to grade the trades.
Okay.
We get off the air. The Pistons did make a move. They traded for Isaiah Joe, gave up a couple second-round picks, bring in the three-point shooter from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Grade the trade.
So initially, you look at it and you're like, wow, this guy shoots better than 40% from behind the arc. This is great. And then I thought, well, we gave up Isaiah Stewart for 3 seconds, and they gave him up for only 2 seconds. Let me do a little deeper dive. Now, I'm excited to have somebody, and whether or not they keep Duncan Robinson, because I know only 2 of his, 16 is guaranteed, and they could create more cap space. We've talked about cap space plenty on Friday. But it's nice to have that threat. You're only adding between 10 to 12 points a game. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like he shoots all the time, and it's not like he's a guy that can create his own shot. When he's open, he knocks it down. Hey, check plus. That's great. I'm going to give this one a B because you didn't have to give up much. You've got another threat. You can space the floor. You keep the floor as spaced maybe as it was, but you didn't add the secondary score. You didn't add any creation to this offense. You added on the margins.
Isaiah Joe for 2 seconds keeps the Isaiah quotient on the team. That's very important.
Yes.
I would say it's a B+, and it's not higher because the impact is limited.
Yeah.
But it's something this team needs. He played in 44 playoff games for the Thunder, known knockdown three-point shooter, 41% catch and shoot from 3 during their title run, and you take advantage of OKC overflowing with talent. They don't have enough spots.
And it's not just like a one-year wonder where, oh, wow, look at what he shot last year. No, he's been over 40% for the last 4 years.
Yeah, he's been humming. Sebastian Kosa traded on draft day. The Red Wings get a first-round pick 23 back for Kosa, who goes to Utah. Grade the trade.
I'm going to give it a C. It's okay. You get it. You. There are other prospects that have played better in the goalie position, and so he was expendable. He didn't perform the way that you thought he would since he was drafted. Never really got a shot in the big leagues. And you get back a prospect. And while we may love the prospect, we may be excited about the prospect, when's he going to be here? It's just, if he ever's here.
The pick of Kosa is an F because he played 1 game 5 years post-draft. The trade itself, I'd give a C+. Because
you're very generous. So I go B, you go B+. I go C, you go C+. You know what? When we do the next one, you go first.
I will go first.
And I'll be the nice guy.
I'm not trying to do the one-upsmanship. I legit just wrote these down pre-show.
Uh-huh.
So the reason I give the trade a C+ is because Kosa was waiver eligible. Like, you're not going to hit on every pick. They didn't hit on this pick, and you're about to lose him. Either going to have to carry him as a goalie in the NHL.
Or get what you can.
And they didn't get a second or a third.
They got a first.
So I think there's some saving of face there with that. He likely wasn't going to make the NHL roster unless they carried 3 goalies, which then is a separate issue. They got something for him. And the player they got, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on. Scored a bunch of goals in Canadian junior hockey.
Yeah.
He's going to be at Michigan this season, though, so you'll get to see and hear from him a little bit.
All right, yeah. Wolverine.
He's going to play with DuPont, who's supposed to be the number 1 pick next year.
Okay.
All right. Last trade. Grade the trade. The Tigers trading you the rest of your summer back. I graded an F. This sucks.
All right. I'm going to go F plus.
Damn it. All right. There's
So
not much to
for
say.
the same reasons, like come on. I want my summer, but I want it to be with great not even great Tiger baseball. I'll wait on that. Good Tiger baseball, because there are good pieces to the puzzle. And I know that we're all over the bullpen, and the bullpen lost the game. They've lost a couple over the last weekend. That's going to happen, but it didn't have to happen. You still had the bases loaded with 2-time All-Star Riley Green at the plate, and Mighty Casey struck out. They just don't take advantage of any opportunity, any gift given to them.
Sure don't. All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Good morning, you guys. Well, if you're planning to spend some time outside over the next couple of days, doctors are recommending Metro Detroiters take the heat seriously. It is going to be hot. Temperatures are expected to climb into the 90s, with the heat index pushing close to or even above 100 degrees in certain areas. So emergency room doctors say that kind of heat can become dangerous quickly, especially for older adults, young children, or people with chronic health conditions. And basically anyone who may be working or exercising outdoors for long periods. So here's what's being recommended. Doctors say make sure you are drinking plenty of water throughout the day, even before you start feeling thirsty. Just make sure you have water handy. Wear lightweight, light-colored clothing. Take plenty of breaks in the shade or in air conditioning. Make sure you never leave your kids or your pets inside of a car, right? Yeah. Come on, we know that,
this.
But make sure you're really paying attention today. Also, watch for warning signs, maybe dizziness, nausea, confusion, excessive sweating. Those could be a signal for some heat-related illnesses that need immediate attention. So just be careful. Yeah. It sounds silly, but just...
Yeah, and if you're a big guy...
be careful out there.
Pack multiple shirts. Maybe if you're a big gal, pack multiple shirts.
Yep.
Lots of pause dehydration.
Yeah, hydrate frequently.
Hydration breaks. Yes.
That's my French.
I don't know what you said except hydrate.
I think he said drink a lot.
Okay. Agreed. Yes. A shoplifting investigation at a Downriver Meijer turned deadly over the weekend after police say a suspect confronted officers with a sharp object. So according to Southgate Police, officers were called to this Meijer on Fort Street Saturday afternoon for this reported retail theft. When they arrived, they found a man and a woman believed to be involved in the incident. And police say that the man suddenly pulled out what they described as a sharp instrument and then advanced towards officers. One officer fired at least one shot, striking the man. They say they immediately began life-saving efforts before he was taken to a hospital, but he did later die from his injury. They say no officers were injured. The woman who was with the man was taken into custody. It sounds like police have not yet announced any charges. Now, Michigan State Police are handling the investigation. The officer involved has been placed on administrative leave while the investigation continues. Well, dozens of feral cats remain inside a Redford Township home, and neighbors are frustrated that animal control has not yet removed them. I told you about this home on Friday. So after years of complaints, neighbors were thrilled to see officers, firefighters, animal control enter the home, right? One neighbor, not just one, but multiple neighbors talked about how you could smell this house, how there was flies and rodents, right? One neighbor, his name is Martez Moore, says he doesn't want to invite people over because of how bad the smell had been.
Yeah.
So it sounds like nothing was actually able to be done on Friday because the smell was so bad. So firefighters broke windows, used fans to vent the home. Animal control also did not remove any cats because of how they couldn't get in this house. It was so bad.
That bad.
So apparently the plan was to air out the home over the weekend. Animal control should be back today, it sounds like, to then remove the cats that
So if
can
they
be removed.
they
So
broke the windows, opened things up,
somebody came and put
I was going to say the cats I would think would
So
what are those called? Screens. Oh my God.
would get out.
Early.
Yes,
It's early,
yes.
you guys. They did put screens. Though there are
Okay.
screens on the
All
window.
right, so the cats just can't leave.
No. No. But man, the homeowner was apparently sleeping in his car, did voluntarily
Because it was too stinky
go
inside.
with officers to get like medical attention. So yeah, that's what it sounds like. Oh man. So one of the coolest World Cup stories over the weekend had nothing to do with what took place on the field. After Argentina beat Jordan 3-1, one fan realized that lost his wallet, right? There's thousands of people out there celebrating. And
Jordan
instead
plays
of
soccer
somebody
too?
Instead of somebody pocketing it, the fan who found it started a cheer, like chanting, like almost like a sing-song chant with the owner's name, looked at the ID. And they all rallied together. This guy heard his name being chanted in the sea of people, found the guy who found it, and lo and behold.
That's awesome.
That's
It's really
cool,
cool.
yeah.
I don't know what the guy's name was.
Oh, I was going to say, maybe we could make up our own chant with his name. Well, but we don't know.
I don't know, but pretty cool.
Imagine they're all chanting, John Jansen. John Jansen. You're like, it's me!
Yeah, here we go. Hey.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Jansen might have called this. Could Larkin really be here when the season starts? We'll tell you what Iserman said, 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. On Friday, the Wings did make a draft pick. And then on Saturday, they concluded their draft, and Steve Yzerman did his media availability. Dun, dun, dun. Mm-hmm. Let me set the scene. He starts and says, hey, we just want to focus on the draft. First reporter, hey, I already had my question in, so I'm going to ask about Larkin. To which he said, well, I'll give you an update at the end. Then Wojo joins in the middle. Wojo's like, hey, Steve, I missed the start. Any update on Larkin? Steve's like, all right, do we have any more draft questions? Stoney was in the queue, and they go, well, Stoney, do you have a draft question? And Stoney asked a Kosa question.
Yeah.
And Yzerman was making fun of Stoney. He's like, Stoney's saying, what draft?
Right.
But eventually, we got to the bottom of it. What's going on with Dylan Larkin? Let's start with the first of two cuts. Can you confirm that he actually wants out? And actually, that's the only cut we have. The other stuff's abbreviated versions of what you just heard.
It's
not a surprise.
Is anyone shocked?
No.
I'm not shocked that he didn't say any more. I don't know what else could be said. He gave the facts. He pretty much confirmed the facts as we know them. Mm-hmm. I do like the fact that he had mentioned his agent gave me a short list of teams that he would be willing to waive his no trade clause for. But I'm not shocked at all. And I still think there is a possibility that he is in a Red Wing uniform wearing the winged wheel when the team takes the ice this coming fall.
Are people starting to get in that camp with you? I'd love to talk to people on if they're Team John or not. That Larkin will be wearing the winged wheel, I don't know about the C, but the winged wheel in October, playing in games for the Detroit Red Wings, because as Yzerman said, he has 5 years left on his deal, and I can't guarantee that I can accommodate his trade request. I have to do what's best for the franchise.
I'm not surprised at all, especially, since the trade hasn't been consummated. There's been no report of any possible trades. There's been no rumor from either side. Oh, well, things are heating up with Dallas. Things are heating up over here. There's been none of that. And so I do think that there is, and I think it's a growing possibility that he is a member of the Detroit Red Wings when the season starts.
I think a fair question is it what's in the best interest of the organization to have their captain or former captain here when he doesn't want to be here? Is that what's good for the Detroit Red Wings?
So I'll say it's good for the Detroit Red Wings, and the only way that there's a possibility of mending fences, and so those are the questions that we don't know, how bad is this relationship? What has been said? Are some things you can't unsay, but in a professional relationship like this, you can mend some fences. And if from Larkin's side, it was just, you refuse to do anything, so I want out. If he does something, Steve Yzerman does something, if he adds in free agency or if he adds through trade, I think Yzerman could look at that and say, okay, I forced your hand. They could frame it however they want.
Yes.
Yzerman could say, well, it was just time and things lined up better and I was able to get the deal I wanted. I don't care. Both of them then can say whatever they want so that Yzerman looks good, so that Larkin looks good. But the fact of the matter is Larkin wants to play on a winning team. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Steve Yzerman doesn't want to put a winning team out there. He just hasn't yet. If he adds through free agency or trade, Yzerman looks at it and goes, I can win with this. I could be a part of this.
I would concede that point, but I would point out guys are going to be very hesitant to join the Detroit Red Wings. Significant players are not going to choose to sign here or request a trade here unless they know Larkin's comfortable and the team is going to be winning. And that's something I simply can't guarantee right now.
Well, if he truly is a guy that can wear the C, then the conversation, and there needs to be conversation between Yzerman and Larkin. Like the agent, the mediator, all of this stuff, like that could be a part of it. But at some point, Yzerman's going to have to go to Larkin and say, I can bring this guy in, but I need you to get on the phone and say that if he comes here, you want to stay and you want to play with this guy.
I will give you the ultimate olive branch. If this is possible, to mend this fence, make Larkin happy, and make the Detroit Red Wings a more competitive hockey team. There is the perfect olive branch that we've been begging for this guy to want out of his situation. He has a deep history with Dylan Larkin. In fact, it goes all the way back to being college roommates. He's not a good hockey player. He's the reigning defenseman of the year, the Norris Trophy winner. Zach Werenski wants out of Columbus. Reportedly is not going to sign an extension there. It was discussed at the draft. This is a player that I've long wanted to be available to bring to Detroit. And I don't know if it's too little too late. I don't know how Larkin would respond if you could successfully add or have a deal in place to add Zach Werenski. But Columbus, I don't know what Columbus wants back. They're very much in Detroit's shoes now.
Well, so that's where you don't have to have Larkin get on the phone and say, if it's not a free agent, it's a trade,
right?
Then whoever's coming in here doesn't have that choice. Their choice is, do I want to stay in Detroit?
Yeah.
When my contract is up.
Tom challenged me before the show. He goes, what does the deal even look like? And I'm just kind of spitballing this, but I think you'd put Axel Sandin Pellikka in the trade, puck-moving defenseman, young piece. You're more than willing to part with if you're getting the proven thing in Werenski.
Sure.
You want 2 firsts, and you want your choice of Casper or Danielson. Throw in some crazy puffs and get the deal done. Now I have the Quinn Hughes I was supposed to get, the Norris Trophy winning offensive defenseman,
right,
to put next to Mo Seider, bump Edvinsson down to the second pair. I've got cap space, and now I've got my captain back in tow. Maybe this sounds like fantasy land because it might just be too late. Larkin might not tell Zach, hey, don't come here. This guy's not interested in seriously winning. I'm fed up. Don't you dare lock yourself into this prison with me.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's again, until we have more facts in the case, we're just speculating. Mm-hmm. And some of this is like we had talked about on Friday with Duran saying, I don't want to be here. We have the opportunity to dream a little bit. It's harder to dream when you actually want the guy to stay, because the best chance that you have to win right now, and you could put aside, well, hey, a captain's not supposed to do that. He's got 5 years on his contract, or Steve Yzerman, the Yzer plan's not working. The best thing to do is to put all of that aside and just go win hockey games. The best opportunity to do that is with Dylan Larkin here.
248-539-9797. Anybody seeing it the way John sees it, where Dylan Larkin is here to start the season in the winged wheel? It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, you don't need a furnace today. You just need that AC. It's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours. Right now, they're running some amazing specials. AC tune-up for only $79. And if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Steve Yzerman, Saturday post-draft, that was his update. John has said, I think he could be here when the season begins.
Yeah.
Texts. 100% agree with John. Yzerman will not be embarrassed into a decision. He'll out-petty Larkin out of spite. Stevie seems like a guy who will burn the city down to preside over the ashes. That's Lou and Shelby.
Well, I mean, I don't think any of us believe that's what he wants, but it might be what he gets.
He was not happy with the offers that they were getting pre-draft. And if you're not going to get a good return in terms of top 5, top 10 picks, then you remove the harsh deadline and you keep trying to get the best deal. I've never ruled out that Yzerman would drive a hard bargain. That's his whole MO. The question is he ever going to get the return he's comfortable with? And is this not mutually assured destruction? Larkin stuck. Yzerman can't improve his roster, and we circle the drain again. It's not like Steve wins. Like I've seen some people go, look at Steve, tough guy Yzerman. He doesn't win in this scenario either. Free agency is about to start. No one's going to join this. He can't work out anything with DeBrincat until there's clarity. And who's going to join this? Is Kane interested in coming back? We know Yzerman said they'd like to have him back. My point is the organization is in disarray, dysfunction, and until he resolves the Larkin situation, he's also losing in this as much as we want to say, hey, Dylan, suck it up. You got to wear the winged wheel anyway, buddy. Honor your contract. Well, I'm sure he will, and I don't think we're going to be going anywhere anytime soon as a franchise.
But keeping him around and there not being resolution between the two of them in terms of let's make up is just going to kill the organization throughout the league and their reputation. What this requires is Steve Yzerman reaching out and having a real conversation and saying, look, I want to keep you and I want to rebuild and I'm going to make a move to make you happy to stay here.
Right.
And then he's got to go make that move. You got to have that conversation first. The thing here is that
well, you've got to have the ability and know what that move is, because you can't promise something at this point that you can't deliver.
He can say, I'm going to try to do my best to make between them off the record, go after these sort of guys. Like you said, Werenski. You know what I mean?
Grosse Pointe kid who you played college hockey with, who just won the Norris Trophy, who wants out of Columbus. I mean, in a world where Larkin hadn't made this request, we would be doing very serious Go Get Werenski radio.
Yeah.
It's going to require Yzerman to humble himself to do this. And look, if he doesn't want to stay, then Larkin needs to respect that this conversation never happened.
Sure.
I think Larkin would owe him that in return. But I think the benefit of nobody talking publicly until this weekend about this keeps this door open. My understanding is that the two really haven't talked much in the last year or two.
Right. Which makes it hard to believe that they're going to go into a bunker and save the Detroit Red Wings.
Well, no. The thing is that if things haven't been said.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Then maybe there isn't as much damage behind the scenes.
Okay.
I don't know. I still think this is a pipe dream, but there is a guy is out there to do it. I mean, go get Marchenko too. He's not happy down there.
Both Columbus Blue Jackets.
But that would probably require Sider.
Oh, you're not. Come on. You're not moving Sider.
You're not moving the guy that finished 5th for the guy that won it, the Norris Trophy.
Sider got MVP votes.
Okay.
I'm just a little confused why we're moving this guy in the pursuit of trying to win.
I'm trying to open up your eyes in the fact, because I did challenge you before the show. Like you said, what are you going to give up?
Yeah.
If I'm Columbus, I'm getting all the Wings prospects that haven't risen up to what they were supposed to be, plus picks.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, you have to make it enticing enough that they actually want to do the trade.
Tex says, my theory on Larkin is his request could have been him asking to bring players in or send me out. He very well could be a Red Wing for the upcoming season, signed Will. Larkin will be here unless we get a decent return, but he won't be captain, and I think the fans will be annoyed. We know he doesn't want to be here, and he's handcuffing us, Mike and Linden.
The whole who's wearing the C will matter to fans. I don't necessarily think it matters as much inside the locker room as a lot of people have said. I've mentioned it a number of different times where guys would have holdouts. Now, the whole demand a trade thing is kind of new over the last decade, and other guys have done it maybe in different ways, but it would always be like the greatest players at the time want out, and they're the ones that demand the trade. Now, you have a lot of individuals that are demanding trades, mostly quarterbacks in the league, or guys like that, or A.J. Brown. I don't know what the dynamic is in hockey, and I don't know what it is in that locker room. If the guys don't like Dylan Larkin, then it's another log on the fire.
Yeah.
But if they like Dylan Larkin as a teammate, they can understand him using the leverage that he has. They're not going to hate him for it. So if he wears the C, how could a guy that demands a trade, how could those guys accept him back in the locker room? I think those dynamics are very different and more nuanced to understand than we're giving it credit for.
This first text, if Larkin isn't traded, take the C off his jersey. He has to leave the team. He cannot lead it. Trading for Rowensky would be amazingly out of character for Yzerman. Aside from DeBrincat, who forced his way to Detroit, Yzerman has not taken a major swing at anyone via trade, just minor moves. It's part of the reason the team is so irrelevant. And I'll add, part of the reason Larkin wants out, Mick and McComb.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and say he hasn't taken a swing at trades, but I think we can all pretty much read the tea leaves to say that whenever he has taken a swing, it's been with an insufficient offer that wouldn't get it done. And he's like, well, this is best for the franchise. And if you want to take this, then we'll take your player. But knowing it's not going to get it done.
Well, they have a whole ceremony at center ice where Yzerman laser beams the C off of Larkin's sweater from an unnamed texter. Let's get to Bob in Grosse Pointe. Bob, good morning.
Hey, guys. Excuse me. Good morning. I think there's plenty of blame to go around. I think this Costa thing, we're soft shoeing that disaster. But here's what I would tell you. I think a lot of the blame goes on Larkin and his agent. You guys tell me, if you're going to sign a 10-year contract and you're going to commit to be somewhere, don't you think you're going to have a two-way deal where you get commitments from the organization as far as what your payroll is going to be, who you're going to bring on, not just discussions, but in writing? None of us have seen that contract, but I put a lot of that on Larkin. If you're going to sign a deal, or his agent, for 10 years, I want a commitment as to what you're going to do, Steve Yzerman. And at this point, he signed his deal. And I think Yzerman's well within his rights to say, listen, I'm going to do what I can, but you're probably the best I've got right now. I put that blame on Dylan and Dylan's agent.
Well, my understanding is there's no mechanism to do what you're asking for in pro sports.
No, I mean, you could write it into the contract, but no general manager is going to say, sure.
You have to do it.
Why would you sign?
Owners are going to have to sign off on that as well, because how would you attract another GM knowing you got to inherit that contract where I have to listen to my player before I make a move, or I have to do this move because it's already been committed to?
I'm confused. So you'd set a certain threshold to spend. Okay, I can go add a bunch of mediocre players to satisfy your needs. You're going to demand I trade for Quinn Hughes 2 years from now, and I have to do it no matter what the cost is? Like, that's not real world. 8-year deal, not 10-year deal. He is right, though. It's a mess.
Yes, it is. But I do think there's a world where Dylan Larkin still here.
Can you imagine? Certainly more likely now. Talk Duran next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers lost a bit of a heartbreaker yesterday, 7-5 to the Astros to complete their homestand. Detroit led 3-0 before home runs in the 7th and 8th innings from Houston, eventually tied the game and forced extras. In the 10th, the Astros blitzed Kenley Jansen with an RBI double and a 3-run homer to take a 7-3 lead. Tigers got 2 runs from a Spencer Torkelson homer in the bottom of the inning, but that would be all the scoring from Detroit, as they have now lost 5 of their last 6 games. Tigers are now 35-4 6:49 before starting a road series against the Yankees at 7:05 tonight. Lions quarterback Terrion Arnold has a pretrial hearing today to determine if he will be held without bond or forced to remain in jail, or held with bond or forced to remain in jail without bond before his trial. He faces up to life in prison on 4 counts of kidnapping and armed robbery. Knockout round started in the World Cup yesterday, and Canada advanced to the round of 16 thanks to a thrilling win over South Africa. Took them 92 minutes to get there, but the Canadians made history yesterday. Stefan Eustáquio with the goal. And the Travelers Championship will have a 9 a.m. sudden death playoff between world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland this morning after they ran out of daylight at TPC River Highlands yesterday. Both players 21 under par right now. They'll keep playing hole 18 until there's a winner. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text says, Larkin, Duran, and Skubal, none will be traded. Mike in Dearborn. We'll get to Duran here in a second. There's some more reporting on his situation. Want to know if everybody's on board with the latest. Quick Larkin text. Larkin is not worth trying to appease. The bottom line is he is not the guy to lead a team. He's a piece, but not the piece. Guys, it's just not going to work. In other words, don't try to add Rowensky or mend fences or salvage this. Just accept it.
I don't think anybody wants to just accept it. I mean, that text sounds real tough, but in the end, we all want Yzerman. If Larkin's going to be here, then add somebody, make it more enticing for him to want to be here. And I am curious of the other guys in that locker room. If you were to ask Alex DeBrincat, like, what's your take on Dylan Larkin asking for a trade? Or if you asked them, would you like Dylan Larkin back? No one's going to say right now anything. Nobody wants the microphone in front of them. Nobody wants to be asked those questions. But if
truth serum,
if you had some truth serum, I got to believe that those guys that are on the roster also think our best chance to win next year is with Dylan Larkin. So they may also be hoping and lobbying, hey, let's add someone. Let's do something so that we can appease Dylan Larkin. And what happened the last time Dylan Larkin had a beef and he went public with it after the trade deadline? The next trade deadline, they actually added someone.
Yeah.
So it's not like Steve Yzerman doesn't hear what's going on or doesn't address some issues.
But then I get
not good enough.
No, and I know you weren't saying that. But then you almost get irked. Like, why do I have to beat my GM into submission to do the job? Why don't I just fire him and hire somebody else at that point? Like, if my team and my roster has to like pitchfork to get moves done, do I have the right guy in place? Right?
Well, that's a
deeper
an Illich question.
Yeah. This text says if Larkin's able to get Yzerman to actually make a significant move, he deserves the C more than ever before.
I mean, that wouldn't that not be true leadership?
I guess so. I happen to think the most likely outcome is he's getting dealt, that this won't be repaired, that Yzerman's not going to change his character, that he's going to stick to his guns, and this may drag, but eventually Larkin will be traded.
I think there's 2 likely outcomes. The one that I think is least likely is that Larkin's here and nothing is done. No free agent, or they just add on the margins, right? I mean, we talk about that with other teams. They just add on the margins. It's either Larkin's gone and we get whatever we can for him, or Larkin's here and there's a move that's made to make this team markedly better. I think those are your 2 options. And they're really the only 2 that you can probably live with.
George on a cell, good morning.
Good morning. I'm not sure if anybody's considered this, but what if Larkin decided to just sit out the season until try to force Yzerman's hand to trade him? Because, I mean, if I'm Dylan Larkin, I'm not going to put my body in the line and possibly risk injury and lower my trade value. So either way, you know, it might take a hit a little bit, but ultimately, I don't think the Wings are competing for playoffs, regardless of how this is going to play out. And ultimately Yzerman is still looking bad, going forward and how this plays out.
Well, George, let me ask you this question. If you sit out, you say take a little bit of a hit. Do you think he wants to lose $8.5 million and Father Time is still going to take a year from him?
True, but from what I understand, hockey contracts, unless anybody could tell me different, they're fully guaranteed, right? So does he
as
not
long
get
as
paid?
you play.
You got to honor the commitment. If you're hurt, it's different. Now, he could make up an injury, I suppose. But assuming he's healthy, I think the obligation is go play. And by the way, I think Dylan will play. I think he's going to want to go out there and put
show
good
his
tape
wares.
And hey, come get me if you're somebody else. And,
right. But that would be pretty awkward as
I know
if he
it would.
comes out if he, in LCA, in October.
So George,
I think,
to your point about awkward, we got a text who said that he's going to get booed, right? What if he scores a game-winning goal? Does everybody cheer? And it's going to be very weird in that building if he does good things. Like, okay, he sets up DeBrincat for a goal, or DeBrincat sets him up for a goal. Are we cheering? Are we he's on a breakaway in overtime in 3-on-3 hockey and scores the game winner, and everybody just stays in their seats. It's very weird if he's still here.
I don't know, but
yeah,
if I were Larkin, Ben is just kind of petty versus petty. I would just sit out and say, hey, I'm not playing for you anymore. Trade me, or you can just. However it's gonna play out, but yeah, I would sit out if I were him because he doesn't want to be here because. And Steve said in his report he's gonna do what's in the best interest of the franchise. Well, my question to him would have been, what have you been doing the last 7-8 years now?
No, it's snarky, but it's not unfounded to ask the same question.
Right,
back to him
he's
and
not
go,
sitting out though.
No,
that is when you talk about him being here, which is I think we all agree still is a long shot. Him being here and sitting out and forfeiting $8.5 million is 0.00001% chance. Because along with sitting out, you get fined. Mm-hmm. Those fines don't go away unless it's negotiated into your return or it's negotiated into those fines travel with you.
Assuming he's healthy and doesn't get injured or make up an injury, he will play. He will play for this hockey team next season if he's not dealt. Again, this tangled web of what's going to happen. Yzerman has to do what's right for the organization. But to the caller's point, when's that going to start?
Yeah.
And if I'm Larkin, that's why I want out. You've created an untenable cycle where this team doesn't ever get over the hump. And you can blame me, but I'll blame you because everybody I'm skating with jerseys for the most part. I like Seider, I like DeBrincat, but it's a collection of jerseys. So that becomes an indictment on Yzerman. And the longer this goes on, as much as Dylan is the villain, so is Steve.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't get to talk tough and win this by driving a hard bargain.
No, unless he does something to actually win.
Right.
In so many forms.
Yeah. Hey, on Friday's show, we had that Duran bombshell.
Yeah.
Things have...
How'd that age?
Cooled. I've got an update from Hoops Hype. And they say within league circles, there's a belief that Duran is seeking close to $40 million annually, or roughly 25% of the NBA salary cap. Ultimately, multiple NBA executives spoke with Hoops Hype. They project Duran to remain with the Pistons and land somewhere around the mid-30s annually once the smoke clears from negotiations. Are you cool with this outcome?
Yeah, I think we said... I think I even said when you had a report that, well, no matter what happens, he's going to be making around 40 to 44 million. I said, I just don't see it. I think 35, while it's an astronomical number, is more appropriate for what he is.
Yeah, I'll give Trajan his flowers on this. It's not a blank check.
Right.
We mentioned that on Friday when there was some friction here. I agreed with you when you said this is a high five for Trajan Langdon. Do not get bullied into a bad deal. Draw your line in the sand and do not overpay for a player who had a disastrous postseason, who if you make a commitment of absurd money to, could lead to disastrous roster building down the line.
Correct.
So, okay, if it's in the mid-30s, is that a number you can stomach? My answer to that is only if you're still able to make the moves necessary to get over the hump. So it's an incomplete.
Well, sure, it's an incomplete because we don't know what it looks like.
If you're saving the money on Duran and the big move is 33-year-old Norm Powell, I'm going to go, well, okay. Are you not able to build the team you want? Should you not be paying Duran at all? It'll depend on how he can accent the roster.
Right. Yeah. Unless that's the move he wants. And then we'll have to see what it looks like throughout the course of the next year's postseason. Not even during the regular season. I don't care what that looks like. Just get in.
Yeah. And again, I'm not anti-Ad Norm Powell, but if saving Duren money is to not make a more
it
impactful
limits you
move,
to that's the only move you can make.
then I need to ask for less from Duren.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give you an example. Isaiah Hartenstein. And people are going to be insulted that I'm comparing Duren to Hartenstein. Hartenstein's 9-9 in the postseason. He's getting 25 a year on the deal he just signed this weekend. So, you tell me. Is Duren worth 35 or 40? It depends. Can I put the roster around him I need to? If not, he's worth even less.
Right, and then it also depends on, okay, well, if that's the case, are you willing to overpay for your roster and then pay the luxury tax?
Right.
Because if you look at, okay, why did OKC move on from Isaiah Joe? Why did they move on from a couple of guys over the weekend where they were, I think it was a total of about $20 million? It was because it bumped them down and actually ended up saving them about $200 million because they got underneath a certain apron of salary tax.
Right.
And again, the NBA salary cap, aprons, tax, like if you could figure it out, more power to you. I don't really care, but I do know that it costs you exponentially more as soon as you start going over top of it.
This text says, offer Duren $33 million a year. If he doesn't want it, let him walk. I'd rather have a center that's capable of hitting a three-pointer anyways.
Okay, if you let him walk, then you get nothing in return, and you still have to figure out how you're going to pay whoever is next to be there. Mm-hmm. You still have an asset. You have to look at them as assets. What can I get in return for this asset? We talk about it with Skubal. We're talking about it with Larkin. We'll talk about it with Duren.
It's feeling more and more. I don't know if you had the same read I did. Friday's show was taken over by the story that he was at odds with the Pistons and wanted to sign and trade. It became very clear that that was the reporting from the Duren camp, right?
Sure.
And then later in the day, you started getting reports like, well, hey, the Pistons aren't letting this guy out of the building. So this was the team.
Right, but we also
putting their
don't
narrative
have
out.
to overpay him.
Right, which is where I think this ultimately lands with Trajan keeping Duren at the number Trajan is comfortable with. And that will be a good number only if Trajan is able to build a good team around Cade, Duren, and Asar.
Yes.
248-539-9797. You guys cool with Duren coming back if the price is, quote, mid-30s annually as the smoke clears from negotiations? It's 97.1. Let's talk about Brightside Dental, community dentists, the people that I go see for things like cleanings, fillings, whatever I need. If you've been dealing with problem teeth, skipping foods, hiding your smile, now's the time to get that life back. Forget about dentures. If you're considering dentures, there's a better solution. It's called All-on-4 Dental Implants, where you replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants. Strong, secure, natural-looking smile that actually stays in place. And you can do it in a one-day transformation. Walk in and leave with a brand new smile. Call today, schedule your consultation, find out if All-on-4 dental implants are right for you. Your smile, your new smile is closer than you think. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Good morning, 97.1. It's going to be hot this week. They're calling it a heat dome, Heather?
That heat dome.
Heat dome.
Rent it.
We're entering it.
Yeah.
I say, not yet.
Well, no, not right now, but Monday to tomorrow.
It's going to be hot.
Hot.
You were talking pre-show, like, how do you dress for weather like this? You're wearing a sweatshirt because we keep the studio cool.
I wore a t-shirt because I thought it's going to be so hot today. And then inside, though, it's freezing because everyone bumps up the AC. So I brought a sweatshirt, and I'm glad I did.
And when we leave today, it's going to be okay, relatively.
Yeah.
But by the middle of the day and the middle of the week, you're going to need to beat the heat, which is why at 7:35, we're doing an emergency edition of the Power Surge, John's top ways to beat the heat.
A lot of ways to beat the heat.
I can only imagine where this is going to go. Okay.
Just remember, when it's hot, you can only take off so much.
John, I didn't need that image. What we got is some feedback on Jalen Duren. I'm good with Duren in the mid-30s, but I want his contract to have incentives. It should be based on playoff performance. That's not really how this works.
No.
But I think this text is interesting. Guys, I think it comes down to a 4th or 5th year. I want to keep our options open if it doesn't work out. So they'd prefer a 4-year deal on the text.
For Duren?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're only like, the team would always say, they would gamble on the shorter term deal, knowing that if it does hit, when the contract is up, it's going to cost you a lot more to keep them around.
Duren asking for anything remotely close to 40 is laughable. Even 35 is a joke.
Okay, it may seem that way to us, but it's whatever the going rate is for that position and for what he has been able to accomplish. Now, in the playoffs, not a lot, which is where it matters most, obviously. And there can be incentives for how you perform at regular season, if you're third-team All-NBA. All of those things can create incentives. You can also have postseason incentives.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so painful is this team is not going to derive any success from the regular season moving forward.
Right, but that's not where the bulk of the contract is going to be written.
Right. And I think we're having a hard time because in the regular season, the guy was an all-star and he was third-team All-NBA, and everybody is looking at him as this difference maker, and he was anything but a difference maker in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have to go that far back. The guy couldn't finish around the rim. He couldn't get rebounds. I mean, he went like 30 minutes of an NBA playoff game without a rebound.
Right.
And he only plays at the hoop. It was jarring. But then it almost made sense the more we dug into it. Like Langdon even acknowledged at the initial postseason press conference, defenses were able to take his game away. Well, what is his game? It was third in the NBA in putbacks, third in the NBA as the roll guy on the pick and roll. Like he was productive in those areas, but if teams sag off or box out or put a hand up at the rim, suddenly his offense dries up like the Sahara Desert.
Right, and a guy like Isaiah Joe can help, but you're going to need more than a threat of somebody scoring 10 to 12 points a game to continue to open up the middle. You need somebody that can create their own shot. You need that you still need that second option past Cade.
Yeah, the number one stat for Duren is that he led the league in field goal attempts inside of 5 feet. His game is dependent on getting to the paint and finishing there. And if teams pack the paint, as you could so often do with the Pistons, he was going to be a problem.
He doesn't play inside that area like Shaq did.
No.
Okay, so it's not like, hey, it doesn't matter. Go ahead and pack it in there. I'm still going to just dunk on you.
Right.
How does this affect Thompson, though? this 30, let's just say it's 35 a
Call
year.
it 35, yeah.
And then he's up.
Yeah. And they want to get it done with Thompson, too.
And you let him go into the season like Duran did with a chance to become a restricted free agent. You have to make that decision this summer.
My understanding is they want to get it done with Thompson this summer.
All right, so you're bringing two guys that can't score, and you're giving them, what, $70+ million?
Yeah, let's call it combined north of $70 million.
Well, and that's
the
why we
calculus.
got excited on Friday of life without Duran, because I think between the two,
Yes.
we both agree that we think Ausar Thompson is the more valuable of the two.
I agree with that. So I think this is what I think this offseason's looking like. They'll end up picking up Duran, and they'll also extend Thompson. And I think they're going to try to sign Powell so that they have 2 3-point shooters on the court at all times. One or the other is going to be on the court, and that means you're going to get rid of Duncan Robinson. What if you have an offseason of extending Duran, extending Thompson, signing Norm Powell, and adding Isaiah Joe?
Doesn't feel good enough. And I would challenge our listeners who are maybe rationalizing it as, hey, they addressed a need. If we would have asked our listeners the day after the season ended, hey, your offseason's Isaiah Joe and Norman Powell, how would they have felt? You may come to accept it as an offseason that nudges them forward, but it doesn't feel good enough.
Right. So, I mean, I kind of gauge everything on, are you better going into this next season, or if everyone is healthy and you get to the postseason, are you better in the postseason than you were last year?
It just feels like Duran is blocking opening several windows. Maybe it's blocking optionality. If your plan is to extend Thompson for sure, I just don't understand how you can keep Duran too. I really don't.
But I think that's what's so important here. So Langdon has said, or we believe is saying, I want to keep Duran, but only at the right number.
Right.
I'm not going to max him. It's starting to sound like he's not even going to get the max. But is it enough of a savings to do the other things? And that is ultimately what Langdon will be judged on. Did he save enough on the Duran deal,
right,
to
be
make
able
this
to
an
still,
NBA title team?
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer. I don't think the answer is yes. I don't think this is saving enough. Now maybe he can.
It's barring
thread the needle and get it done.
It's barring unexpected offensive growth from one of the two.
Yeah.
Right, and I think the major growth, I do think Duran can get better, but I think the major leaps have already happened.
Well, that's not super exciting.
Well, okay, so where do you think he develops an outside shot?
Duran?
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. Well, that would be the next major leap. And, is he just more effective within 5 feet of the basket? You're talking about instead of 19, does he score 21.5 per game? Again, the major leaps have already happened.
His offensive game is at the rim. I think we learned a lesson with Andre Drummond. I think the league learned a lesson with DeAndre Ayton. I think OKC's only paying Hartenstein $25 million a year moving forward. And as a guy who gets you 9-9 in the play, I'm just not in love with Duran. I'll come to grips with it if they get him back at a decent number and the key is
right,
make a significant push around these guys. All right, text on Beating the Heat. It's going to be a lot harder with Giannis down there. We'll get to John's answers coming up at 7:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, a man suspected of shoplifting at a Southgate Meijer died after he was shot by a police officer when he allegedly confronted officers with a sharp instrument. So officers were dispatched to this Meijer. This was Saturday afternoon for a reported retail fraud in progress. When officers arrived, they confronted 2 people who were suspected of shoplifting. When this man advanced with this sharp object, one officer fired at least 1 shot, hitting the man. They say life-saving measures were provided, but the man ultimately died from his injuries at a local hospital. The woman was taken into custody, and the officer who fired the shot has been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of an investigation. And the Michigan State Police is conducting that investigation. Gosh, you might have seen this trending over the weekend, a heartbreaking story out of mid-Michigan, and it's drawing national attention. 2 parents have been charged with murder in the death of their 7-year-old son. Did you see this story?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Prosecutors say the Flint Township boy that passed away weighed 255 pounds when he died. 7. Last November.
I didn't weigh 255 until I was well into my freshman year of college.
Oh my gosh. Autopsy found that he died of a heart condition with morbid obesity listed as a contributing factor. Investigators say he had not received really any medical care, lived in what they described as an unsafe, unsanitary condition, hadn't been enrolled in school. Because I saw people commenting like, well, why didn't anyone else speak up? But he didn't go to school.
Right,
He
yeah.
never
No
was.
one saw this kid.
He didn't go to a doctor. They said the parents both held jobs, both had health insurance available, never took the kid to a hospital, but knew when their pet was sick to call the vet.
Oh, no, come on.
Also, they did have a younger child as well, a daughter who was in the home, showing signs of neglect as well. Thankfully, was removed from the home. And obviously, if convicted, they face up to life in prison.
But that's the thing. I have a pet person. You would take your pet in, but not your kid?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
So obviously, they
the kid is
and
lower
they held
in the
jobs.
hierarchy.
They were capable,
Yeah.
mentally
Yeah.
capable of knowing what was right and wrong.
Wow.
Ugh. One of golf's biggest names is facing new allegations involving his conduct off the course. According to this new report, Ashley Perez, that's the ex-wife of former PGA Tour player Pat Perez, claims that during a tournament back in 2015, Phil Mickelson showed her an explicit photo of himself while her husband had walked away to use the restroom. Yeah, she said it was a full body nude. He was flexing one bicep in the photos as well, if you need a visual. She alleges that he also propositioned her later in the evening. She did say she eventually told her husband and that the incident became kind of like widely known among players. She did say that he later apologized multiple times on multiple occasions.
To both of them?
To both of them, yes. But to her husband at the time, twice, and did call her and personally apologize to her as well. But we've been hearing some stories about his conduct off the field. Recently, he apparently had an inappropriate incident with a woman. Remember, he was like kicked out
Yeah,
of
he's
this
kicked out
country
of the
club.
golf club. Yeah.
Because of it. But his attorney is speaking up, disputing many of the allegations, but also saying some are false, while others involve mistakes he had already acknowledged. So, yes, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what brings up showing a photo like that? Like, is the conversation going of like, hey, if you weren't married, is this something you'd be interested in?
I have no idea. And why take that photo in the first place? Also,
Yes.
like, is it a mirror selfie? Was it
Right, yeah, who's
did you
holding
set the
the
camera
phone?
up? Right, yeah. Exactly. O.J. Simpson will not be honored at the Buffalo Bills' new stadium, which opens in September. The team says that he is not a fit to display inside the new stadium and family circle, so it's likely he'll be the only name from the old stadium's Wall of Fame that won't make the journey to the new one.
What do you think about that? Because he was previously on the wall, you said, right?
Yeah, he was like the
Yeah,
first one
he was the first one inducted into their
1980.
Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Never took him down, even though everything happened.
Right.
Can you separate the football accolades from what he is believed to have done?
If they're going to make the change, this is the time to do it. I don't know. I'm conflicted because some of the things, even though he was exonerated from one, he was convicted of another. And so, but I mean, there's a lot of individuals that are in Rings of Honor or even in the Hall of Fame that have maybe worse actually convicted of that are still there. So I don't know. It's a sticky subject. I don't have any issue with it.
Okay. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Beat the Heat. John's got the solution. 97.1.
Well, some people need multiple venti cups of coffee all day just to, as they say, get through the day. And that's a lot of caffeine and not good caffeine. Yes, there's actually such a thing as good caffeine, and that's what Fusion Energy from 7-Eleven has. Fusion Energy has researched and tested this slow-release caffeine, and there's so much more, like CellFlow, Chromax, Cognitique for your brain, and Infinergy. That's the slow-release caffeine. You won't feel a crash like you would with a coffee or a pop, so go grab a can of Fusion Energy today at any 7-Eleven or Speedway.
This ought to be good.
Yeah, normally we do the NFL Power Surge. Where do teams rank? We talk about those that are just on the outside looking in. We talk about the teams in the top 6. Well, in the absence of football season and in the absence of any of our teams that are active right now doing anything, we're going to talk about the 6 best ways to beat the Heat. We are inside the Heat Dome. And so I'm going to talk about something that can be a little bit of a touchy subject. I want to get it out of the way. It's just on the outside looking in. But it's when you are outside your home, when you're outside the confines of your personal property. Mm-hmm. Just remember that other people have to look at you as well. And so when I am out and about, and I like to take Teddy to some of these things, I'm not going to say what they are. I understand that it's best if I leave my shirt on. There are some other individuals that, hey, if you can do it and it looks good, I'm all for it.
But you're saying
some shouldn't. Just use a little bit of common sense.
So you're saying spare tire needs to
if the
stay
3X
covered.
is tight, like let's keep the 3X shirt on. All right,
man boobs covered.
Yeah, speaking from the moobs. Yes. And so number 6. This one is easy. It is whatever your beverage of choice is, needs to be ice cold. Ice cold drink, whether it's water, lemonade, maybe you like the old-fashioned Arnold Palmer. I don't care what it is, and it could be a frosty mug of ice cold beer. Sometimes on a hot day like this, there's nothing that quenches the thirst or cools you off like a cold beer. So make sure it is as cold as possible. That's number 6. Number 5. We all need to cook dinner. We need to cook lunch. We need to cook a lot of things. If you're going to do your cooking outside. And Lisa and I talked about this yesterday for the next few days. Hey, we usually grill dinner every night anyway, but I will be grilling all aspects of dinner. I will be cooking it outside to keep the heat outside, not heating up the inside where we want to keep it as cool as possible.
But it feels counterintuitive. You're going to go into the heat more to cook your food.
Okay, well, it's the plight of whoever is making that sacrifice for the good of many. And I am fine with the silence, the peace, even though it's going to be warm. I know I will be out there grilling
with his
by
ice cold
myself
drink.
with my ice cold beer.
My solution to beat the heat is to stand directly under the sun and over a fire.
Well, you don't have to stand over the sun. You can put an umbrella over top of you. There's a lot of people have shade where they have the grill. So, find some shade, grill, do what you have to do, but keep that heat outside. That's number 5. Number 4, find an activity where there is air conditioning. We'll talk about air conditioning in the house in just a few minutes. That's much higher on the list. I'll give you a little teaser. But no one wants to be locked inside in the middle of winter because it's too cold. No one wants to be locked inside. You've got to get out of the house, find an activity. It could be bowling, movie, arcade, lunch at even a fast food joint, dinner out. They all have AC. They all have cold beverages. Find a way to get the family out of the house, or if it's just you and a significant other, if it's just you, find somewhere where you can eat and it's air conditioned. Number 3, and this is my personal favorite, ice cream. There is no better way. I should have had it one, but I think this one is a little bit more selfish. But ice cream, and whether it's, hey, when you're at the grocery store, you see some ice cream, have it in the freezer. Teddy's big thing about, hey, I want another popsicle. He just says, but I'm so hot. I'm so hot. I need another popsicle. All right. Well, today, unlimited popsicles, unlimited ice cream. Go for it. Make that 3X a 4X. But and if it's just, hey, go out to we've got the Dairy King, the Dairy Go Round in Plymouth. Those are great options. Get the family out. Yes, you're standing outside. It's hot, but you're partaking of something that is cooling you off. Number 2, AC at home. It's time to crank it up if you have it. I still don't believe the numbers that you guys said. I know you trust everything you read on the internet.
Yep, it's all accurate.
But if you have AC, do whatever you can to keep the house cool at night. Keep it at a moderate to cool temperature during the day so that when you walk inside, you get relief. And it doesn't have to be, I keep my house at about 68. During the day, probably usually around 70. It could be 72. It's still going to feel like it's cranking when you come in from outside. Number one, find water wherever you can. If you have a pool, spend the day in the pool. Splash pads. This has been something that has exploded over the last decade. There are numerous splash pads all over the place. Let the kids cool off. Find yourself a nice shady spot to watch them. Kiddie pool at home. If you don't have a pool, spend $5 and go to your local lawn and garden shop and get yourself a kiddie pool. Set a lawn chair next to it. Put your feet in there. Hell, set the lawn chair in it. We got Teddy this new inflatable water slide thing. I will set my chair right next to it. It's amazing if you keep your feet cool, how much it will cool off your body. So you don't have to be submerged in there. Plus, when the water comes out of the hose, it's pretty cold anyway. So that is the number one way to beat the heat, especially mine is a little bit more family oriented and a little less maybe individual oriented, but
No, I think you got number one right. We were talking off air, behind the glass. We put together, it's funny, I have the bingo card I wanted to see. Your 1, 2, and 3 we had pool/body of water, ice cream, and crank the AC. Some things you didn't mention that we thought you might.
Oh, okay.
The ice pack, frozen towels type of strategy to cool off.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of seems. I get the cold towel around the neck. I'm just like, you look like a weenie.
Cold shower? Where do you stand on the cold shower?
Only if she says no.
Well, speaking of that was the other thing I wrote down. Get naked.
Get naked.
It's not on your list.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because I got kids walking around the house. You want me to end up in one of the news stories on Heather? Yeah, this guy walks around his house all the time naked.
I can't believe you said that about the frozen towels. I don't care what it looks like. It makes me feel good. It's especially great for baseball when you're playing baseball in this kind of weather and the kids got to wear the long pants. It refreshes them instantly.
Sure. Well, hey, Tom, you do you.
Okay, good. You can do.
And I'll make fun of you
naked.
behind the scenes.
Good. I don't care.
I didn't say I was going to get naked. That was Cookies over here walking around with his cat.
What is the number one way to beat the heat? Heather, did he get it right?
Yes, pool was my number one, or a lake, a body of water.
Yes.
I also had sprinklers, a good old fashioned, just running through the sprinklers, slip and slide.
Yeah, and one of my favorites is when I set up the sprinkler for Teddy. Well, first of all, you get to water the lawn. Mm-hmm. Second of all, I get a chance to sit where the sprinkler's going to hit me. It doesn't hit me. I'm getting soaked with water, but I get the chance to watch him run and jump through it, and trip over the sprinkler, and fall down, and then I got to go fix the sprinkler.
It's John Jansen's Power Surge, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and gone, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or even payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
After some hemming and hawing, Yzerman did address what's going on with Dylan Larkin. We'll play the audio. We want to know if you approve of how he's handling this. Got some feedback on Beat the Heat?
Yeah.
Beat the Heat. It's 90 degrees in Michigan, and it's a national emergency. We had a low of 95 last night in Phoenix.
I don't care about Phoenix. In fact, after the 4th, part of my vacation, I will be in Phoenix. And I don't buy into it's a dry heat. It's still a freaking 100 degrees.
And I want to correct. It's 90 today. It's going to be 97, 98, and 97 in the middle of this week.
And with like the real field temperatures, it's going to feel warmer than 100.
Right.
It's going to be hot.
So you need.
So I don't buy into the real feel, the cold, the frostbite temperature, whatever they call it in the winter, and the heat index.
The heat index.
If it's 100 degrees, it's 100 degrees. Now it may feel a little bit stuffier here because we have more humidity than they have in Arizona, but it's still 100 degrees.
This is one of your most caveman takes. It matters if it's windy and cold, it's going to feel cooler. It matters if it's hot and humid, it's going to feel like a disaster. It's going to feel worse. Real feel is factoring in beyond the degrees, but all the other things with the weather.
It feels like 97 degrees
Okay, John.
because it's 97 degrees.
John, I love a beer, but it's by far the worst for hydration. It actually dehydrates you, Tom in Waterford.
We weren't talking about hydration. I know that Heather had in her news story about making sure you stay hydrated. That's fine. This was about staying cool. And those ice crystals in the top of a frosty mug, freshly poured ice cold beer. And I'm not a guy that really sits around and drinks beer all the time, but on a day like today, nothing quenches it better.
Wife dragged me to a cookout last Saturday after we had a pool party at our house. I got asked to grill for like 20 people. The grill was directly under the hot sun, and I damn near died. 0 stars.
But on the flip side of that, you got to grill your own food, and it probably turned out a lot better than anybody else there.
John, you started with your keep your shirt on PSA.
Uh-huh.
John, where do you stand on people mowing shirtless? It's their house.
It all depends on, okay, backyard, do whatever you want. Front yard.
Put a shirt on for the front yard?
I mean, it's...
My stance, only way to do it.
Shirtless?
Yeah.
See, I'm even if I had a 6-pack and people were like, yeah, that's nice. It's not the case. When I'm mowing, like there are grass clippings that will get stuck to you. There, if you're out weed whipping, like it's going to get stuck to you. I'd just rather it stick to the shirt versus my skin.
You were saying off air too. It's like people look at you and think, well, you are professional athletes. Now you're held to this standard of.
Yeah. And now I'm a 50-year-old dad of 5, and it's not the same
as when you were 25.
Gravity's a bitch.
My number one.
So is number 3, ice cream.
Yes. Guys, my number one way to beat the heat, please shower and shower often, Fred in Westland.
So that's why I go to, and I didn't have it on my list, the multiple shirts. I know that when I leave today and I'm walking around, I'm running errands, I'm doing things, like I'm going to sweat through some shirts. So I always take 3 or 4 with me. I may not get to all of them, but it goes to the shower. It's not quite like a shower, but a fresh, undrenched linen will feel good.
Go a long way. I usually bathe in my moat, signed Mike in West Bloomfield.
Yeah.
My
That's
solution,
when you got to cage the alligators.
guys, the answer is tough it out. Stare down that son of a bitch sun and dip your sack in ice water. JJ in Southfield. Ever done that one?
No, but that's the cold shower, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to get everywhere.
Oh, he's saying sack only.
Sack only. So I don't know how you would even do that. Hopefully that's not in the back. I don't even think that's a backyard approved.
Ask Uga, he does it.
What? Here's a bowl of ice. What are you going to use that for, honey? Dip my balls in it. It probably would do the job. Cool you off. Just go through that mental exercise, though. How are you going to get that done?
While squatting.
Well, it certainly does. I don't know. Should I demonstrate here to give you all
you
the
should.
visual?
Nope.
Or you can hold the ball up, or the bowl up.
Nope.
Nope, we don't need to do this. My God,
Maybe
John,
it's just an ice pack.
that would work too. John is such a lughead. Has he ever had an intelligent thought? If 95 degrees is 95 degrees no matter what, is the 3 yards just as easy to get on your own 20 as it is on the opponent's 3-yard line?
Hey, the logic works for me. I'm not asking you to accept my logic in anything. These are just opinions. If it's 97, it's 97.
The views expressed by John
Trust
Jansen
me,
are
this
not
is an
those-
argument I have with my wife and my kids all the time. I just continue that argument here with you.
Love it. All right, we will get to this Dylan Larkin stuff because Steve Yzerman spoke. He addressed it on Saturday. He wanted to talk mostly about the draft. Everybody wanted to talk about Dylan Larkin. This is what Steve had to say. Five years left. Mm-hmm. I can't guarantee I will honor his request. I have to do what's best for the Detroit Red Wings.
Lots of uncertainty.
Do you like how he's handling it?
Well, that's a bit of a loaded question.
It sure is. Well, I'll ask it to everybody else out in listener land too. 248-539-9797. Do you approve of how Steve Yzerman is handling this? A deal did not get done at the draft. And this could, John, to your point, you've always left this door open. This could drag into October, the regular season, hockey games where he's wearing the uniform. And he may be booed on opening night, but what are they going to do if he scores a goal? You going to stay seated? It could get real awkward.
I don't necessarily hate how Yzerman is handling it now. I hate how we've gotten here. So it doesn't really answer the question, but I mean, I guess it does. I don't hate how he's handling it because the short list that his agent gave to Steve Yzerman, would we expect that there's a good trade, a good return from any of those teams? So no, I don't want him to take a deal just because Yzerman says I want out.
No, you don't want him to be bullied by a malcontent. At the same time, you don't want him to drag this out and further damage the reputation. There's a reason your captain wants out, and it's because you haven't done your job good enough.
Right, so it's how they've gotten here, not necessarily how he's handling it now.
But if he drags this out to be stubborn and get the best return, I don't know if some fairy tale magical return is coming. So he can talk tough, and he has to do right by the organization, but is doing right by the organization keeping a player who's not happy? 97-1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers lost to the Astros 7-5 in 10 innings yesterday, despite holding a 3-0 lead into the 7th. Houston came back with home runs from Reynel Delgado and Isaac Paredes in the 7th and 8th. They took their first lead of the game in the 10th on an RBI single from Paredes, which then led to a 3-run homer from Christian Walker. Spencer Torkelson hit a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 10th, and Matt Vierling's deep fly to right field came up just short of what would have been a walk-off home run. The Tigers have now blown 26 leads this season. season. They are 1-6 in extra inning games. Tonight, they start a 6-game road trip that begins with 3 against the Yankees. The first is at 7:05 this evening, right here on 97.1. Terrion Arnold is due back in court today for a pretrial hearing to determine if he should be held with or without bond until his kidnapping and armed robbery trial begins. In golf yesterday, Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland were tied at the Travelers Championship at 21 under par with the sun setting. Hovland burned the edge on a long birdie putt that would have won him the tournament. Then Scheffler had 8.5 feet for par to force a playoff. Due to darkness, that playoff will tee off today, coming up at 9 o'clock. It is sudden death, so Scheffler and Hovland will keep playing hole 18 until there is a winner. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You got people backing you up, John, both on the Larkin stuff and the multi-shirt situation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So glad to hear Jansen's a multi-shirt man. Some of us have to wear 2 to 3 shirts a day. Elite athletes and desk jockeys sweat all the same. It's normal.
That's right. That's right. And you got to be able to swap them out. Now, the question is how and where. On the run, it's just in the truck. Mm-hmm. But hopefully you could find a restroom to go in and swap out a shirt.
Sweating. Dylan Larkin's probably sweating right now. And while Steve Yzerman doesn't want to show visible sweat, he also has to get to the bottom of this and fix it.
It is a hot and sticky situation, and it'll be interesting to see throughout the course of this week if there are any developments, because free agency, I believe, starts at Friday at noon for the NHL. Tuesday is the day for the NBA. If something is going to happen with Steve Yzerman, wouldn't you think, or with Dylan Larkin, the whole situation, it would have to happen before Friday? We thought that it would be ideal if it happened before the draft, but I don't think it had to happen before the draft. I think this is has to happen if it's going to happen before Friday.
Yeah, look, Yzerman can say, I'm going to do what's right for the team, and I'm going to hold out to get the best return possible. Well, when you blow through the draft, you lose a chance to get some of what could be the best return possible. If you blow through free agency and your franchise is in limbo and you can't make any real moves because no one will commit to your hockey team until this is resolved, you're not doing what's best for the organization.
Or you've committed guys to your hockey team and you've committed X number of dollars to your roster, and the ability to fit somebody else in that cap becomes limited.
Well, first of all, there's not a lot of A-listers that hit hockey free agency, and certainly not this year. But even trades that you might want to make to bolster your roster. Yzerman still has to do a job independent of Dylan Larkin. He has to get this team to the next level. Yeah. It's a lot harder when you're losing your number one center. And it's even harder when no one will commit to get traded here because they don't know what the hell you're doing.
Right.
So, doing what's best for the team involves moving Dylan Larkin, not for nothing, but for a decent return in a way that you can move the organization forward.
Or at 12:01 on Friday, they announce a blockbuster signing.
Is it too little too late? You've been pushing this like he could still be here in October. That's part of how they would do it.
I think whether it's a free agent signing that makes this team markedly better, or it's a trade, a sign and trade, a trade that you extend somebody, maybe they're in their last year of their contract. There has to be something. The only way that Dylan Larkin and Steve Yzerman save face and they're both here is if Yzerman goes out and adds to this team to make them better, and then convinces Dylan Larkin through those actions, not words.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to make this team better. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like, you can't just say words. Actions speak louder than words.
If you want to talk about the olive branch that could keep these two sides working together, and Larkin's here next season, I think the ultimate olive branch just asked out of his situation. Zach Werenski won the Norris Trophy. Dylan Larkin's known him since their days at Michigan where they were roommates. You'd be adding Quinn Hughes. just another version.
How
The
long does
offensive
Rowinski have
defenseman.
left on his deal?
2 years left on his deal. He's reportedly not going to stay in Columbus. There are people discussing him making his way out. If Larkin was happy here, we'd be taking this much more seriously. I don't know if Larkin's telling him, hey, don't come here. But if Larkin was open to Rowinski coming to Detroit, that gives them the Quinn Hughes player we wanted last year. It gives them an elite defenseman who can score goals. It gets them closer to the playoffs, and it just might make Dylan Larkin happy. But then I get back to this. So Steve Yzerman has to be beat to submission by his players to do his job? You know, like when you really say it, so the only way we can get anybody is if people threaten to leave, then should he even be the guy here making these decisions?
I mean, yes, there are a lot of those questions, but ultimately, for whatever reason, if the Wings add and they're better off going into next season, then Dylan Larkin can take a bow instead of hearing boos on opening day, or Yzerman can take a bow when they make the playoffs. Maybe they win a playoff series. Like, I don't care how it gets done. I don't care who gets the credit for it, and I don't think anybody else here does either. We just want our hockey team to win.
I approve how Yzerman's handling this. Yzerman needs the power with the potential trade, and he has taken it. If he moves Larkin, it needs to be for a potential franchise-changing return. If Yzerman moves him for the sake of moving him, it hurts the way people look at Yzerman as a GM. Well, too late. If Yzerman takes control, which he's doing, it's Larkin's legacy that's being tarnished, and he will need to decide how he handles that, Sam in Grand Rapids. We need to make sure we're clear on this. This is Yzerman's legacy, too. This is his 8th offseason. Does he get to drag it out, make no impactful moves, all for the sake of getting the largest return for Larkin, which he might not get at the end of the day? And then if he has to settle for picks or players, he's again in his 8th season. How much longer does he get? So the idea that like Yzerman has Teflon in this situation, maybe from ownership, but not from the fans.
I mean, there's certainly not from the fans.
Right.
He is forced, whether it's to move Larkin or to bring somebody in to appease Larkin or to appease the fan base or simply just to win.
Well, that's all that really matters is they've been doing this for too long.
So the way they've handled this is nobody talked publicly till this weekend.
Yeah.
It was Yzerman, and then Larkin's agent felt like he needed to respond. They've been as politically correct about this as possible so far. The understanding is right now that the two never met after the season, right?
Is that what we're to believe?
That, well, in Yzerman's words, he said it days after the season,
I think he
right?
said shortly after the season.
Shortly,
so I don't
okay.
know. Did they do an exit interview, which is normal? I don't know if that happened or not.
We don't know how much bad blood has been personally spewed between the two. We've been told that they haven't talked a whole lot.
Yes.
That the relationship has been very icy or whatever. So, look, for this world for him to come back, it's going to, I think, take Yzerman to humble himself, to reach out to Larkin in his camp and have a conversation and say, look, if I were to try to make a move to appease you and off the record throw out something like this Rowinski thing, see how he responds. You find out if you've gone beyond the point of no return. I think it's worth having that conversation because is the best option here. Let's just say hypothetically that this happened and they got Rowinski and it changes the narrative about the franchise to the league. It changes the Red Wings reputation. It changes Yzerman's reputation.
Yes.
Does he look like a little bit of a weakling or coward, cowing to his stars' demands? If it plays out that way and you win, so who cares?
Right. Ultimately, you have to win.
I mean, Scott Harris got humiliated with
Erod.
Rodriguez.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you just got to admit you make a mistake and you move on if it's better for winning. And I'll tell you what, right now, Jim, the only thing about this, and I think it's a pipe dream right now, is only because he's from here is why I think it could maybe happen. But what you have to give to Columbus, I think they've got to get something playable in return.
Well, what do you mean? We've been sitting on this mountain of elite picks and prospects. We have more than enough to give
Everybody
up.
knows they're not. They just gave up one of them for nothing.
Well, I was going to say that's part of every GM's going to have egg on their face. The Costa thing is a great example. They were able to salvage it and get a first back. The pick can be a bust. The trade I thought actually ended up working out okay. You know, it's if the player's not going to be on your NHL roster and you could lose him to waivers, you got to make the most of the bad situation. You're going to have egg on your face. What are you going to do about it? Okay, you got egg on your face. Your captain wants out. It'd be great if you could convince Rowinski to come here. It'd be great if you could send Columbus a couple firsts, Marco Casper and Axel Sandin Pellikka. Are you attached to any of those players?
What if Raymond has to be in the deal? He's the one that you could move.
I think
I don't have an issue with that.
I would do the deal, but I don't know how much better you're getting. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Well, you'd have
typically
arguably one of the best defensive pairings in the league.
What I'm saying, though, is teams that are adding aren't typically giving up one of their 5 best players. Like, Florida's not giving up one of their 5 best players to get better. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dallas, if they're going to make a move, they're not going to give up part of the guys that are locked up, their best players.
What if you got...
You could do it, but again...
We are playing fantasy radio here,
Yeah.
okay, to a degree. What if it was Raymond and Pellikka for Marchenko?
Okay, now you're...
And
Werenski.
Werenski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe you got to put a pick in there, younger player prospect. Yeah. Okay. Look, I don't
They're
know.
a team that fell apart last year, and
You don't got to
didn't
sell
make
me
the
that.
playoffs.
You don't got to sell me. You got to sell Dylan.
Right.
Because it doesn't even happen. If Dylan calls his buddy and says, dude, why would you approve coming here? I don't want to stay here. We don't know how, to your point, what's been said between Larkin and Yzerman and how firm he would be.
Well, what we don't know is, has Yzerman gone to Larkin and said, can this be reconsidered?
Yeah.
We don't know that.
Right.
So we're totally speculating here.
Yeah.
If it hasn't been done, I do think doing your job fully and due diligence is to do that and not let spite and ego get in the way.
I agree. What I'm saying, though, is if Larkin is steadfast, because we're considering all possibilities, he goes, I'm just burned out. It's been a decade. I've had the empty promises. We haven't made the roster good enough. It's too little too late. I'm not telling my buddy to come here. I'm stating clearly that I want to leave. Yzerman's going to have a hard time adding anybody, Zach Werenski or not, of significance to this hockey team, right? If Larkin's in group chats telling people, dude, don't come here, then you need to get him out, right?
Yes.
But Steve could let it fester
I don't know
to
if
do
that's-
what's right for the organization.
For Dylan Larkin to have those conversations, I don't know that's in the best interest of him.
Right.
Because that will all those conversations, while you think they're private with those individuals, will also get to other agents, will also get to other general managers, and now all of a sudden does it look like maybe Dylan Larkin, if you don't win
Sabotage.
right away, is a bit of a malcontent and can be a cancer in the locker room.
It could go the other way. If I was considering the Red Wings, I would call Dylan. Well, I'd call Larkin and Sider and several people on the hockey team and get a sense. And if I go, boy, they're kind of a hamster wheel situation, I'm going to scoot back and let this one let it play out.
I
before
don't disagree
would
with
commit.
that at all.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger issue for Yzerman is the reputation of the organization is at a low, maybe an all-time low, and other players and other people in the league are looking at this going, I'm staying away until they sort out the Larkin thing, which is why you pointed out Friday being start of free agency. Yzerman can wait till the start of the season if he wants, but then you blow through another one of these benchmarks to make yourself better and improve your hockey team, something he hasn't done enough of in now going into his 8th offseason. Look, the story's only going to continue. We'll take some feedback. 248-539-9797 for calls and texts. It's 97.1. That's Steve Yzerman. That uncertainty is why I've called this mutually assured destruction. Yzerman shouldn't settle. This is an important trade, but he's in his 8th offseason and is going to struggle with the uncertainty to improve this hockey team. Doing what's best for the Detroit Red Wings means resolving this, not dragging this out, not turning this into a pissing match. Some feedback. Do you approve of how Yzerman's doing this? Response says, only time will tell, but rushing a trade to appease 97.1 hosts doesn't seem like great business.
No, I don't think he's going to rush to anything. We're just talking about landmarks where it makes sense to move him so that you have maximum flexibility.
Show's going to go on regardless. In fact, him dragging this out has given us more content. So, no, I don't think he should do this to appease me or John or any of the hosts on this station. I think he should, and nor should he do it to appease Dylan Larkin. He needs to get a fair return and chart the course to improve this hockey team. And when that hangs in the air, he's not appeasing Red Wing fans or his bosses or his team. He's putting everything into limbo.
Yeah.
Anyway, a couple quick texts and then we'll move on. Cows out of the barn says, if Illich had the cojones to fire Stevie 2 months ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. TC and Royal Oak. Another says, there's no world that Larkin is here long term. The fans and people of Detroit will not forgive and accept Larkin on this team anymore. He's burned a bridge with the entire city.
Well, okay, so let's go back to if they moved on from Yzerman after the season. That still doesn't mean that Larkin looks at it and goes, well, do I want to go through it with a new GM?
Right, it's another rebuild. I want out.
Yeah, he may still have, instead of sending that message to Yzerman, it could have been to whoever the new GM is.
Or just to the, hey, this is the uncertainty of this new guy's going to want to do it their own way. I'm not here for another rebuild.
Right. Now, we may feel differently about it if it was a new GM and we're looking at it as, okay, well, it's a fresh start and we're going to have to start with prospects picks. We're starting a rebuild over, but it feels like you're starting that rebuild over with Yzerman.
Yeah. Hey, got some trades from the weekend. Let's grade the trade. I've got 3 of them. Okay. And I know you're thinking there's only 2. No, there are 3. The 3 trades. The first, the Pistons, Isaiah Joe for a couple second-round picks. They have to have an Isaiah. It's contractual. We lose Stu. Now we got Isaiah Joe. John, grade the trade.
I give it a B. And the reason I give it a B is we just moved on from Isaiah Stewart. We got 3 seconds in return. We get a player, not in return, but we do acquire a player for 2 seconds. So technically the value for this player is considered less than the one that you just shipped off, because you got less in return. He does provide something that we have been talking about, 3-point shooting. He is an assassin from 3-point, but he only scores in right about 11 points a game. So you're not adding a huge production. He doesn't create his own shot. He is if I'm open, I get the ball, I can knock it down.
Green light.
So, okay, it does add a little bit more spacing. You have to honor that. You can't just sag off. He's going to knock down an open 3. So I like the acquisition. I think it's going to be better having him, but I don't know. I don't expect him to go from 11.2 points a game all the way up to 20.
You're so negative. I'm giving it a B+.
Oh,
look, I think he could play a clear, defined role. He played in 44 playoff games for the Thunder. You mentioned it, known knockdown shooter. 41% catch and shoot threes during their title run. And you could take advantage of OKC running out of space and running out of cash.
Yeah.
I think it's a good move.
I think it is too.
The reason it's not an A is for the same reason you had it in the B.
He's a role player.
Yeah, there's only so much of a significance he can bring to the team. The Kosa trade. This one's a little more complicated, John.
I give this one a C. Taken in the first round in, was it 21?
Mm-hmm.
You get a first round pick in return. It's 8 less, because I think he was 15
to 23 5 years later. Yeah.
So it's it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I don't really care about that. But it was wasted time, and you knew that he wasn't going to be a part of the future. You had to make a decision on him. You get something in return. You reset the clock on a new prospect. It's just,
So you give it a C.
Yeah.
The pick itself is an F, but that's not what I'm asking. So I would give it a C+ for the trade.
Oh, you didn't like taking you don't like taking the. Are you talking about
The
Kosa as the pick? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
well,
I thought you were
don't-
talking about JP.
No, I don't have some strong opinion on a kid who's playing in the Western Hockey League and
yeah.
made Canadian juniors. No, the Kosa pick was an F.
Okay.
Wallstedt was believed to be the better goalie. They had their preference. They took Kosa. He played in one National Hockey League game.
It's a win.
Great. And he's gone. He was waiver eligible, which for people out there means if he didn't make the NHL team, someone else could claim him for free. So they would either had to force him to be a backup or carry 3 goalies. And he lost the job in Grand Rapids for the postseason. Actually started coincidentally in the month of March where he went downhill. The pick was a failed pick. But knowing you were going to lose him to get a first back, I give it a C+.
Okay.
The last trade, the Tigers trading away the rest of your summer. Grade the trade.
Well, I'll go with an F because I want my summer. I don't want it back. I don't want a summer absent of watching a good baseball team.
Very quick. Take the job away. Would you completely tune out? I wouldn't yet. I still enjoy baseball too much.
Well, I like it on like. Okay,
Or I just turn it off after the 7th.
look. I'm a sports fan. I'd still pay
Only
attention,
when they're up.
but it'd be less. Yeah, I mean, look, I put them on if I'm mowing the grass, and I'm watching more than I normally would because of this job. You might put them on if you're out at the water, on the pool, at the lake, listen to Dickerson, but they're not. Hey, man, every night I got to dial in. If I wasn't doing this, I couldn't imagine every night tuning in.
I probably still would, and some of it is just because I want to watch McGonigal's rookie season. That might be the only, or Dingler, the season Dingler's having. I want to watch those.
But May was so bad, and the idea that it was going to get better in June. They've won 4 series. They've lost 4 series. Only one team is worse in the American League. Safe to say it hasn't gotten significantly better.
No.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Oh, you guys, a 14-year-old girl drowned in the Detroit River on Saturday while trying to save her young cousin.
Oh, no.
Such a tragic story. Amina Bradley's family says that they were at a graduation party at the time when she and her 9-year-old cousin went near the water. The cousin fell in, and Bradley then jumped in to save her. Bystanders were able to pull the young cousin from the water, and they say Bradley's father attempted to rescue her, but she was pulled out and under the water before he could help her. Her father says that she loved her family and dreamed of becoming a scientist when she grew up. Yeah. We've been talking about it all day, but it is going to be a dangerously hot week in Metro Detroit with record-breaking temperatures of up to 100 degrees and heat index values soaring well above that. So the hot and humid conditions will begin today, but the hottest conditions are expected Tuesday through Thursday with potentials for highs to reach 100 degrees and heat indexes to go above 105 degrees. So the National Weather Service said also that there will be little nighttime relief with lows only dropping into the mid 70s. So, John, the heat index forecast, and that's the temperature that it feels like to the human body, shows that temperatures will reach 108 degrees in Ann Arbor on June 30th through July 1st.
Well, at least there, they won't have to worry about mowing their grass because they just don't mow their grass.
And then 106, they say, in Detroit on those same days. Pontiac's heat index is expected to reach 107. We're breaking records, right? It is going to be hot. So, of course, what can you do? You can reduce outdoor activity. You can drink plenty of water. You should make sure you're hydrated, whether you feel thirsty or not. And then wear lightweight, light-colored clothing. Seems obvious, but for those working outside, if your job requires that of you.
Yeah, I think for
that's
those
when
working
it's-
outside, they are very familiar with all the things that they
That's what you need to do. And young kids, older adults, those with health
mindful.
conditions. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
especially young kids because they can't regulate their body
can't,
temp.
yep.
And they're relying on you to help
Yes.
recognize that.
A World Cup reporter is finding out that some trash talk can backfire. ABC 7 Los Angeles reporter Abigail Velez went viral after saying that she couldn't point out Bosnia on a map and didn't want to know anything about the country while hyping up the U.S.'s upcoming round of, 32? Is that what we're at?
Yes.
Well,
Round of 32
31
match.
now.
Or, what?
Because Canada won yesterday.
So here's her comments. So some people were quick to point out, one person said, the weirdest things about Americans is that they feel it's a flex to say, I don't even know where they are on a map. Like, exactly. Like,
Right. This is the issue
doesn't
I
make
have.
Bosnia sound bad. It makes the reporter sound like
Yes.
an idiot,
Ignorant.
I guess. Yeah, ignorant, I guess I should say. But she has since apologized for her comments, saying she was trying to have a little fun, but admitting her comments were insensitive and inappropriate and didn't reflect the spirit of the World Cup.
I don't think she had to apologize.
And it
No.
wasn't like she said something.
Sorry, I sounded dumb.
Yeah, right.
That's how it came off more so
Yeah.
than taking a shot at Bosnians
Right.
or things. But
she did, like,
she did apologize.
Mock their culture or something.
And why did Herzegovina get off so light?
Right.
Right.
She didn't know how to say it.
Oh, well.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Let's make it worse. Let's
I have
pile
no
on.
idea. So there's this debate that's kind of blowing up online right now that questions whether a mom was teaching responsibility or taking, tough love too far. So this mom is going viral after writing about a vacation that she took to Turks and Caicos without her 21-year-old daughter, who realized that she forgot her passport at the last minute. Couldn't go. So the two had apparently planned this really sentimental mother and daughter vacation. They'd been there before, plans to recreate photos from past trips that they'd been on. But when the daughter realized that she didn't have her passport, the mom said,
Peace out.
"Peace out. I'm going on the plane without you." And she
I'll send you
did.
selfies from.
She'll recreate the photos without her daughter. Now, the mom did admit to feeling a little guilty, but said that her daughter has a history of forgetting important things, and she kind of viewed this as a lesson in personal responsibility. Online, the reaction was split. People just kind of said, good for you. Applauded
Yeah.
the mom for doing that. Others said that, you know what, this entire trip was about making memories together, and that's what should have.
Hopefully the daughter
been more
remembers it
important.
now.
Yeah, I was going to say, there will be memories for sure.
Yeah.
Was
Did she
this-
just not have it? Like she didn't
She
go to the
forgot
post?
it.
Oh, she forgot it at home.
It was they were flying out of Boston, I believe. She forgot it in New York. There was no time to get
Okay.
the passport in time. The mom also said that this trip correlated with the grand opening of. There was an event they were going
Okay.
for of this
I was gonna say,
resort.
could she have rescheduled the trip? Was it
or,
non-refundable?
or could the daughter just get
Show
a
up late?
different flight? Yeah.
Yeah, if the daughter
Options.
showed up a day later, 24 hours later.
Yeah.
Could have been okay, but apparently it was for some big event, which is why it wasn't rescheduled.
Okay.
But
Heather with the news. Coming up next, I got a Jalen Duren update. We were thinking about it one way on Friday. Mm-hmm. A little differently today. It's 97.1. Brutal extra inning loss for the Tigers. I got an update on Jalen Duren. Before we get to that, more on that news story from Heather.
Yeah.
I was trying to think more like, what would you do if you were in that situation?
Mom left her daughter in the dust.
Mom went to Turks and Caicos. Daughter didn't have her passport. Said, "See ya."
Peace out.
So the mom gets there, and the way that the story is written or framed, it's that they were going together. They weren't meeting somebody there. She just ended up going on the vacation solo.
It's mother-daughter trip with just the mom. You'd feel awful just.
And I don't have all of the details, but it did say that the daughter left her passport behind in her New York City apartment with no options to get it to Boston, where the duo was flying out from, in time for their scheduled flight. So I don't know if that means they made it to Boston and they were there in Boston and she realized she didn't have her passport.
Well,
sounds like they drove down to Boston.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They may have. Boston might have been the best departure airport for them, and you could easily get from New York to Boston.
So they were in Boston, realized, oh my gosh, I don't have my passport. Flight leaves in 2 hours. Not enough time for me to get home, get my passport, and get back.
So,
but
so
wouldn't
what
you
do
just hop on a flight? Like, mom goes, let's say, like, oh, this is going to cost a lot of money.
Yes.
I'm going to go. You go get your passport.
We'll book a flight for you to arrive a day later.
Right.
That's how that gets resolved, right? Unless the mom's like, you got to learn your lesson. I'm not paying for your second flight, and I'm not seeing you on the trip. For what? This is supposed to be a family trip.
But again, it doesn't have to be the mom's expense. She's 21. She's an adult.
Well, she probably doesn't have a lot of money at 21 years old. She may be a student. I mean, she might not have $1,000 lying around.
It was to teach her a lesson.
Right. So the lesson is
no more lessons in life.
Well, the lesson is what? Your mom doesn't have your back?
No,
the lesson is don't forget your passport.
Yeah.
No, I know, but bleep happens. So now the mom's going to spend the trip without her daughter alone?
She said in the story that she routinely forgets important things. So, hey, you got to learn a lesson at some point. Mom isn't always going to be there to pick up the pieces for you.
But how would you feel as the parent? You're going to have fun on the beach in Turks and Caicos, but it's kind of a weird trip now, just you alone, right?
Is she a single parent?
I don't know. I have no idea. They don't have. John, I have no idea.
I mean, maybe she wanted the room to herself.
No idea.
So the headline did call her a boomer.
There was a lot of people in the comments like that were calling her a boomer. Yeah.
Okay, is this boomer behavior or the right behavior as a parent?
I mean,
they're both yes.
Well, there's levels to it. Like not helping her get to Turks and Caicos a day later feels selfish.
It doesn't sound like the point of the trip was to have a family, mommy, daughter, get together, have fun trip, if this is the end result.
Right.
I don't think she wanted to have a vacation with her daughter to Turks and Caicos. I think she wanted to go to Turks and Caicos, and her daughter could come along too.
But they called it, they were planning a nostalgic trip to Turks and Caicos with plans to recreate photos from past trips to the island. That's how it's written.
I'm not absolving the 21-year-old daughter who made the mistake. She's going to lose out on that first day of the trip. She's going to have to go get her passport. They're not going to make an exception at the airport.
But if mom is always paying for her mistakes, why should she have to continue to pay for them? Especially one that might be very costly.
Well, who can absorb the cost either? The near retirement age parent or the 21-year-old who's never held a job for very long?
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I could assume that it's a well-to-do family.
If she's got a New York City apartment, she must be doing all right. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting that you would be defending the daughter, and I'm sitting here defending the parent.
So you would go. You would take the trip on your own.
Oh no, I would probably. I mean, again, if I'm a single parent, and now I'm looking at it going, wow, I got a room to myself. Let's go. Who am I going to meet?
I don't think I would go.
I probably
get on
wouldn't
the flight.
I don't.
And the trip's paid for. I get on the flight.
I'm thinking of myself right in this exact moment. I would still want to go, but if the trip was to be with my daughter, I would say, let's go get your passport. We'll try to rebook this flight, I guess. I'm hoping you got some travel insurance.
But you got to book 2 new flights now. You already
I don't
didn't.
know.
I mean, look.
I'm not the type to
Yeah.
travel on my own.
if she's,
So
and if she's 21, why would you sit there and assume that she's 60 years old? I mean, if a 21-year-old daughter, I mean, she could be 45.
Heather, what's the age gap between you and your daughter?
a lot.
Okay, so it happens.
37 years.
So
All right, well,
it happens.
okay, yeah. Lucy's 20,
Okay, how old's Teddy compared to you?
and I'm 50.
Right. Well, it's not impossible
So it
to
doesn't.
suggest.
I'm not near retirement age.
My point is the
I
mother.
don't have the cane and the walker ready to go. I don't need my daughter to help me onto the plane and help me off and help feed me food.
The mother in this case has been working for decades and is traveling to Turks and Caicos. She's got a little cash. The 21-year-old daughter screwed up. It's her own fault. But are you going to cancel the trip entirely? No. Are you going to find a way for her still to get there? I would hope so. You want to spend time with your daughter.
Yeah,
You
but
figure out, you help your daughter get her passport, and then you say, hey, guess what? You're going to pay me back. You're going to pay back this
Okay.
money. Set up a
Could be
payment
one
plan if
outcome,
you need
sure.
to do that if she doesn't
Yeah.
have all the cash immediately at hand.
But I couldn't imagine just saying, I'm spending the whole time without you.
Oh, no, I don't.
I don't
That's
think
not
I
what I would
would.
do.
But I'm also I'm if I wanted to go and still have a good time, and if I don't go, I lose the entire cost of the trip.
Right. You go. You get on the plane.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we came to the same conclusion. I go,
But then I
and-
get my daughter there too. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of taking this trip.
Not really. Not the entire purpose.
Yes, I think it does. That was the purpose of the trip.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go on a vacation by myself,
No.
not to Turks and Caicos. If I was going across the border to go fishing and Jack left his passport, I'd still go fishing.
You guys aren't asking the right question. Is the mom and daughter hot?
Already
Cyrus
did.
in the
John
truck.
already asked.
Already did.
Of course he did.
Maybe she just wants to bang.
Of course, Cookies is on the daughter's side. They're the same age, and he expects to be treated spoiled from his mommy and daddy, too.
Yeah, mom, dad.
Key part of the
please.
story, the daughter's 21, well into adulthood, time to grow up. Another says 21 is an adult. Why should the mom lose any money? Because the daughter's not responsible. Mm-hmm. First world problems.
Exactly.
Yeah, on Twitch, sounds like Costa is a silver spoon mama's boy.
All right. We got a Duran update. What do you want me to say?
You're the one that wanted to go deeper into this.
I did. I know
think
how this
we have-
always goes.
We've probed it enough.
I'm just saying the 21-year-old version of me versus the 33-year-old version of me is different. This person just starting out doesn't have the same access. I'm assuming that
Well, that's a pretty big assumption.
I don't think it's a big assumption to assume that the mother is more
mom is
well-to-do than the
working
daughter.
3 jobs. She just put this daughter through college, and now all of a sudden, hey, she's scratched together enough to be able to take him on this trip. She's not going to lose it,
So am I to
and
understand?
maybe she can't afford to do it for her daughter.
So look, me getting dogged, that's just par for the course. Are we to assume, though, that most people out there think the mom was right to leave her daughter and do the solo trip? Is that what I'm led to believe?
Yeah,
Online, it was split. It was some said, teach her a lesson. Others said, well, the point of the trip was to get your daughter there, too. Everyone had their own opinion, but yes, some people
apparently
said
we have
yes.
our own opinions here as well.
We sure do. Okay, Jalen Duran, you do have an update. We'll pass that along, give that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. We got retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins, can't afford fire damage, and certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. You got security cameras, fire protection, access control, live local monitoring backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and you want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
I've got a Jalen Duren update. When we last talked Friday, there was a report that he was at odds with the Pistons, wanted to explore a sign and trade, wasn't happy with the gap in negotiations. Later that day, it came out, team plans on keeping him. What's the number? That's what we want to know. Hoops Hype has the scoop after talking to some NBA executives. They project that Duren will remain with the Pistons and land somewhere in the mid-30s. Once the smoke clears from negotiations, there's a belief Duren is seeking close to 40, but that will land somewhere in the mid-30s.
Okay.
Cool with it?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think when we had discussed this, I think the playoffs were even still going on. There was a report that he was going to get, the Pistons were going to be forced to pay him somewhere around 43, 44 million, no matter what. And I think both of us said, "Oh, that seems a little bit steep." And I think if he was to land right around 35, while you need to see more production in the postseason, I think that's right about where he will fall. That's where others would pay him. So, okay. I don't have an issue with that. And there's a lot of people that would say, well, you're still overpaying him. Well, I understand that.
That's kind of the camp I'm in. I'm not excited to pay Jalen Duren. And I can come to grips with it if they save enough to still add enough. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I look at Isaiah Hartenstein, who's making $25 a year on his new deal. 9-9 in the playoffs. People will be insulted I compare Jalen Duren to him. Well, Duren wasn't a double-double guy in the playoffs either.
Yeah.
Duren's young. He can get better. Fine. If you pay Duren too much to the point where you can't make the other impactful moves, you're screwed. You're screwed. You did the Andre Drummond, DeAndre Ayton thing. So I think it's important that Langdon has his line in the sand, that he won't overpay. And it sounds like, to him, 35 is the right number to still let him do his job. So I'm going to hold him to, if you get the savings, doing your job and filling out the roster. Yeah. But if trading Stu and saving a couple bucks on Duren is Isaiah Joe and Norm Powell, I don't think that's enough to bridge the gap and win an NBA championship. I'm holding out hope, got my hopes up last week, that the savings is used in a real impactful way.
Right, because we started thinking about the savings without Duren, where you would have, instead of the 30 to 40 million to spend in free agency, you were going to have, what did we determine it was, and some of that was eaten up by Isaiah Joe, around 70 to spend. And you bring in a guy like Isaiah Joe and still be able to go out there and get your Trey Murphy to go along with Cade, because Isaiah Joe is not a creator. He is I'm going to find my spot. As soon as I get the ball, I'm going to shoot, and I'm going to knock down a high percentage of them, but I can't create my own shot. I'm not going to create enough offense, because I think he averages like 1.5 assists per game. So it's not like he's finding the open man either.
Duren at 35, if that's the number, you cool with it. 248-539-9797. I could get cool with it, but I don't think I would be cool with it immediately. Just to reset, he was the number one player at shots inside of 5 feet, and that stuff was taken away from him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he looked like a player that's not worth $10 million a season. I understand he's going to get more than that, but I'm concerned about his ability to be an offensive force come playoff time without any jump shot. I mean, he hardly shot outside of 10 feet, and he was 31% shooter when he did. I'm very concerned that he's not an elite rim protector, he's not a jump shooter, and you can take away his offense in the postseason.
And you wouldn't go into an offseason or enter into a contract. You wouldn't think you would. You'd be 100% more satisfied if it wasn't, hey, we're going to pay this $35 million a year, and it'll be good if.
Right.
If
contingent
we
upon
continue to space the floor, if we can find that second creator to go alongside Cade Cunningham, if we can continue to space the floor. Like, you pay a guy $35 million and you're thinking, all things being equal, he's good on his own.
Right. Like Rudy Gobert is in this threshold.
Yeah.
And he is twice the blocks a game, and he's an elite rim protector. And even he sometimes gets run off the floor in the NBA playoffs. The Rockets recently signed Sengun to a similar deal, about $37 million a year. Can't shoot threes, good passer, but depending on who you ask, they don't love that contract already in Houston. So I'm an Asar guy, which puts me at odds with Duran at times, and you can make it work, but you're going to need to make other moves around him, and that's where Trajan will have to pay it off. He's setting himself up to have that impactful offseason.
Yeah. Well, and we hear it from everybody that the Pistons could be the story of the offseason.
Yeah, I thought I just saw someone quote Bill Simmons that he thinks Detroit is an up-to-something team, that we're up to something here.
Well, we kind of feels like
Yeah.
like they've been up to something for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Since they traded Isaiah Stewart. Okay, they're up to something.
248-539-9797.
So how big is the sign and trade market right now for Duran? Like, do you think there's legitimate teams out there that would get him to sign a contract and force the Pistons' hand?
Well, there's two different things. Sign and trade, they don't have to have the cap space.
Correct.
And there would definitely be a bigger market for that would welcome more teams.
As long as there's a team that wants to pay him that much money.
Right. But the Pistons don't have to engage those teams if they don't have the money to even get in on the initial offer.
Well, you mentioned the offseason of, okay, let's say it's 35 to Duran, and Thompson's in the same boat that Duran was. And the thought is they want to extend him, so you're paying him. And then you go get a guy like a Norm Powell, which would probably be the ceiling on a free agency that they could get, a free agent that they could get.
Yeah.
And you move Duncan Robinson because you got two shooters now. Does that team's not good enough to win a championship?
No, let's say you even keep Duncan. You got three shooters. None of those guys are create their own shot guys. They're certainly needed, but it didn't solve the, hey, Cade's getting blitzed at half court problem. It didn't solve who's playing power forward. I mean, so Tobias is coming back in this scenario too, I assume. I don't know that they're significantly better, and they need to be if they're going to win an NBA championship.
Right.
The East is getting significantly better.
I mean, the only thought I've been having is maybe, because I personally don't think there is a world where there's common sense to give Duran and Thompson those contracts. And I would sign Thompson, but maybe there's a world where they take this team to the court that we're talking about, hypothetically, and they look good and they can move off of Duran in a year. I don't know.
Text says, who is Isaiah Joe? You keep bringing him up. He was a three-point shooter for OKC.
Yeah, they traded for on Friday.
Couple second-round picks. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Tigers do not get a day off after completing their 10-game homestand against the Astros yesterday. Detroit lost that home finale 7-5 despite having a 3-run lead in the 7th inning. Houston scored all 7 runs against Drew Summers, Kenley Jansen, and Kyle Finnegan in their comeback win yesterday. Tigers are now 35-49, 14 games below 500. They're 9 games back in the AL Central and 6.5 games out of a wild card spot. Tonight they play the Yankees in the first of a 3-game series in the Bronx. First pitch is coming up at 7:05 this evening. Casey Mize will pitch for Detroit. And some light-breaking news from Shams Charania on free agency eve in the NBA. Here he is on SportsCenter moments ago. Kawhi has said he will not re-sign long-term anywhere other than Toronto or San Antonio. The knockout stage resumes today in the World Cup as there's a massive match coming between Brazil and Japan at 1 o'clock today. Canada defeated South Africa 1-0 yesterday with a goal in the 92nd minute to advance to the round of 16 for the first time ever. The other knockout games today include Germany and Paraguay at 4:30 and then Netherlands-Morocco at 9 p.m. And the Travelers Championship playoff between Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland starts in just a few moments after they ran out of daylight at TPC River Highlands yesterday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 9 o'clock hour. Thanks for hanging out with us today. It's going to be a hot week with the heat dome looming. John's got the ways to beat the heat with an impromptu power surge, 9:35.
Lots of ways.
Got an update on Dylan Larkin. Steve Yzerman spoke over the weekend. We have some feedback on Jalen Duren. If it's $35 million a year, mid-30s, are you good with that? Text says, so Duren 35, but Duren 30, but Brunson's only 39 million? No way. Brunson famously took less.
Right.
If they re-sign Duren to a contract over 30 a year, I could see Cade requesting a trade in a couple years. The second and third highest players on the team can't be Duran and Asar. Need a stretch 4 to pair with Cade.
Yeah, but that's Cade's running mate. That's his bro.
Yeah, might be on Team USA together. New name for the center, Darko Duran. Yeah, you're not getting a lot of people excited to pay Jalen Duran.
Duran's still a good player, and there's a place for him. I think the big issue is that everybody's having is, one, the performance we saw in the postseason. But it's also, if you're going to pay him $35 million, you would think that he would be a little bit more self-contained than he is. You wouldn't sign a guy to $35 million a year for 4 years, which is, okay, what is that, $140 million? And then still say, well, it'll be really good signing if we can continue to space the floor. It's really good if we can go get Trey Murphy.
And I want to make sure we echo what Trajan talked about, how before they pay Asar and Duran, they have additional options to improve this roster. Once they pay those guys, they won't. Which is why I'm continuing to wait to see who else they shoehorn in before paying Asar and before locking Duran up to a big number. I mean, that is the answer, right? I mean, he did say that at his postseason press conference that their optionality will go away once they pay these guys. Well, this is the opportunity to add. They traded away Beef Stew. That's a culture guy. They're sitting on cap space. They're going to be saving some cap space with the Duran deal. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Before we get into the Yzerman-Larkin stuff, I made a Tiger comparison earlier. I want to know if this comparison is fair or foul.
Okay.
So the Tigers are, we've said this, a 500 baseball team that had a terrible month of May, right? And they've just kind of been bumping along in June, roughly a 500 ball club. They've won 4 series. They've lost 4 series. Before Scott Harris came to Detroit, he worked in San Francisco with the Giants. His old boss had one 100-win season in 2021 and hovered around 500 the rest of the time before ultimately being fired. The Tigers' 100-win season came at the end of 24 and the start of 25, but it's been the same thing here in Detroit.
So it just didn't happen in one season.
Yeah. We got our 100 wins spread out, a 100-game stretch, but not all at one season. Is the comparison fair that they've largely just, hovered around 500, that this isn't really going anywhere, the same way it really wasn't going anywhere in San Francisco?
Well, that's what the track record says. Yeah. I mean, you can't argue what history tells you, even though it's only a couple of years. That's what the numbers say.
And I realize they dealt with the Dodgers and we're not dealing with the Dodgers, but.
Well, I think we're at a huge inflection point where when Scott Harris took over, all we heard from him and AJ and the organization was, well, we have to decide, we've got to figure out who our core is. And we didn't really like the options at the time. Those options have improved. The inflection point that they're at is, what do they get for Tarek Skubal? Do they get more now if they trade him now, or do they get what they need and what they want, what they deserve if they wait till the trade deadline? I don't really care when it happens, just the fact that this team is not going to be a postseason team. Can we just admit it? We can enjoy the rest of the baseball season, and maybe you enjoy it more if you just come to that conclusion. But if you want what's best for the organization, it is to trade Tarek Skubal, because he's not going to be back next year, whether there's baseball or not. Mm-hmm. Get as much as you can for him and start adding more prospects, more good players to the core so that you can take another run at it in a year or two. And it might even be next year.
So, I mean, you're basically the Twins from last year, where you're selling off anybody that's contract is expiring, right?
Yeah.
As long as you can get something for it, it's better than nothing. You don't plan on any of these guys being in your future. You know that if they lose these next 2 games after everything we went through in June, the record would be 500.
Yeah, they'd be 16 under, again, the same way they started the month of June.
Makes your head hurt.
The deadline is when? August 3rd? That sounds right? Okay. I mean, you've heard of the 25 days of Christmas. We're going to be coming up on the 25 days till the deadline. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
We could talk about making that into content, because that's going to be the only content there really is with this group heading into the deadline, is going to be who do they sell and for what?
Exactly, because you go to New York here for 3, then Texas, who's in the wild card race for real. And, if you have a 2 and 4 worse, and I think both the Pistons and Wings will have done something to decide their future here, that the Tigers going into the All-Star break will be
In a position to do.
and the league will be talking about it. All the insiders every day will have stuff because you've got the best guy available, and then you've got other pieces too.
Okay.
It's just trade central around here. Yet nothing happens. We're just sitting here still and nothing's happened yet. It's
Right.
driving me nuts.
On July 9th, we'll be 25 days out from the deadline. We can kick off our 25 days of deadline miss.
Which team do you think gets the best outcome? You think it's the Pistons, the Wings, or the Tigers?
I got my answer. Tom?
Go.
Pistons.
I think that's the easy answer.
I think it's
call
actually
it-
the Tigers.
But I think the Tigers have the most valuable chip, and
Yeah.
it just depends. We just don't know quite yet how that market's going to develop. Well, if you get a couple teams that want to go for it before this lockout, we've got this. This is the wild card in this. You got an unbelievable pitcher that's usually not available, and then you have a looming lockout. That is
but-
the recipe for a higher price than you might have thought.
And teams that have to face the Dodgers at some point.
Yep.
Fair. Can I filter in who's making these decisions? The deadline has not been kind to Scott Harris.
Well, okay, but what do we know about? We don't know enough about Trajan Langdon.
Right, but I know he's got Cade Cunningham. It's going to work out just fine for these guys, and they have a chance to add to it. I don't know that it's going to work out just fine for the Tigers.
I would say I would trust Langdon simply because there seems to be at least aggressive rumors with the Pistons here. There's been some things that have floated out over the last couple of weeks.
I also like that it's not a blank check to Jalen Duren. I don't know that I'm going to love the number they settle on, but I do think he has a good head on his shoulders, Trajan.
Yeah. We'll see.
Who was the other team in the mix there? You said so. It was the Tigers.
Oh,
It was the Pistons. Who was the
What if Iserman
Tigers,
blows us away?
Pistons.
and
Red Wings.
Red Wings. Oh my. Okay. Steve did speak. Greg, can we play that for people? And we have a bunch of questions. One is, do you approve of how Steve Yzerman is handling this? They did not trade Dylan Larkin at the draft. They are not guaranteeing they will trade Dylan Larkin at all. By the way, July 9th, the day after the bobblehead day, the 25 days of deadline list. None of what he said was surprising. John, you've been saying there's a chance Dylan Larkin's here in October. You feeling better about that now?
I think that every day that goes by, that option is ticking higher on the availability. It just because, and the reason I said it originally was just because we all know that Steve Yzerman is stubborn. We all know that he's going to drive a hard bargain. And everything that he said there was exactly what we would thought that Steve Yzerman would say. My job is to get the best deal, to do the best thing for the Detroit Red Wings. Damn everything else or everyone else, it's going to be what is best. And the problem, I think, is it's what is best in the moment, not necessarily for what it might look like in a year, 2 years, because a lot of what he has done is, hey, we're going to draft, we're going to develop, and those drafts have not developed enough to where you're taking those next steps. He hasn't been active in free agency. Yes, last year, he added a player at the deadline. Okay, how are you going to continue to make this team better?
Yeah.
Can you do it in a way that convinces Dylan Larkin the best place for him is still in Detroit?
And by the way, I'm not killing him for the last deadline. Maybe people wanted more out of Falk. I thought he was fine. the process was, hey, I got to get this team better so I can keep everybody happy and win, and they didn't. But I thought the process was more of what we've needed to see. But is it too little too late? In the eyes of Dylan Larkin, he asked out. The answer is yes. The idea that he'd still be here when we get to October, when we're playing regular season hockey games, fans are saying we're going to boo this guy from the rafters. Is he going to have the C at that point? Going to strip it off of him? Someone asked if Steve Yzerman will laser beam it off of him earlier. And then it's this awkward thing. Like, he's here, he's going to play, he's going to score goals. Are we going to cheer when he scores goals? And it's just going to hang over the franchise. In the meantime, they're not going to be getting significantly better, right? I mean, deals are being made in the NHL, and free agency's coming up, and the Red Wings are frozen. Steve Yzerman is in his 8th offseason, frozen. So you can talk tough, and you can maintain a hardline stance. He shouldn't just give Dylan Larkin away. He shouldn't settle, given this could be a franchise-altering trade. I want to make sure I stress that to people. Right. At the same time, doing what's best for the Detroit Red Wings means resolving this so you're not frozen in your 8th offseason, so that the reputation of the franchise isn't further tarnished. You treading water, jogging in place, circling the drain, and missing the playoffs again next year just to get an extra draft pick, I don't really know why that's seen as strength from Steve Yzerman. It's not. It's mutually assured destruction. It's Russia and the U.S., and if someone drops a nuke, we all die. Like, there's no winner here if you guys play this game. You got to get a deal done. It's our version of the Cold War, John.
Right, but what does that deal done mean? It doesn't have to be Dylan Larkin is gone.
So you have floated this out there that they could keep him by making him happy.
Sure, by making him happier and willing to stay and willing to bury the hatchet with Steve Yzerman. And it's whether it's free agency, whether it's a trade, they add somebody of significance that makes this team better, that makes Dylan Larkin better.
I got a name if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
Would love to.
Mm-hmm. The ultimate olive branch. We'll call him the olive branch if they get this deal done. It's 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver. You could be doing everything right and still get hit, and maybe you never even saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with so many more people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, and don't even talk about the construction. If you're injured, call David Femininio and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
That's Steve Yzerman. Do you approve of the job he's doing, John? You've talked about it. 5 years left on the deal. Steve not in a hurry. No guarantees. Could Larkin be here when the season starts? We throw that out to you guys. Are you Team John? Are you starting to believe this is a real possibility? Dylan Larkin is a Red Wing come the start of the season. And now you had said, is there a way they can make him happy to be a Red Wing at the start of the season?
Yeah.
Got a name for you and permission to start fantasy radio.
Sure, go for it.
This is Fantasyland because I don't know that the Wings are a destination or could be convinced or could convince someone to come here. But the name that we've been waiting for is Zach Werenski. Michigan kid, Norris Trophy winner, famously friends with Dylan Larkin. Roommates with Dylan Larkin on the Michigan hockey team. Zach Werenski said, I'm not extending my contract in Columbus. I got 2 years left, and then I'm hitting the road. In other words, you have permission to trade me. Mm-hmm. John, this would be the Quinn Hughes that they whiffed on. The offensive defenseman who beat out Quinn Hughes to win the Norris Trophy. This is something that could make the Red Wings better and make Dylan Larkin happy and make the Red Wings whole again. That's the olive branch.
I mean, yes. The question is, okay, there's a lot of trades that we have talked about here in Detroit where we instantly say, yeah, we would love to have that player. Do we have enough that Columbus would say, yeah, I'm going to ship him up to Detroit?
Well, I would hope so. I mean, we've been stockpiling for this is now 8 drafts.
Right. Yeah, that's not. But is that how Columbus feels?
Right.
Where they look at at our prospects and say, okay, well, yeah, I'll take X, Y, Z, and give me A, B, and C.
So let me give you my first offer. I would throw Axel Sandin Pellikka, young puck-moving defenseman, to help them lose Werenski. I would give them 2 first-round picks and their choice of Casper or Danielson, a young center that they could plug in the second or third line someday. Mm-hmm. If they say, absolutely not, that's insulting, we have far better offers, I'd be a little surprised. But I would be willing to include Edvinsson if it really came down to it. And I think they would have included Edvinsson for Quinn Hughes if they knew he was extending. So if you knew Werenski was extending, ... you'd be willing to give up Edvinsson. They should be able to get it done if he wanted to come here.
Yes. I mean, the question is going to be, so does Werenski have a no-trade clause?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you've got to convince him. There would have to be a conversation between him and Larkin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that's common sense.
Yeah, he has a full no move, no trade clause.
So I would anticipate he doesn't say yes to Detroit without knowing that Dylan Larkin is going to be here.
Right. This would have to be a powwow.
And the question then is, if he is on his way up to Detroit, is Dylan Larkin going to say, yeah, I'll stay and play with him. I'll stay and let's roll this back again. We're a better team than we were last year. Can we be better than 92 points with Werenski?
Can we make up 6 to 8 points and be a playoff team? And then the question that Larkin would have to ask himself is, even if the answer is yes, do I see a Stanley Cup happening while I'm in my prime? Or I can golf with Zach in the summer. Still trade me. I don't know. And then the other part, let's say that Larkin could successfully convince Werenski to come here, or they could all huddle up and agree that sing kumbaya, he comes here, Larkin's happy, Yzerman can swing the deal. Does it bother you at all that your players have to like browbeat your general manager to do his job? Like, if not for this outlandish S-storm, the deal doesn't happen. Isn't that kind of an indictment on the guy in the GM chair if stuff only happens when you shake the pitchforks and torches?
Yes, on the surface, yes.
Okay.
But was this a deal that he was looking at, or something similar, and this was the free agency period, or this was the offseason where he had earmarked, like, okay, this is when we're gonna start adding pieces. We're gonna trade some of those prospects. We're gonna trade some future draft picks. We'll trade some guys that are on the roster.
Oh, they'd smooth it over. I mean, it wouldn't be finger pointing. It'd be arm in arm, and here we go.
Kumbaya.
Yeah. Tex says, Jimmy, you got to stop acting so desperate and demanding a trade get done with urgency. Relax. Look, in terms of radio content, they can drag this out all summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're talking about the Tigers.
So it's really not about like selfishly radio guy wants team, hey, poke stick, do something. I like take your time, man. I mean,
Well,
leak this out. It's going to stretch even longer for us, make our job easier.
We need more leaks though than once a month from. Because I think it does
Yzerman's
make my head
It
hurt
gets
at times.
exhausting.
He is going to address it at the end of this next week, I think, with the start of free agency. Some additional update. Because whether it's on Larkin specifically, there were questions, including by Wojo, how does this impact the rest of your job? I mean, that we will get another piece of the puzzle at the end of the week. Now, if I'm a guy in that dressing room, I want this resolved. If I'm a player on the roster, I want to know we're moving forward. If I'm Alex DeBrincat, I want to know what's going on. If I'm a paying customer, I'll put that on for a second, then put that hat on. I want to know what's going on. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can grab one today at 7-Eleven or Speedway. The annual Detroit Burger Battle celebrated its 10th anniversary over the weekend, and this year's grand prize came with kind of this extra title, Burger of the Decade.
Oh.
Pretty fancy schmancy. The honor went to BurgerFi in Northville for its Rodeo Burger. So the Rodeo Burger just wowed the judges with its 2 all-beef patties, topped with grilled jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, fried onions, and barbecue sauce. The owner of BurgerFi called the win unbelievable. They take home a check for $1,000 and a trophy as well. So good for them. Go grab one if you've never had one. Apparently, it's
sounds great.
Pretty darn good. It was a historic weekend for Michigan State hockey at the NHL draft. A record 9 Spartan commits heard their names called, including 5 first-round picks. That broke a program record of 8 draftees in both 1990 and 2025. And then on top of that, Michigan State will also set an NCAA record when its 9 first-round draft picks hit the ice in 26. So pretty cool. That's the most on a college hockey roster in history, breaking the previous record of 7 held by Michigan in 21-22.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, they had the number 7 overall pick, 15, 17, and then 30, 31 to round out the first. Also, I picked 33, too. I mean, they're a loaded roster, and Nightingale's done a great job, but I know every Spartan fan's thinking,
Got to go further.
get us to the Frozen Four and win us a national title then. You got enough talent to do it.
Yep. The Buffalo Bills are making it clear how they want to tell their history at their new stadium. So despite being one of the greatest players in franchise history, O.J. Simpson will not be honored in the team's new Family Circle display when the new Highmark Stadium opens in September. Team officials simply said that Simpson is not a fit for the exhibit, and it's likely he'll be the only name from the old stadium's Wall of Fame that won't be honored.
Not surprised. It's an easy transition. It's the time if they're going to do it.
Because they chose to keep him up at the old stadium.
Right. But
now
they
they have the
chose not
chance.
to have the ceremony. They put him up. He was the first one.
Right.
They chose not to have the ceremony to take it down. They're just not transitioning it to the new stadium.
Well, and I think I don't know where I stand on it, because there are guys that you'd like to say, I want to separate what they did on the football field, and there are certainly some bad dudes that made the Hall of Fame and are recognized on other teams.
Yeah, in all the Hall of Fames.
So where do you...
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
There's a 96-year-old party animal that is facing eviction from
This is
her
amazing.
nursing home, a retirement home, after throwing some what they call ragers. So she's an internet superstar, apparently has millions of followers, 4 million Instagram followers, 12.6 million TikTok fans. Lillian Droniak. She was warned that she could get the boot from her Connecticut retirement home if she doesn't stop throwing these parties with all of her friends. But she's like this feisty great grandma, and she says, you know what? You can't stop me. So she posted this video. She only follows one person, by the way, which is her grandson, Kevin, who started her account. But she kind of reads this letter that she got from the nursing home, right? That says parties are not allowed. You cannot serve alcohol to other residents. And this letter serves as a final warning. Then she takes that letter, rips it up, drops it on the floor, and says, I can do whatever I want. I pay $12,000 a month to live here, and I can party if I want to.
Wow.
We're going to drink and gossip. It's not a party, but we do get rowdy. I can't help it. it. I love the party. You can't stop me. And then she kind of like, woohoo, wheels off in her wheelchair and let the party go.
Did you see her shirt?
I read what it said somewhere. I
It's
didn't
to-do
see
list,
it, but
and then
yeah?
underneath it says your dad.
oh no!
No way.
And it's crossed out like check that box.
Sounds like she
This
just
is
has a really great
unbelievable.
sense of humor.
Yeah.
Always had. Her grandson says that what you see online is what
Yeah.
she's really like in person.
Have you
And-
guys
her.
watched Landman at all?
No, I know I want to.
So it's been out long enough.
I
Okay,
know.
not much of a spoiler to the topic, but they go to one of the senior homes and take all the seniors on a road trip to a strip club.
Fun.
It's hilarious. Hilarious.
Finally, Uruguay's rough World Cup exit just got a little, I guess, more uncomfortable for all the players. Did you hear what happened to
No.
them? Well, the governing body of their soccer team opted to cancel the charter flight home, and instead, all the players now have to fly commercial.
You want to talk about petty?
But tell me, as a fan, you've never thought that about one of your teams. They can walk home if they're going to play that way.
Yeah. Get a boat and row.
World Cup's heating up. U.S. going to play on Wednesday.
Norway does it.
Yes, they row the boat. It's one of the great celebrations that I've learned about. I did not know anything about the Norway fans, and they are a lot of fun.
I don't know if it's me. I hit a lull, like once the U.S. had already advanced and they were playing kind of a meaningless game, but I am revved right back up. I was watching Canada yesterday.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's a knockout
Knockouts.
round. It's elimination. And it's, yeah. The group play took so long.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Forever. Anyway, John's got ways to beat the heat coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch any sport, doesn't matter what it is, but we got football on the horizon. That's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill at one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street, something everyone should witness. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, there's nothing like feeling the feeling of holding the keys to your first home. But in today's market, getting to that front door can feel out of reach. And I'm here to tell you that's where my friends at First Merchants Bank come in. They offer incredible programs for first-time home buyers, and I'm talking about down payment assistance, grants up to $10,000, options with no down payment, and below-market interest rates to keep your monthly payment more manageable. Since 1893, they've been the dependable choice for neighbors just like you and me. You know, that's exactly where I scored my first mortgage, and I love that they're not just a lender, but rather a community-focused partner that moves with the speed and agility you need to win in a fast-paced market. Stop wondering what if and start planning. They offer free mortgage consultations to help you map out your journey. Contact my friends at First Merchants Bank today to get started. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. FirstMerchantsBank.com if you want to learn more.
Wrapping up the show, get you to Carson Anderson here shortly. Text coming in. Dave in a van, buy a mister and hanging up outside. Immediate drop in temperature. As soon as you turn it on, it's amazing.
Like one of those at Cedar Point, you walk by and you just, or the zoo has them now.
Yeah, we used to
They're
have them on the
great.
sideline. I don't like. I think we've had this discussion before. Like at night, I can't have a fan blowing on me,
When
and
it's-
I hate the misting. I would always come to the sidelines and tell them to turn it off because it just drives me nuts.
Really?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
when it's 100 degrees?
You're on that
Oh
turf.
my gosh, that's
Well,
got to feel
technically,
amazing.
it's only gonna be like 97.
It's going to feel like over 100, John,
It'll feel
to
different to
your
everyone.
body.
Weren't you in the Michigan-Virginia game?
Yeah,
That was the first August game, I think, ever at the Big House, and it was like pushing upper 80s that day.
yeah.
I had to feel real good. We're tough. It doesn't matter.
I just hated the wind blowing on me, and I hated the mister. I couldn't take it.
I don't want to gloss over you dogging on Real Feel. You just don't buy Real Feel.
No.
Whether it's cold, we've done it in the winter. We say, John, I know it says 22 degrees, but it feels like 9. And you don't want to hear it. And we tell you
No.
it's going to be 95, but feel like 105. And
Don't tell me what it feels like. I'll tell you how I feel.
he can't be saved, Heather.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we were just talking off the air. When we were younger, because we're close to the same age, and we both had paper routes in the summer of 88, and
Yeah.
it was 40, 90-degree days and 5 100-degree days. This heat, when it's like this with the humidity, it seemed like when we were a kid, the wind would come with the heat. The wind would have to bring the
heat in,
warmth
yeah.
from the south. And it seems like we didn't have these stagnant days where you could hardly even breathe.
Yeah. Yeah, the good old days. We didn't have AC either, and that's when I remember distinctly there was 2 things that happened. I think it was when my parents put in an attic fan so that it would draw in some of that outside air, and even if it only got to like 75 at night, it was still cooler than it was inside. And then they splurged on an AC window unit.
Oh, game changer.
Yeah, so it was me and my 2 brothers. We were in one room, mom and dad across the hall in the other, and we had taken this, I don't know, it's like a roll-up room divider, and we put it in the hallway so that then we would like tape it to the bottom so it would block off all the air and try and trap all the cold air upstairs. People do any way that they can. They find a way to try and get cool, stay cool.
Yeah, I'd say you haven't lived life if you haven't gotten by with a window unit.
Yeah.
Tex says, do not underestimate a 5-minute cold shower. It helps you out for an hour.
Yeah. Cold water. Anytime, anywhere you can get to cold water. I'm not a huge fan of the cold shower, but
You got to do what you got to do. It says, alcohol is bad in the heat, John.
okay. Yes. I understand that it is dehydrating. So is coffee. I still like coffee.
You can do an
and-
iced coffee.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
When's the last time you had an iced coffee?
Never. Unfortunately, I had a sip of the kids. That's like the rage.
Yeah.
And so the kids will have one. I'll be like, yeah, let me have a sip of your coffee. And it's an iced one. Awful. Awful.
Heather,
I
thoughts
don't
on
drink
iced coffee?
coffee.
Oh, okay.
I've never had a nice coffee.
Okay.
I would imagine they're better than the regular coffee because they're loaded with sugar and things.
Oh, no, you can just have a black
Oh,
iced
you
coffee.
do? Oh,
Well,
gross.
you can. I'm not.
I don't know that anybody's ever ordered a black iced coffee, but yeah, you could.
I
if I
pictured them just being loaded with kind of sugar and other flavorings, and then I'd probably actually like it, but
Right.
I've just never had one.
Yeah, then you can have dessert.
Yeah, some of these iced coffees are desserts.
Yes, they are.
Throw in like cookie crumble and chocolate syrup, and it's like, okay, this is a dessert now, which is fine if you like dessert, but
Yeah.
it's not really coffee at that point. It says, best to stay cool, take a shower with peppermint soap, and then stand naked in front of the air conditioning duct. Signed, guy standing naked.
In front of the air conditioner. Yes. Like I said, cool off any way you can.
Got to do what you got to do.
Just hope that door's locked.
Yeah, that'd be a good
Yeah.
note.
Dad, what are you doing? Yeah, in a minute.
People loving heat dome as the latest
The heat dome,
weather
yeah.
vernacular.
What was the one you told us last week?
It's like it
Oh,
sounded
the derecho. It's a-
Derecho. I looked it up, and you were right. It's
I
like
told
a much larger area of severe storms, but I had never heard that one before.
tremendous winds.
I love some of the texts we got. Derecho, linebacker, Oklahoma State.
What do you like more, home or the heat dome or polar vortex? I never heard of the polar vortex of 2014.
I think I would. Polar vortex, I think is cooler.
I think it's cooler too.
It's obviously cold,
Both
but
literally and
yeah,
the word.
But yeah, the heat dome. Whatever.
What about bomb cyclone?
I like that one.
That one's
better.
pretty
Is
badass.
that the best
Yeah.
one? Yeah. Getting hit with a bomb cyclone this week.
Yeah.
And then it's like the same snow you've had your entire life.
Apparently, a lot of these weather terms, like derecho, is like an official. You looked it up. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of these are official terms that weathermen use. It's just now with internet and social media and all this stuff exploding.
Yeah.
More available to the average person. That's why they're getting out.
Yeah, and the drama that the weather individuals like to use.
Well, it's everything. 'Cause it's entertainment these days, right? They gotta.
Yeah, sure.
Really
They're gonna make
sell it to us.
more entertaining.
Do you guys think you're more right than weathermen?
Yes,
Well, it's sunny.
we're far from always right.
I'm 100%.
No, I think he's saying with sports. Do you get sports right
Oh,
more than
yes.
the weather guy gets the weather right? Not can you do the weather guy's job, John?
Look outside. I'll tell you what it is.
I'll tell you what, right now,
It's going to be sunny today.
it's going to be hot.
And since it's going to be hot and humid, there's a chance of thunderstorms later.
Chance. That's your word, right? If you're doing weather, there's a chance
Yeah.
of showers.
Chance of trade could happen today.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's let the day play out.
There you go.
Wow.
Gator, what's up? Doug, how's it going?
Morning. It's so unfair for the weather people in town when they do the weathercast in the local news, right? And they'll say, hey, it's supposed to be sunny and 75 today. It's a weathercast that's done really for the whole metro area. And each part might get something different, but they're going to get held to that standard, unless you're paying attention to, like, when they get really specific about when they show the map and the different things.
Right.
But
For
it's
all
like-
the 4 climates that we live in.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just, I feel bad for the weather people. They just don't have a chance. They
Not
just
like-
don't have a chance.
East Ann Arbor specifically is going to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Port Huron's different than
Yeah.
downriver, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
But yet,
They
hey,
see the same forecast.
Yeah, that's why they say like 30% chance of rain because
30% of the area might
get
a
it.
small
And,
storm.
yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway,
You guys going to do
It's
full?
not easy picking games either.
No.
No. I'd like to see the weather guys come in here and pick games on Fridays.
Oh, boy.
Heather's still on the trophy.
Right there at the top.
Yeah.
too.
A year ago.
Has been replaced.
Yeah. Year removed.
Supplanted.
Yeah, I know. Well, I see you're underneath there.
The most recent entry.
Top name is Heather.
Never mind.
I said top name. Stop it.
There you go.
Jim's on.
No, I think he said Heather. Never mind.
Stop.
Carson
Oh,
Anderson,
Stop.
Crossroads for our teams, champ and chump.
97-1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Good morning, Scott.
Morning, Doug.
What's up with you?
It's good to be back.
Yeah. Back in studio.
Yes.
Those shows are tough. Nobody cares, but those shows are tough. Doing them away from the studio. It's a lot of fun with those weekends, but it's the 10 to 2 part can be a bit of a challenge.
Yes.
We survived it.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not really complaining about it. No, it was a good time. We had stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Did you end up watching the NHL draft on Friday night?
I did. Now, before we get to the sports stuff,
Yeah.
you stayed up there.
I did. Well, I went further north to Charlevoix, basically. Right on. My buddy's got a place on Lake Charlevoix.
How was that?
It was fantastic. I mean, it was amazing last year. It's still amazing again this year. Although last year was just I was there for like 14, 16 hours. This time I stayed until Sunday morning. I left yesterday morning.
Yeah.
It was great. I mean, to take a boat everywhere you want to go is awesome. Mm-hmm. Let's go get some fish up at over by the bridge in Charlevoix. Sure, we'll do that. Want to go for a boat ride? Yep. I was like a dog. Let's go. Yep. He's like, do you want to go?
Gator's tail was wagging.
He's like, hey, I go pick up my wife at our friend's house. It's over on the point over here. Do you want to go? Want to go for a ride? Yeah. Hey, we're thinking about going out to dinner in Boyne City. We're gonna take the boat. Yep. Yeah, it was awesome. It was just a great time, and it's one of my oldest friends, so it was really great. Got to see his parents, his mom and stepdad. So that was nice, and just kind of hang out, and it was really kind of relaxing. When we weren't on the boat or getting something to eat, it was just sitting out in the back deck. And unfortunately, I was scrolling the whole time waiting to see if Dylan Larkin was getting traded. Mm-hmm. And I felt bad about that. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, but I'm sort of still on the clock here. Something goes. Yeah. But otherwise, it was a beautiful. Ended up being a beautiful Saturday. It was supposed to be even better yesterday, but I had to get back to the dog and get her home. And but it was it was right. I left at the right time yesterday, 8:00 in the morning. So made it home real quick.
You left at 8 a.m., huh?
8:10.
Wow.
8:10 was the time that I officially shuffled off. Yeah, and had to stop and get some gas and a little rest stop, and so it was 15 minutes. But I cooked, man. Yeah. I'd forgotten that the speed limit, they've changed it to 75 now on I-75 as you're north. Mm-hmm. At some point it drops back to 70, maybe by West Branch, maybe. I'm not sure. But, that helps. That helps. And that time in the morning, nobody's really on the road. So good times. But glad to be back. Glad to catch up on things. Not happy about the Tigers yesterday. I'm interested in what the Red Wings did in the draft. We got free agency negotiating period in the NBA starting tomorrow. Free agency in the NBA and NHL starts on Wednesday, being July 1st. There's a lot happening, Doug Karsch.
Yes, including Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Plenty to choose from on all sides. So get your Champ and Chump votes in. And, the one thing about the Tigers weekend is, and I'd prefer that they didn't define themselves to the negative, but they're defining themselves. You can't stay where they are right now and justifiably not sell. Like, they've got this month to the trade deadline where it's looking more and more like they're not going to make up ground on 500. 500 is where you got to be a wild card team, and they're 14 games below, dude. They're 14 games below.
Again.
Yeah. And they keep doing some goodwill stuff and then undoing the goodwill stuff.
A lot of teasing going on.
Yeah, and I haven't done the Gleyber Torres math, but we probably should have known when he got hurt again that things were going to unravel, and that's exactly what's happened. And it's not all injuries. They've counted on some guys that haven't come through for them. Probably the biggest example is the bullpen. But there are other examples. And it's a shame because you can see what this team is capable of, and we've seen it the last 2 years. But there have been some failings in terms of the players that they counted on. AJ's not having a great year. Scott Harris didn't find enough solutions, and it is what it is. It's a highly disappointing season, and the criticism is justified. With that said, I'm not at a breaking point with either AJ or Scott Harris, but they got some work to do.
Yeah, they do, and the work is going to be through trades, and AJ is going to have to do some work as well with the players that he's given. Scott Harris is going to have to change the roster, make some tougher decisions, and it's going to have to happen pretty quickly here. I mean, being in the same place you were a week and a half ago sucks, because it's been a couple times you thought, okay, here we go, tantalized and teased and really tortured. It's the three T's that go on, and this team just cannot stay out of their own way. I mean, it looked like, okay, they fell back a little bit and in a couple of the games in the middle of the week, but it's okay. They got Houston coming in for 4 games and should have won 3 out of the 4 games, if not all 4 games, and they didn't. They didn't for a variety of problems, and it's little things, and it's the bullpen. It's little things like, Outman being able to field a ball that bounces in front of him in center field and not muck it up. Well, he did. It's little things like you've got Colt Keith playing first base instead of Spencer Torkelson. He doesn't have the reps, and he's still a little confused on how to play, the base, and there's a throw coming across the field that's a little bit offline, but it's catchable, and he doesn't make the play. And these are things that kill them, that cost them 2 games. And then, of course, you've got a bullpen that is just incredibly flawed. This is not a good year for Will Vest. He's been a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde. And unfortunately, when we've seen that before, you saw the bad, but it was very infrequent. And now it's become way more frequent. And Kenley Jansen, I don't know what to say about that. That's just, it's incredibly predictable. It falls in line with every Tigers closer move they've made in the last 30 years, it feels like. Getting an aged closer, guy who still has something left, but now is showing that maybe not anymore. And that's where he's at. It's disappointing. I'm sure he's disappointed in it. And it's the whole team. It's where they're at right now, and the inconsistencies and the lack of attention to detail and doing the little things is killing them. Even with the stuff we talked about last week with at third base and with a third base coach, and even though it might just be an instance or 2, but they're recent. And when they pile together, they seem to glom together and build up steam going downhill. And next thing you know, every little mistake you're making is costing you a game instead of being able to overcome it because, we scored 8 runs. That's not the case.
All right, we do have some breaking news at this hour regarding the Detroit Pistons potentially, but it's certainly something that closes the loop on a story we've had here in Detroit. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, 9-year NBA veteran Malik Beasley has been indicted on federal charges for gambling related to a sports betting scheme, such as point shaving and prop bets. His attorney, Steve Haney, tells ESPN the government is coordinating a voluntary surrender of Beasley this week.
So, he's been indicted. Again, still has his day in court, but that doesn't sound good when you're indicted. I think that effectively closes the door, unless by some, I guess, I don't know, I want to say miracle, but by jurisprudence he is found not guilty. Then I guess, he's free to pursue a career again. But right now, it doesn't look like he's free to pursue a career. So perhaps the calls and texts can stop regarding Malik Beasley.
Kang shoot the boot guarantee.
This is why I haven't shot the boot yet, guys.
Well, the thing about this is we often ask ourselves the same questions the audience does. Why hasn't anybody re-signed him? Why haven't the Pistons re-signed him? One thing that we assume is that the NBA teams have more information than the general public does. A player that could help him is available. A player that was here is available. Why haven't the Pistons re-signed him? And I'm going to guess that the Pistons had some idea that the investigation into what was going on with Malik Beasley was rather serious. And serious enough that it led to this. Now he's due his day in court. But now you start thinking back, point shaving and prop bets while he was with the Pistons.
Well, Well, this isn't good news for anybody. Not for Malik Beasley, obviously, not for sports fans, not for Pistons fans. And this is not like how I want it to be right about him not playing for the Pistons ever again. Not. But I just, for, some of the things you just stated, Doug, the Pistons didn't sign him, but also the entire league didn't go after him. And people kept texting and calling, why not the Pistons? Well, everyone had a shot at him. And then Langdon even came out and said he's still under investigation. We haven't spoken to his camp. His camp hasn't spoken to us. All the signs were there that this was not going to happen anytime soon. Now we have this. Yeah. And then you go beyond that, like you mentioned, Doug. Point shaving. This is not just like a Piston issue. This is a sports issue, an NBA issue.
Yep. This is the kind of stuff between Sorsby and this and Damon Jones,
Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, whatever. I mean, anything.
Does this mean Malik is going back to college to play?
No, Gator.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, this is the worst case scenario when we start talking. Maybe this stuff's been going on all along, but when gambling became legal, it feels like it's more prevalent.
When you talk about prop bets, it's so easy to manipulate a prop bet.
Yep. It definitely is.
So I hope for the best, but kind of expect the worst in this one.
Yeah, this is a bummer, but I guess Detroit, now you have your answer. Why have the Pistons gone after Malik Beasley? Shams reporting, indicted today. Federal charges, gambling related to sports betting schemes such as point shaving and prop bets. And oh boy, you just think back to his time with the Pistons, and well, I guess we'll find out details as the story goes on of these accusations from his time in Detroit. Ugh. Champ and Chump, we'll get your phone calls and feedback. Monday, of course, here on Carson Anderson, if you want to keep continue with this. And look, there are a lot of people out there that have been skeptical about the results of sporting events for a long time. And I've always said the same thing. It never crosses my mind when I'm watching a game that this is going on. And maybe it should, but I can't authentically say when I see a result of a game I've ever thought of point shaving. 248-539-9797. Hey, injured, call Sam. Get the firm I trust on your side. I've known the Bernstein family for years, and they've been fighting for Michigan clients to get the results they deserve. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, dealing with a disappointing Tiger weekend. We'll get in the NHL draft if you want to go there, though. 248-539-9797. Minor update on Larkin from Steve Yzerman over the weekend. You got people writing about Skubal getting traded. You got Duran details perhaps coming out. Champ and Chump, all on the table. All will be discussed today. Let's get to your phone calls. Craig's in Farmington, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Craig.
Hey, guys. Champ and Chump. Chump, today's my birthday. Going to go tee it up here in a little while, but my champ are you guys. You get me through my work days and everything else, and really enjoy listening to you guys, and you guys are a great part of Detroit. So
thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot.
But you shouldn't be. Did he make himself the chump?
He chumped it. Yeah.
Because it's his birthday and he's playing golf? Dude, you're a boss. Today's your day. I'll take the champ vote. But
he chumped himself because today's his birthday and he's playing golf.
Ooh, you terrible person.
I think that has you leaning more towards being a champ.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's go to Kevin and Wixomere next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I got two champs. I got no chump. I got two champs.
Well, how about
first
one?
One is Gator.
Oh, two. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought you'd say that. Gator, that's the Michigan weekend, right? Being in at Shanty Creek and then heading over to Charlevoix in that Petoskey area.
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
It was
nice
awesome.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
So the real thing is, I think every time we hear of a guy getting caught or an investigation bearing some fruit into gambling, I think we ought to celebrate that a little bit, tiny bit, because it reminds us all, we all have that healthy skepticism that stuff goes on, right? But it reminds everybody that somebody is always watching. And I think it legitimizes the results even more when this stuff happens. And I know that's a little backward way of looking at it, but if nobody ever got caught, nobody would feel like there were good efforts going on to keep these guys in line. And the fact that every now and then somebody does get caught, I think it's a good thing. And I think it celebrates maybe the wrong word, but I think we ought to be happy that these things are going on and that they're happening.
You know, I guess it's an interesting perspective, and for people who don't know what you're talking about, to just flip their radios on. Of course, the Malik Beasley, if you missed it, has been indicted as part of a point shaving scheme and prop bets. Yeah, I suppose like the message is out there that you're not going to get away with this. That there are systems in place to red flag certain things, and that they're being monitored. And I suppose you're right. I hope that there's, in the new world where sports gambling is a more prominent part of our reality, maybe these are lessons that can only be learned the hard way.
And Doug, real quick, if I could, if you guys have, and I know you do, have any kind of ability to, to talk to somebody or interview somebody at one of these teams in town, I think it'd be fascinating to understand the hoops these guys got to jump through as far as forfeiting phone numbers and their cell phones and things to the security apparatus that they have to deal with in the NFL or the NBA or whatever it is, just to keep that stuff, because that's clearly how they're getting them, is on their phones. And I think it'd be interesting to find out what hoops they got to jump through, and then in spite of that, these idiots do it anyway.
I mean, look, people make terrible decisions. And when you see somebody who's got the world by the
short hairs,
and they're living the dream that many of us out there would love to live, you wonder how you can make that decision.
Well, the other thing is you're only jumping through hoops if you're doing something nefarious.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're not gambling, then you have no worries at all. And if somebody accuses you, I'd be, what do you need? But not everybody is like that. I get that, and you shouldn't always just forfeit your rights. You can fight things, but it's a situation where the guys that get caught doing that stuff, you shake your head like, how how did you did that? You were that brazen with it? Hopefully we'll hear more on this case and what's happening there, what kind of evidence they have soon, just to kind of get closure on this whole thing. But it seems like we're heading in that direction.
Regarding the Malik Beasley indictment, Grunguy says Doug is so naive when it comes to organized crime, still not involved in influencing college and pro sports. It blows my mind how naive he actually is. I mean, maybe I am naive, and I've addressed it in the past. It just never crosses my mind when I'm watching a game. It never authentically pops into my head that somebody is thrown a game. And I can't tell you why. I just, you know how things, you're suspicious of things and not sports related. Never been suspicious of that. And all I can say is I don't know why. I'm just not.
I think people that feel like it's widespread thing are probably gamblers to begin with, and they're looking for things to corroborate why what they thought was a sure thing did not end up being a sure thing.
Yeah.
And, there's a balance there. And I think sometimes it gets way out of balance with, well, I bet $100 on this and they were favored by 10. What happened? They just lost by 10. Well, let me go back and look at that play that didn't happen, that should have happened. And
right.
He threw it away. He shouldn't have thrown it away.
Let's go to Isaac in Royal Oak. You're next. Hello, Isaac.
I think the NBA's product is absolute garbage at this point. Between the load management, the flopping, the casual effort that you see during regular season games, the fact that they have super teams and the players basically control when and where they want to go, from where it was in the late 90s, early 2000s, even up to the going back to work Pistons where like effort was in play, I think it's ridiculous. And to think that Terry Rozier and Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups and Malik Beasley are the only, I'd be willing to bet if anything, like those are the people they've caught. There's far more people that are getting away with it. I think it's a terrible product. And the fact that Adam Silver has just ridden it into the ground because he's getting ratings in China and, India, it's sad. I used to love the NBA. I didn't watch one regular season Pistons game and they won 60 games. I tuned in for the playoffs. It's just, it's sad. I think it's a terrible product and it's only going to get worse.
Isaac, can I ask you a question? And I think for a scope of a little bit about you, how old are you?
42.
42. That's a little bit on the young side to be that cynical, but because I mean, when you were a kid, do you remember people telling you how much better sports was back in the day?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
But I grew up watching Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas and Barry Sanders and Steve Yzerman, and where like it was honor and it was a huge integrity, and you work hard and you play hard and you put the team first, all that nonsense. For now, just don't get dunked on and make sure your dance is ready when you are successful. Like, yeah, I think I'm turning into get off my lawn guy. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Look, I like I say about me, and I'm saying about you too. Your feelings are authentic. However, I'm not trying to convince you otherwise.
No, but I think it's interesting because it's like a generation difference.
Mm-hmm.
Our generation, we harken back to the 80s and how great the 80s was for basketball with, Bird and Magic and all that, and Michael Jordan starting to get going. But his generation is a different. It's late 90s, early 2000s generation, and that's what they grew up watching. I think every generation who grows up watching what they watch, that's what they're going to harken think is the best.
If you're 19, okay, and you're watching the NBA, you don't have a point of comparison. No. This is the only NBA you've known is what you started paying attention to when you were like 10 or whatever.
You're like Jokic and Doncic. These guys are great.
Yeah, this is your world, and flopping's no big deal. It's part of the game, and the rest of us are like, no, it's a big part of the game. It is a big deal, and it sucks. But it's interesting. 248-539-9797. Kang, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, he's probably just at the edge of they don't care about if you're watching or not age. You know what I mean? Like at that 40 plus. They did like to get that 40 to 45 area, but I think they really care about is 18 to 35 at best. You know what I mean? Like that's, and like you said, Doug, you perfectly. When you're 18, 19, 20, this is what you grew up watching. And if you like it, you like the superstars, you like the super teams, you like that the fact that there's been 8 different champions the last 8 years. That's what they know. He might have known dynasties, the Celtics, the Pistons, the Bulls, whatever, right?
Yep.
new generation, kind of new sport, new demographic. So I'm not in love with Adam Silver. I've made my complaints about the flopping and the way the NBA game is, but I also realize that they're getting tremendous ratings. Yes, a lot of it's international and they're streaming and things like that. The NBA contracts have never been bigger. They are $250 million. We're going to hear contracts coming up here once July 1st hits, right? Like, the game is in a healthy spot, whether he likes it or I like it or you like it. They must be doing something right. And so they're going to do.
Well, like you said, I mean, they've expanded you get to the international markets like China and India, where they're starting to hit those markets, and those are untapped revenue streams that could eventually dwarf what we have here in the States.
Malik Beasley indicted, according to Shams Charania, point shaving and prop betting scandal. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes coming in as well. There's a lot to get into today. Anything on your mind, of course, is fair game. That's how we do it. Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, our Champ and Chump votes coming up today at 10:35. Get yours in, and of course, we're reacting to the news regarding Malik Beasley, who people had asked us a ton about Malik Beasley. It had become sort of a go-to. Why not Malik Beasley? Why not Malik Beasley? Well, look, this might answer the question as to why this case, as is revealed today, was really pretty serious. And he deserves his day in court. Hate trying and convicting people on the air, but it's brought up the topic of sports gambling and how prevalent this kind of thing is. You know, the one caller had an attitude of he's actually glad when people get caught because it sends a message that you can't get away with it. But the next caller, literally, I think it was the next caller, said, "For every Malik Beasley out there, how many do you think are guys getting away with it?" So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steven in Detroit. Hello, Steven.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
So a couple of things. So first off, right, we talked about this for the past couple of years. You got to put a limit or a max on prop bets. But secondly, and probably more importantly, which boggles my mind, is when you look at these cases and you open them up, most of these players are betting like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, and they're also making millions of dollars a year. It's like, what is the point? And what is the risk involved with it? You can go to a casino if you're a player. You can bet on other sports, yet they're betting on themselves and they make millions of dollars and are only betting like $20,000 a game. I don't understand the rush, and I understand addiction. Okay, so when I'm trying to wrap my head around this, it's like, is there something more going on, or are these guys just that crazy and stupid that they're betting minuscule dollars in relation to how much money they make a year?
I mean, Steven, it might be players have got themselves in financial trouble. B, it might be the rush, even though it is relatively little. What do I say all the time? I bet $1. And I bet $2 and $3. And it perfectly satisfied any sort of, intensity that I bring if I'm going to gamble on a game. So that has nothing to do with how much money I'm winning. It's just sort of the fun of adding that little spice to watching a game. So, Steven, it might be the same thing for them.
Yeah, you got to get prop betting out. I think, obviously it's super profitable for the gambling sites and for the gambling companies, but the only way it ends is if you take these single game prop bets or in-game prop bets out. Because I think the reality is to the caller earlier, they're going to continue to do it. How many other people have not been caught yet? It's got to be, it's probably running ransom in there. Like I don't know why it wouldn't. It's scary, it's sad, and you got to clean it up.
No, they'll set examples and see if what kind of effect it has, if any effect.
Why it wouldn't is because not everybody either has an addiction or is dumb.
No, but
or has got themselves in financial trouble or looking for a quick way out. That's why it wouldn't.
Do you think that you're naive to how many? I mean, first of all, I don't think it's widespread. Like there's half the league is doing it.
He said running rampant.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it's running rampant.
But do you think there are?
Do I think there's anybody out there that has bet on an NBA game or any sport that hasn't been caught yet? Do I think that has happened? Yes. Do I think it's running rampant? I don't know. I'm skeptical that it's running rampant because there are rules in place and they're like, you've got the life, man. Why risk it to go to prison?
So you asked that, right? And he asked it, the caller. And a lot of people asked that, right? Because it's not just about needing money. Like Terry Rozier had a huge contract when he did it. Michael Porter Jr.'s brother did not have any money. So that's maybe why he did it. The only thing more powerful than intelligence is stupidity. And that's it. People do stupid stuff because they're stupid. Like, it's a dumb decision. You asked me, right? We talk about it before the show all the time, Doug. Why did this person do this? Why did they commit this crime? Because it was a dumb move. It was a dumb decision. There's no logic sometimes. And so when a guy like Malik Beasley or whoever, or Terry Rozier, like I mentioned, or Sorsby or whatever, are making these decisions, it's obviously not because it's a smart decision. It was a dumb decision, and it's not rampant, but this happens, and guys have not been caught. And by the way, if it happens once, that's an indictment on the whole sport.
Well, there's also the addiction part of it, too. If somebody has a gambling addiction, then, how much money you're wagering on, it doesn't really matter. You're addicted to doing it.
Time for our Champ and Chump nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is the Canadian national soccer team. Extra time, 0-0, knockout round. They'd never won a game in the knockout round, and they get a goal in the 92nd minute to put them through to the round of 16. Pretty thrilling game. I hated that the schedule only had one game yesterday, and it was in the afternoon. I was looking for something last night, but knockout round underway. Canada, first ever knockout round win.
Good for Canada.
Congratulations, Windsor and beyond.
There you go. Thunder Bay. Mine are the Tigers starting pitching. They only allowed 5 earned runs in the 24 innings that they pitched against the Astros in those 4 games. That's it. 5. And 4 of those came from, I believe, Casey Mize. Or was it Framber Valdez? No, it's Casey Mize came up 4 earned runs. Everybody else was fantastic.
My jump of the weekend is the Tigers bullpen.
Yeah.
Handed a lead both Saturday and Sunday and blew it both times. This is one of the major failings of the Tigers and for me when it comes to bold ass prediction.
Chump, the NHL draft. If you watched it on Friday, it's just not nearly as fun as it used to be when they had the teams on the floor and it was all that the talking, the people, different GMs would bring each other to the side and they kind of talk things out, and you'd have all the chaos. Every GM would get up in front of the microphones and say, hey, we'd like to say congratulations to the host city of Buffalo. You guys have been great. And shout out to the Anchor Bar, whatever they would do. It'd be a lot of fun. And I'm not sure why they followed suit with the NBA draft, with the interviews they did with the prospects and their families. Mm-hmm. It was so awkward and so bad. Again, just give me an analysis of the players, man. Because if you're watching the NHL draft, you're probably a diehard hockey fan to begin with.
They're trying to get the non-hockey fan.
I know,
the human
but
interest.
I don't think that's going to do it.
I get it, but 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who had the worst weekend? We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Let's go to Corey in Grand Rapids. You're on 97.1. Hello, Corey.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
What's up?
Good. Well, hey, first of all, my chump of the weekend is definitely the Tigers for sure. I think I'm done. I held out as long as I could, but I think the inevitable is just the inevitable, right? My champ is actually not for the weekend. It's actually for this week. We're celebrating 250 years, gentlemen. It's our birthday. It's all of our birthdays. Let's celebrate, right? It's our birthday week.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And one thing, I think you are a little naive because all you got to do is do this. Watch Goodfellas, guys. That whole movie is about point shaving.
Watch
The Boston
what?
Scandal, right?
Watch what movie?
What's that?
Watch what movie?
Goodfellas.
Goodfellas?
It's all about the Laganza heist and about the Boston point shaving. Scandal. And if you ever watched that ESPN 30 for 30, he basically said, listen, he went to that college kid and said, listen, either you shave a couple points or we'll bang in your door and break a few kneecaps. And that's a true story, So, and I'm not saying everybody's getting threatened, but that is true life, And when you got the mob involved, like a previous caller said, things happen. But have a good day, fellas.
Okay, look, I don't know that a movie that depicted real life events from 50 years ago is the reason I should believe. If I want to believe, I got to look at what happened today. I don't need to go back 50 years. Look what happened today. More relevant information. Malik Beasley indicted.
Yeah, but rest in peace, Stax. Sorry, buddy.
It's a rough go for Stax.
I mean,
Yeah.
Samuel Jackson's character did. Yeah.
In the movie Goodfellas.
Yeah.
I've never thought it's never happened. Of course it's happened.
You just don't think it
Questions-
happens
Well,
every
like-
night or whatever.
I don't think it happens so much that I should stop watching the games.
There's a big gap between running rampant and it has happened a couple of times. Somewhere in between is where it lies, and I kind of agree with you. I think it's probably closer to the bottom end, but I think it does happen.
What's the definition of running rampant? Would that be more than 50% of the players in the league? That's rampant.
I think it would be something north of, say, 25%.
North of 25% of players in professional sports, in games we watch.
Or even you could just narrow it down to a sport if you think one sport's worse than the other. Whatever sport is the worst,
Yeah.
if you think it's running rampant, then for me that says over a quarter of the guys are involved in this.
Yeah, whatever
Or
that
ladies,
definition
if we're
is.
talking about the WNBA.
Well, whatever that definition is, if the definition of running rampant is 25% of the people participating or coaches are involved in some sort of gambling, I would say that is inaccurate.
Yeah, but even if it's not running rampant, I said it before, like, if it happens once or twice, that's too much, right? Like, it depends on what.
There's no question.
What game, too. Like, I'm not saying this happened, but what if Malik Beasley said in the New York series, when the Pistons played the New York series, I'm going to play terrible this series because I owe a lot of money. I haven't paid my rent downtown. I'm going to start shaving some points. Literally, the last thing Malik Beasley did as a Piston was turn the ball over when they had a chance. Kate Cunningham set him up for a 3-point shot at the end of the series. Didn't even get a shot off. I'm not saying he did it on purpose or not, but now that starts running through your mind.
Yeah. When you do this,
That's
everything
a
that
playoff
happened,
series.
yes, everything that happened is under scrutiny.
Every terrible turnover you make, every terrible decision that you've made, every layup you miss in the last couple seconds.
Here's what I don't want to do. Shift that suspicion to other players. We have no reason to believe it. Hey, when your garage door has seen better days, don't settle for patched up. Call M&M Garage Doors, family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. These guys arrive in fully stocked trucks, give you upfront pricing, and back every job with a warranty. Right now, buy any new garage door, and they'll throw in a free opener. It's a $600 value on them. Just mention my name, Doug Karsh. When you call 844-ONLY-DOOR, visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. And it's a bummer of a day with the news that Malik Beasley has been indicted. Look, there's definitely a strain of our audience that's been talking to us for years about sports gambling and how prevalent things like this are. But if you're just joining us, Beasley, point shaving and player prop bets, there's no indication as to like what games it's from, or if it had anything to do with his time in Detroit. That happened to be his last stop in the league. So obviously, that raises some suspicion of what happened here. He is certainly due his day in court, but it's kind of led to a bigger topic about how prevalent this is. Sham Charania with the report earlier today, and I guess that answers the question that many people were asking: why don't the Pistons ... And they never really sounded like that door was open, and perhaps we know why now. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Matt is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Champ and Chump. Chump is going to be Tigers. And, I called when you guys were doing the vows, and I made my vow about the Red Wings, and I'm making another vow that I'm done watching the Tigers for the rest of this year. Champ, I don't really have anything good, so my champ is you guys for continuing to talk about these god-awful teams who the managers apparently don't have the balls to get people here to get us to a championship.
I wouldn't include Trajan in that group. And,
I think he's ready to. He's poised to make a move. I think
very swiftly.
I don't know. I think it's interesting because all the three teams that are playing right now, or not playing right now. There's one team playing right now. The other two teams are getting ready to start free agency. Of the three teams, the Pistons, Wings, and Tigers, you could ask the question, which team's going to make the big move first? Because all three have big moves to make. You got the Pistons, and are they going to end up having to trade Jalen Duren? Are they going to sign him? And what else are they going to do? Because there's still another big move to be had. The Red Wings have Dylan Larkin to move, and the Tigers obviously have Tarek Skubal to move, among others. So someone's going to make. They're all going to make moves.
I called in over the weekend, and if Yzerman, I won't say Yzerman, the Red Wings make a move, I feel like there's going to be another rebuild. And if that happens, Yzerman needs to go. He doesn't deserve to rebuild.
Well, I think I've already crossed that line.
I think a lot of people have.
Yeah, but he's likely going to be here. They just let him draft.
Yes, which is probably a really good sign that he's not getting terminated anytime soon. Now, it may just put that full on a hot seat. Okay, this is it. This is your last go around. You've got these moves to make. And unless we see some real progress from the younger players on this team that are taking big leaps forward to make us think that this is the right thing to do, this time next year we could have somebody else running the show.
Trajan has taken a team from 14 wins to 60 wins in 2 years. Then he goes into this offseason and war chests. Offers apparently Jalen Duren a contract that he's comfortable with, that he doesn't feel like he's overpaying him, A, and B, had enough money left to apparently make a run at Austin Reeves. Keep your eye on Langdon.
Yeah.
And
keep your eye on all these guys.
Keep your eye on all these guys. Like the Tigers, moving what they could move in terms of veterans, they have a chance to do the quick turnaround, the quick rebuild, given who they have under contract, what they have in the system, and what they could get back, what they can ask for and what could get back.
And the landscape of the American League, which is not very good.
Yep.
And by the way, Scott Harris and the Tigers have made the playoffs the last 2 years and have gotten to the second round of the playoffs the last 2 years. And unfortunately, this is the big. I mean, that's the positive. The knock is everyone is screaming, "Get a bat in this lineup" over the last 2 years, and they haven't gone out and signed a free agent or traded for a significant bat in the lineup.
Yep.
I mean, I suppose Gleyber Torres. I mean, that goes completely under the radar a couple of years ago when they went and signed him, but now he's
Well, and they
injured.
also,
Gleyber
they also
Torres.
added whatever it was $80 million this offseason.
they've
And
added
there's a
payroll,
lot.
but
There's
again,
a lot
it's not
of
a bat.
It's not a bat. There's a lot of they don't spend. Well, they actually have the highest payroll in team history in large part because they spent a lot of money. But people are like, well, not him, not Framber, not
Wow.
Kenley Jansen. I mean, Jansen yesterday, and it's like that might be a mistake.
And they got to start thinking about, do they want to get ahead of things? And it's hard to with the uncertainty of the collective bargaining agreement. But do they have to get ahead of things with Riley Green and Dylan Dingler and give them extensions?
248-539-9797. With that said, frustrations are valid today. I mean, the Red Wings collapses. Most of my frustration with GMs center on Yzerman. The others still have an opportunity to me,
I would agree
especially Langdon. Especially Langdon. I still believe in Brad Holmes. Our guy, Scott Harris, this is the crossroads for him. This purge has to, first of all, the purge probably has to happen. And secondly, he has to score big.
I'm really curious on the Red Wing front, more so than the Piston front, because I feel confident that Trajan's going to get somewhere. I'll just sit back, get your popcorn, like, okay, let's see who they're going to add. Adding Isaiah Joe already is like, oh, wow, that's a nice appetizer.
I like that a lot.
Let's get to the main course, and this is going to be fun. And you feel like there's some competence there. With Steve, there's a sense of urgency here. And I just, there's too many names being thrown out there that make you think like you got to be involved somewhere, whether it's Jason Robertson or somewhere else. The Zach Werenski stuff out of Columbus is really interesting. You're talking about a Norris Trophy winning defenseman who has 2 years left on a contract, who now has indicated he doesn't want to sign an extension with Columbus. So Columbus is put in a position where they got to trade him. Now, that doesn't have to be this year for them. They could wait. They could slow play this and see what they want to do, but it probably behooves them to get the most value by moving him this summer. And can the Red Wings at all get involved with that with doing a separate deal for Dylan Larkin?
We've kind of touched on all of the teams because the caller brought them up, but there's a lot more to get into with the Red Wings as the show goes on. By the way, Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Let's go to Jimmy in New Baltimore. You're next. Hello, Jimmy.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Hey, my Champ and Chump, which one do you want first?
Whoever
It's up
you
to
want.
you. What do you got? How about Champ, Jimmy? Who's your champ?
My champ is Lionel Richie or Jemiah Jones. And the reason I'm champing him is he's just sinking, and they keep putting him out there, and he goes out there with a good attitude. He works hard, trading him. My chump is Riley Green. And is the guy ever going to hit when there's guys on bases?
I will make sure I understand. Let me just make sure I understand this. You are champing Jemiah Jones, who has done nothing this season, and every day that goes past and he's still on the team, people are wondering why the hell is this guy still on the team, because he can't hit at all against lefties in particular, which is supposed to be his leverage position. And you're going to chump the player who's having an all-star season because he struck out with the bases loaded yesterday. Am I right there?
You're close, but it's the Riley Green thing's been about for 3 weeks in scoring position. He can't hit in scoring position. They've talked about it on other shows.
He has struggled a little bit in that. I will grant you that. He's hitting .235 this year with runners in scoring position. There is that, but that's probably better than most guys on a team, would be my guess.
Yeah, but Gator, it's not Jemiah Jones. It's his fault.
Well, yeah, no, I just didn't find it strange you made him a champ. I mean, because I think the obvious thing is
weekend.
When you're beat down that bad, and they keep, I'm telling you, the guy's he sucks, okay, but he's got a good attitude. He's doing everything he possibly can. He's working hard. It's not his fault.
It's Scott Harris's fault for keeping him on the roster. He shouldn't be on the roster anymore. But interesting, you're going to champ Jemiah Jones. That's a first.
That's a
first. And then on the other side of it is to chump Riley Green.
Does he seem to have a good attitude?
Yeah. Yes. He does. And I appreciate that he works hard as hell. And it's not working for him.
And our guy Jimmy values the attitude. Okay. Well, it's his champ and chump vote. It's your responsibility to use that vote in a wise way, and that's how he chose. But it's his, so 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Breaking news this hour. Former Pistons guard Malik Beasley has been indicted on federal charges for gambling related to a sports betting scheme, according to Shams Charania. The government is coordinating a voluntary surrender of Beasley this week. He was in line for a major pay raise after a record-setting season with Detroit last year. The Pistons offered and then rescinded a 3-year, $42 million contract after learning of his involvement in a federal investigation which culminated in today's indictment. Beasley is the fifth former or current NBA player to be indicted on alleged gambling charges. That does not include former Piston Chauncey Billups, who was indicted on illegal gambling charges related to a poker scheme with the Italian crime mob syndicate La Cosa Nostra. In more legal proceedings today, at this current moment, Terrion Arnold is still in court for his pretrial hearing to determine if bond is necessary as he awaits trial, facing 8 total counts of kidnapping and armed robbery. The prosecution has spent most of the last hour laying out the timeline of events and relationships of Terrion and the co-defendants and startling and revealing details of the alleged crime. And the Tigers have their series opener in the Bronx against the Yankees tonight to begin their road trip. Casey Mize is the starting pitcher this evening for Detroit. It's Ryan Weathers for New York. First pitch coming up at 7:05. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:40. There are 3 World Cup knockout games today as well. The first is Brazil and Japan at 1 o'clock from NRG Stadium in Texas. Team USA hits the pitch on Wednesday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it is Carson Anderson on a Monday. Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Thank you, Update Kid. It's been a while since we got La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, we haven't had it.
That was like his first week, wasn't it?
It's his first day.
Yeah, hold on. Update Kid, come back here. Sorry. So this started with the Chauncey Billups story that you first used.
That was the. I don't know that it was that early, and because I started in October, I'd have to go back and look at the timestamps of some of that stuff. But
it was right around
It
then.
was very.
I think it was
you
like
were
their
pretty
first
fresh.
day. Yeah, your
It was
first
very
or
well.
second day.
I remember sitting over there, not great
other
radio,
side.
right? Point and
Yeah, you're pointing to the other
Yes,
side of the
I was
desk.
sitting at the other side of the table. When I started, I used to sit on the other side of the table, so I know.
Well, let me put it to
was
you
not
like
there,
this.
but
That was the first sign that this kid might be good. When you worked La Cosa Nostra into like 25 consecutive updates over a 2-3 day period.
Well, that and then the Japanese baseball player who signed with the White Sox,
Munetaka Murakami. That's who you were referring to.
I'm setting you up. That's what we're doing radio. Yeah.
Thanks, Update Kid.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's not that much of a laughing matter when it comes right down to it. Malik Beasley indicted
sucks.
today, and it answers the question, a long-standing question from our audience. People asking why don't they go get Malik Beasley, and there's always a chance that a team knows more, believe it or not, than that is out there. And in this particular instance,
well,
it felt like the part of this might be a possibility.
So just so we present all sides here, Omari Sankofa, the Free Press, tweeted out, I can confirm via his lawyer, Steve Haney, that Malik Beasley has been indicted on 5 counts, including sports betting, money laundering, and wire fraud. They look forward to defending all charges, he says.
As they should.
Okay, because you have your day in court.
The story, though, point shaving, prop bets. That's the kind of thing that you can't help but think and start to scrutinize his performance as a Piston. But as details come out, we'll probably learn more. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. And it's read to more of a wider topic, and we'll hold judgment on talking about Malik Beasley this, Malik Beasley that, about how prominent this is in sports, in your view. We had a caller say it runs rampant in sports. And we're like, okay, what is the definition of runs rampant? Would it be 25% of the athletes and coaches betting? Is that a definition of running rampant? Is it 50%? Is it 10%? I would think that the spitballing an idea with absolutely no research put into this, I would think the number is less than 1% that are actually betting on stuff. And it's not because it hasn't happened. It happened. People are getting caught because there are red flags, and people get caught for a reason. Are there some getting away with it? Yes. But when I think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of athletes and what percentage that actually means in sports that I watch, I would think it's less than 1%. Does that make me monumentally naive? I don't know. What would you put on? Would you put on less than 1% or more than 1%?
More than 1%.
Would you?
But I would think it's probably, certainly less than 10. I have no idea, but I would think it's probably around.
Probably
5%,
irresponsible
probably
for us
around
to even do this, to be
5%. Yeah,
honest.
I think it happens more often than you
Jesus,
think. But
5% is scary to me.
Well, 25% is running rampant, Doug.
Yes, but 5%, you're talking about 1 out of every 20 athletes you think is betting? Athletes and coaches?
Yeah, I could see that in some way. I don't think, but so here's the thing. I don't think 1 out of 20 athletes is doing it brazenly with their own apps where they can get caught that easily. Do I think that they place bets through family members or through friends? Yeah, I think that goes on. And I don't think it's all necessarily like the evil side of it where they're shaving points. I think some of it might be, oh, we're taking on this team. I know this guy's not playing. I think we're going to kill him tonight. And then hey, here's $10,000 to put on this or whatever the heck they're going to do. I don't know. Do I think that happens? Yeah, I think that happens.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Daryl in Rochester Hills. You're next. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Good. You know what? I didn't call about Malik Beasley. I called about the Larkin situation, but I like the line of the Gordon Gekko. If you watch Wall Street, how much is enough with these basketball players? How much money is enough? I mean, stupidity takes play when they get their hand burned in a cookie jar, don't you think?
Look, I can't imagine anybody doing it. I can't, Kang had that line last hour, and I don't know if it's an old fable or where he got it from, but the only thing more powerful than intelligence is stupidity. Did you just make that up, or did you read that somewhere?
No, I thought I made it up. I'm sure I don't know if someone said it or not.
It,
Thank you. Because I don't
even know if it's true.
It sounds good, though, right?
Sounds great.
No, because the point of me saying that is stupid that's the ultimate trump card. You're right. And when you do something stupid, it's because there's no logic behind it. It was just a stupid thing.
Stupid. Intelligent people do stupid things.
Exactly. So it's not, and that's why when people ask, well, they have so much money, they have so much to lose, yet they still did it. Can you explain to me why they still did it, other than a true addiction or whatever? That's because they made a dumb move,
Some
right?
people just love action.
And people are like, well, they probably didn't think they were going to get caught. No kidding. The majority of people that do illegal things don't think they're going to get caught. That's why they did them in the first place. They thought they were going to get away with it.
Daryl, we'll give you time here because we kind of took your time from you. What do you want to say about the Red Wings?
Yeah, I'm 63, and I have a ticket stub of the most famous game in the Red Wing history. And if you veer 3 rows up when Shanahan and Vernon are coming out, you would have seen me, but they didn't go that high. I can solve the Red Wings' problems. I honestly should be GM. Steve Yzerman did a really good job in Florida, or actually Tampa, because he maybe didn't feel conflicted. And is he stubborn? Yes. He's drafted great. At this point right now, the Larkin situation is what it is. How do you get out of it? Now, how do you attract free agents here, which don't want to come right now? And how do you get DeBrincat to want to stay and other people? You got to go after a big fish. I know it's easier said than done. The thing he does not want to do is trade some of his prospects, and you can only have so many in the cookie jar. I'm actually glad he traded Kosa because I like the prospect, but you couldn't have protected him. And the other issue is, okay, Jason Robinson, does he want to come here? We don't know. You've got to make the attempt, get him here and say, I will pay you $14, $15 million a year. What that does is that signals to everybody else around the league, especially the American hockey players who want to be all on the same team, that you are serious about winning, okay? You're out of your comfort zone because you got to get out of this fact that,
Daryl,
Zoran Larkin's the highest paid, 8.9.
Daryl,
the cap goes up every year.
I don't think you're wrong at all. I think if you look at Yzerman's approach, it has been off the charts conservative. One of the two things. One is he doesn't want to take a chance and trade for players that won't sign here when they could help him in the immediate here and now. Like Quinn Hughes. He doesn't want to draft. His drafts, we heard the same thing over and over. High floor, but more of a two-way responsible player. Plays. Right. The kid they just took is the exact opposite of everybody. He has a low floor and a high ceiling. And, he may not be around to see that kid even make the NHL. But that is the opposite. He has finally done something to me that signifies he's going to be more aggressive. Because I think what the hallmark of the Yzerman era is low risk moves. And it would have been, if you trade for Quinn Hughes, you might lose him or you might keep him. To
me, it's kind of weird watching what Yzerman has drafted. It's like he's drafting players that look like Steve Yzerman later in his career when he was winning Stanley Cups as the captain of this team, where he didn't have to be the offensive juggernaut that he was in the 80s. Instead, he was the defensive-minded two-way player that Scotty Bowman said, hey, let's sit down, let's recalibrate this team. This is what we need you to be. You no longer have to be the 100-point a year guy, the 50-goal scoring guy. We got guys that can do that. You need to be responsible both ends of the ice. And it's like those are the players that he had been taking, the Nate Danielsons of the world. But you're right. The player they took in Hurlburt on Friday night flies in the face of this. This is a sniper. He's a playmaker. He's an offensive gifted player. I can't wait to see him play. I'm actually looking forward to watching Michigan games this year so that I can see him on the ice. And
Go
I'm
Blue,
gonna,
Scott.
No. Nope. Not after I saw what 6 Spartans go in the first round or whatever it was. I mean,
Boy, it's going to be a hell of a college hockey
is going to
season.
be fun. But to have somebody that locally, on the Red Wings just drafted is going to play locally is going to be fun.
Yeah, dude,
and hopefully it's not a long.
And if this
road
guy's
into
wildly
marination.
irresponsible, they could play him right next to 10 goals, wildly responsible Nate Daniels.
Right.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking with brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need help, you need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of the locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. If you're just joining us, Malik Beasley indicted today on charges of, well, there's a bunch of them. Federal charges for gambling related to sports betting scheme, point shaving, prop bets. His attorney says they enthusiastically look forward, paraphrasing here, to defending him against these charges, but answers the question why the Pistons weren't going to re-sign him. I would imagine they had some inkling that there was a possibility that something like this could happen, and that there were true suspicions that this was a player that perhaps had manipulated some outcomes of games or his personal prop bets. With that said, it's led to a wider spread discussion here today about sports gambling. Champ and Chump votes are coming in. The Tigers defining themselves as sellers, and they've said it themselves. Like, they've literally said, Scooble said last week, hey, we have to justify, or some of us might not be here. And didn't sound like he wanted to go. Sound like he wanted to be a part of this solution in Detroit this season. But it, obviously no commitment to anything beyond this season. But it didn't sound like he wanted to go. But when you're 14 games under with a month to go to the All-Star, or not the All-Star break, the trade deadline. And by the way, you're going to miss, it's not like you get a month's worth of games here. You get, because of the All-Star break, you miss 5 days during the regular season. So it's a month where you play fewer games. Them making up 14 seems, or getting close enough to 500 in this shorter month of baseball seems highly unlikely, which led to a lot of speculation. The move will be made. Steve Yzerman actually made a trade that I think most people like. It's an admitted failure, but making the best of a bad situation. Kosa for a first-round pick. Now, you might be and you have every right to be focused on the failure that was Kosa, moving up to get him and then trading him for a lesser draft pick. But if you told me going into the weekend they'd get a first-round pick for Kosa, I would have said, I doubt that. But they did. And I was thinking today, if a new GM was hired and the first thing he did was trade Kosa for a first-round pick, we'd be like, savvy.
He's making something happen.
Savvy. But Yzerman doesn't, unfortunately, because of what's happened over the course of his tenure, doesn't get the benefit of that doubt.
No, but here's the other thing, as we talked briefly about it before. Not only did he trade him and get a first-round pick, the guy he took is somebody that
doesn't
just he's offensively gifted and perhaps not nearly responsible enough on the defensive end, and I don't care. I want somebody that's going to put the puck in the net, and he looks like a sniper.
I'm sick of hearing that their high draft picks have a really good chance to be a bottom six forward. And I'm like,
no, need a top six forward guy if possible.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Lots to get to. Anything on your mind, fair game. We go to William next on 97.1. Hello, William.
Hello. My champ is Kerry Bonds Carpenter. The guy, he really should get traded to somewhere where he can play every day. I'd love to see him at the Pirates. They'd play him every day. And, I think, what does he have? 12 home runs. Look at his at-bats. The other day, he hits a grand slam, and he's out in the seventh, so we don't even get a chance to see him bat in the ninth.
Are you a Tiger fan?
I am. I'm a huge Tiger fan, but
why would you want him to trade this player?
Because I just don't think they value him. And I don't think that Harris is playing to win. He said there was no scuba window. And my chump is AJ Hinch, our robot manager. I think he's got bad programming as a robot manager too, because he says he manages based on analytics and data, yet he continues to make decisions that is defying the data.
Well, if you're talking about Jahmai Jones, I mean, he's banking on that he's going to be that left-handed hitting specialist, or I should say left-handed pitching.
But it's not.
Specialist.
It's not happening, Gator.
It's
not.
not.
I agree. It's not,
and
and I think it's been long overdue. But does he make that decision, or is that a Scott Harris decision to say who controls a roster? He controls who goes into the game for sure.
Don't play him. How about Vest in the eighth? Okay, I'm not saying Will Vest is a bad pitcher. But for some reason, if you look at his data in the eighth versus the ninth, he's terrible. Yet he keeps pitching him in the eighth.
You know what it is? He expects guys to give him performances they have in the past. And if they're on the roster, he's going to use them in the situations that he's come through for him in the past. Otherwise, there's no point in them being on the roster. With that said, maybe they shouldn't be on the roster. I don't know that you released Will Vest. The Jahmai Jones things, I don't understand. I don't get it. I thought he hinted at when he had to come through, gave a timeline. He didn't come through, and he's still here and still getting used, and I just don't get it. I also don't understand a player that you love, you want him to trade. He's under club control for another couple years. I don't get that at all. And, an easier solution is that Kerry proves he can hit both sides, both righty and lefty. And you keep him here. And he's gotten some opportunities, and we want him to come through. Or the AJ is gone and somebody else plays him all the time. I don't know why you'd want him traded. But, hey, teach their own.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carpenter's hitting $143 against
Seems counterproductive, doesn't it?
Some of it is just strange how this is working, when they're using guys. Ben Malgeri is a guy who has come in and had some great at-bats for this team. He's only got a couple hits, but he has very few at-bats. But the at-bats he had yesterday were great at-bats. He drew 2 walks coming in a pinch hit situation. He's right-handed and looks like very comfortable sitting at the plate in a batter's box. Maybe he's the guy who now gets all those opportunities over Jahmai Jones.
Let's go to David in Brighton. You're next. Hello, David.
Hi, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good. So Chump. I'm gonna say that Chump is the Tigers bullpen or Beasley, but I'm gonna go with the Tigers bullpen. Champ, me. I got my first birdie.
Your first birdie, nice.
Yeah, first birdie. And I also think the Timberwolves for getting LaMelo Ball and Edwards together. I think they're going to do pretty good together. And their coach and GM, they make good moves, and hopefully we will too. I'm confident. I like what we did so far, but I have a feeling we're going to do one more thing. If not,
I'll be shocked if they don't do at least one more thing. Well, probably maybe one more thing. I guess I shouldn't say shocked if they do not at least. They're war chesting for something.
Yeah. The Isaiah Joe pickup is really
It's a real
really
I mean,
good
for 2
pickup.
second-round picks,
And-
for the
and-
price they paid and the player they're getting and how he'll help them.
He's an $11 million a year player?
Yeah, it works for me. Works for me.
So go do something more bold now.
Yes. Trajan, what are you up to?
And I'm
You
sure
dog.
I feel like he is. I
Yep.
think he's going to. You mentioned earlier, we talked about it last week, the whole Austin Reeves thing that the Lakers signed him. They knew that the Pistons were going to, or they really wanted to make an effort for him. Well, how could the Pistons do that when they keep talking about the big 3 players and Jalen Duren's one of them? That was before the Jalen Duren news came about how they're far apart in negotiations. And, I still think Jalen Duren is going to end up being a Piston because that's negotiations. The first part of negotiations. You can be far apart.
Really interesting floating of some numbers out there that we'll get to as the show goes on. But suffice to say, the Pistons did appear, it appears, if the reporting is accurate, they really offered him a lowball contract. And it would be way, way beneath the max of what the Pistons could offer him if the reporting is accurate.
Yeah, and as far as the Tigers bullpen is concerned, I mean, they have gotten nothing out of this back end of Will Vest and Kenley Jansen this year. Will Vest's ERA is 6.08. Kenley Jansen's is 5.31. I fully understand that bullpen arms, if you have a bad outing, your ERA is going to jump. But in games you watch, tell me how often is Will Vest or Kenley Jansen delivered? It just hasn't been enough, and that's just those two. But those are 2 very important back end guys, and if they're not going to hang on to the lead and close things down,
the bullpen's been a disaster.
And then they have to send away Emmanuel DeJesus to make room for Flaherty on the roster, and all DeJesus had done is gone and pitched his last 13 innings have been scoreless innings.
Let's go to Anthony and Macomb. You're next on 97.1. Good morning, Anthony.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
I just wanted to talk about my champs and chumps of the weekend. I would say my chumps are pretty much the whole Tigers organization, besides a few given names, obviously. And I would say my champs are Kenley Jansen and Will Vest for successfully robbing the organization of millions of dollars. I mean,
why is that
Jansen
champ?
and Vest, they got what? Vest is on like a $5 million a year deal. I don't remember the Jansen one, but whatever we're paying them is honestly way too much because Vest has done nothing this year.
Right. So, Anthony, I know you're trying to be funny here, but why make them champs? I mean,
why what?
Why are they champs?
They're champs for successfully robbing the organization here. I'm honest. You got to tip your cap to them because it's impressive.
I feel to see that. I mean, if you're going to go do that route, might as well just say Justin Verlander, right? Who's pitched all of 5 innings, whatever it is this year, 4 innings.
Cynicism and snark is in full
I don't
force
like
today.
snark.
I don't either.
I don't like snark.
I mean,
I had a harder time picking a chump this week than a champ this week.
I find this is one of those deals that it's almost like people are celebrating a Tigers collapse. I don't get it, but
look, they can go out and win the next 3 games, and I won't be surprised. That's just been their MO.
yeah, and then I will be surprised if they do not sell.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there now. You know, I gave it the 10-game homestand. I thought they got to go 7-3 on this homestand. They went 5-5 on the homestand, and it's unfortunate because I want to be rooting this team on and hoping that we're going to see this team come together and all that. But between the bullpen collapsing in multiple games this past weekend, and then you've got the offense that just fails to provide enough. It's just frustrating. All they have is starting pitching. They got an abundance of starting pitching, which is actually encouraging. So when you make your moves, Scott Harris, get yourself some bats.
But you know what? The people that are like so frustrated that they're being cynical and sarcastic, that's going to be the reaction when the team is this much of a letdown. It truly is.
Something else to keep in mind when they do make moves, and if they trade from a position of strength, if let's say, Flaherty was great yesterday, and if Flaherty has a couple more really good outings, he's got trade value with him being a rental. If it ends up being moves for like a bullpen arm, if it's a controllable bullpen arm that's consistently good, I'm all for it because they need to rebuild this bullpen.
I just can't imagine a contending team giving up a controllable.
Well, it's one guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other guys, there are other players certainly they can trade with. And who knows what happens with
Given the
Skubal.
fact that contenders are going to go after all the available bullpen arms, I'd be shocked if the Tigers were able to get a good one.
Well, unless they make a move now.
248-539-9797. Well, probably after, is it July 6th and 7th? Is that the back-to-back Skubal? Back-to-back. 97.1.
Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. A lot going on today. We haven't really even gotten into the draft so much with the Red Wings. Tigers weekend kind of sucked. And then you've got Malik Beasley news that he has been indicted on 5 counts today. And I think that kind of effectively ends the the thought that Malik Beasley is going to be a Piston or even a player in the NBA at this point. Have your day in court. Good luck to you having your day in court. And hopefully he can prove that did nothing. I mean, he doesn't have to prove he did anything wrong. They have to prove that he did something wrong. But you don't want to have, Doug, you don't want this league to be under such skepticism and under the specter of gambling, because it undermines everything, and you could see the whole house of cards come tumbling down. If
so Major League Baseball, in their negotiation, the Players Association and the league, the Players Association has part of their proposal in the new CBA is for MLB to get rid of any gambling partner's ability to make prop bets. The prop bet is something that feels like it leads to more and more of this because it's easily manipulated by players. And also, players get a lot of grief on social media. Players are sick of hearing about how, I needed one more strikeout out of you, and you couldn't get it. Like the players want out. The players don't want to have to be. Clearly, they've gotten a lot more in this day and age of social media, which, if I were a player, I'd probably never post on social media, know what I have. I'd have a terrible social media strategy, which would be to not use it at all. But with that said, they're getting a ton of criticism from fans over prop bets, so much so that they want to make it part of the collective bargaining that Major League Baseball eliminates it.
And I appreciate it. I think that's awesome of the players to do that. But is that up to baseball or is that up to the gambling companies?
Baseball works with every gambling. I did some reading on this. They're not contracted with like the official sports betting partner, but they work with everybody because information has to be flowing between the league and the gambling sites to make it work. And so the league can request of the gambling sites, hey, we work with you. And now they have their official partners where they can tell them, hey, cut it out. But with everybody, they have some influence and some say, it would seem, given that they need each other to survive. But with that said, you really got to take a long, hard look at it and say, can they get rid of them? There's prop bets in Vegas, but since they become easily accessible and you can make a prop bet on your phone with a player, it's gotten worse for the players. So I have no issue with giving up on that to make this a better, less susceptible to point shaving and less grief for the players for people who can't handle it.
I don't have any problem at all getting rid of prop bets in all of sports, because if and when I bet, it's either one of two things. It's going to be on the point spread or it's going to be on an over-under total. It has nothing to do with yards passing or points per game or rebounds or assists or strikeouts or goals, none of that crap. It's just going to be on those big two things. And I get lots of people love the prop bets. It makes it more interesting to them. They can bet on every little thing. And you could put a bunch of those together and parlay them and not have to put too much money down. You get good odds. I understand all that. But if the league is really concerned about its integrity, I think this is a giant first step that you can take towards trying to reclaim it as much as possible if you're able to legislate that out.
Am I wrong? Have we seen more of this stuff in the NBA than any other league?
No, I don't think you're wrong.
I mean, Adam Silver, ball's in your court to respond.
Literally.
Let's go to Sam, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up?
Morning, whatever time it is.
Close enough.
Champ and chump. Champ, I'm actually going to change my champ because I was watching the Brewers game, and I don't know how to say his last name.
Misiorowski.
Yeah, he broke his record for fastest ball thrown, and he threw a 105-mile-an-hour ball in that game, which is crazy.
Well, it's insane how hard he throws the ball, and he threw 102 miles per hour, like with one of his last pitches, and I think he threw either just over 100 pitches or close to it, and he was still throwing triple digits. Insane.
Yeah, he's crazy. Chump, it's going to be Detroit sports. Not everyone. It's mostly Tigers and Red Wings. It's like the pitching was really good, but then the bullpen, it just fell apart. And then I wanted to ask you guys a question. So with all the gambling stuff going on, can teams make contracts for their players where, hey, we're going to sign you to this deal for X amount of money, but put a stipulation in there like, if you're caught gambling, your contract is forfeit, null and void?
Well, I mean, if you're caught gambling, the leagues, you get banned for life.
I mean, like individual teams, like let's say the Tigers, or let's say any player assigned. Let's say they sign Doug Karsh. We're going to pay you $200 million, but if you're caught betting on games, you have to give all that money back because
I think that's already part of it.
Well, hold on. He said give all the money back.
Oh,
that's
money
different.
back
Yeah, I think everything is voided if you're caught gambling.
Future
Yeah.
money, yeah.
But if you have to give everything back,
because it puts teams in positions like this, like you're screwing over your team by doing this behavior.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know if they'll do that. I mean, just stopping the contract right there. Future earnings are gone.
That might be something that needs to be collectively bargained. I'm not sure you can do that.
You're banned from the game. I mean, those are all pretty harsh penalties, and not only that, but the league suffers.
248-539-9797. Jay in White Lake. Hi, Jay.
Hey, boys. How's it going today?
What's up?
Man, it's a burner out there. My champ for the whole week coming up is the AC in my pickup truck. Thank God. No, my champ of the weekend, I can't believe at 52 years old I'm saying this, but the wonderful sport of FIFA soccer.
Wow.
I've never been a soccer fan in my life, and I just feel like the sport as a whole has done such a fantastic job with this, and it's enjoyable as hell for me to kind of get turned on to a new sport, for me at least, and seeing the reaction that so many people are having to the United States coming over to our country and experiencing it, and I just think the whole package is really, really neat to see. So I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I've been given something now I can look forward to every 4 years. So the soccer's definitely my champ this weekend. My chump is the WNBA and the way that this whole Caitlin Clark drama has been playing out, and the way like you see the photos of Alyssa Thomas with her fist literally in her throat on the floor. I think they're really stepping in it, and they keep stepping in it over and over. And every time they get a chance to maybe do something to put things in the right direction, they make it even worse. And I'm disappointed in the league that they've got an opportunity to really build on something, and it's like they're just throwing it in the trash. I don't understand.
Interesting, Jay. Really don't. I mean, look, it's been rather controversial what's going on there. Some people think the beef makes the league more interesting between players and Caitlin Clark. And I guess player to player, seems like that league has a lot of beef. As far as FIFA is concerned and the World Cup, look, I love it every 4 years it comes around, and I enjoy the enthusiasm. I get wrapped up in it because of the way the rest of the world is wrapped up in it and how important it is to them and how important these games are. I also get wrapped up every year in the Frozen Four tournament. Like the first round when there's 16 teams in it, I watch just about every game. I watch the college softball postseason. I watch the college baseball postseason. I absolutely love the when the stakes are that high. They've just entered the knockout stage in soccer. Everything that's happened so far, the intensity goes up. Yesterday's Canada-South Africa game was the first of the knockout stage. It was fantastic. And Canada scoring in extra time to get their first ever win. I'm not telling people what to do with their free time. Not. But I think if you sample it, you might enjoy it, especially Wednesday night at 8 o'clock when we play our first knockout game. And as far as the rest of the world coming here, I have heard nothing but great stories about of the interactions between these cities that are hosting these games and foreign fans. It's been fantastic. Maybe do a little bit to rehabilitate the United States image worldwide.
Wouldn't hurt. I'm surprised at how I haven't watched a ton of it, but I've watched more than I ever thought I was going to. And no, it has not been much, but I have watched more than I thought. And now that you're getting into the games that matter, you win or go home. I mean, this is going to be interesting to see what's going to get my attention.
Will you make the commitment to watching Team USA Wednesday night?
We'll see. I'll probably watch some without question. I'll watch some. I mean, I watched the second half of that game against Turkey, and it was actually entertaining because it was a lot of offense involved, which you don't see a ton of offense in soccer. To me, it kind of puts me to sleep typically, but not that game. That game was actually lots of chances, and unfortunately for the United States in that one, it ended on the wrong side of things, but not mattering because here they are in the final teams.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing it's time for new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust. I mean, this is a big deal, right? That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. They've got over 30 years of experience and service right here in Michigan. Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and it's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kind of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they're going to skip the high-pressure sales tactics. None of that stuff. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job is done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed. They are local, and they are committed to our community, and they're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. You get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, at mymichiganroof.com.
All right, Kang made me aware of something here when we got sidetracked. I should have told you about it. I'm going to apologize on the air. I should have told you about it. So this will be new news to you.
Okay.
Kang, New York Post had this. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. Also, The Athletic. There's details starting to come out, guys, now about the Malik Beasley federal indictment charges on sports gambling. Ed Davis, a former NBA player, has also been indicted on these charges by the federal prosecutors.
Wow.
They pinpoint one game and it's conspired through these text messages they have now of the people that Malik Beasley was helping win these bets. There's a game on March 10th, 2024, when Malik Beasley was a member of the Milwaukee Bucks. They were playing the Clippers. They had bet Malik Beasley to hit the over on rebounds. He's a guard. He doesn't have that high of a number.
Right.
So I believe it was 3.5 was the over under. Malik Beasley had 3 rebounds with 7 seconds left in the game. I'm watching. I went back and looked up the tape here, and I'm watching the end of this game. The Clippers are down 7 points with 7 seconds left.
And Beasley's with the Bucks and on the floor.
Yep. Beasley goes and contests a meaningless three-pointer. Like, he gets in his face to try to make him miss this three-pointer, okay? By the way, I think it's Norman Powell that shoots the three-pointer. but that's not his. I'm not saying that's part of this.
Norman Powell's been brought up.
Yeah, he just happens to be the guy who's shooting this three. Beasley contests the three. As soon as Powell releases the three-pointer, Beasley, mind you, they're up 7 points with 5 seconds left now. Immediately.
Everyone else is just ball watching because it's irrelevant to the outcome of the game.
Exactly. Giannis is on the court. Damon Lillard, they just kind of turn around and watch the ball go in the air. Beasley, though, basically pushes Pat Beverly out of the way, runs to the ball, and the ball is a brick. Beasley goes up and goes after this rebound like the game is on the line. Gets the over. The Athletic has the text thread showing these guys going, one defendant saying, "Oh my gosh, he's got 1 rebound with 1.1 seconds left, fam. No way. He pushed Connaughton out of the way." Damn close, man. I tried to find it. He contested it and got the board. These are just texts.
These are
going
people,
back
the conspirators texting about how Malik Beasley chased down this meaningless rebound.
Fam, we were 1.1 seconds away from being down thousands. LOL. What's funnier is after he got the rebound, he had a big sigh of relief. They're talking about Beasley during this text chat. And so this is just one instance that they have. I'm sure they have a lot more evidence. And then I'm reading CBS Sports' report on it saying that apparently Beasley had racked up a gambling debt, and this was part of the way to pay back the gambling debt, was to help them win money on games that he was playing.
Well,
that was with the Bucks. I don't know what more they have.
But remember at the beginning of this, when the show started and Shams had the report that Beasley was being indicted on federal charges, point shaving, prop bets. We said it was going to bring everything that's ever happened in his career under scrutiny. Now, this is apparently they've got evidence that this game from the co-conspirators that leads them to believe that this game was one of the games. There's probably more.
Yes. When you're in debt, you're going to have to do a few things, right? Because it adds up. So this is just one that's come out, and I'm sure more are going to come out as we get more information.
Wow.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of going back and watching tape of previous games. When this stuff happens, I mean, that's what you're under all the scrutiny, under all the microscope.
I mean, he's going to miss shots, have
there
turnovers,
can be, but
they have to
a
find
situation like that, like when it coincides with, okay, what was the over under? 3.5, and he's got the under. Oh, wait a minute, that just got the over. Look at the ferocity he's playing with.
But they'll just go straight to the text first and find out which games, and then they go to the game after. Because I mean, players like I said are going to miss shots and turn over the ball no matter what happens. Bets or no bets, but. Now, if you have something pointing you towards a game, towards a moment, right?
Wow.
Now they can go back and watch those tapes, just like I did.
Huh. That's something else. So they didn't post that game? You just went and found it on your own?
Yeah.
And it's pretty obvious that he's chasing down that rebound.
It describes everything.
With a level of intensity that nobody else on the court is chasing down that rebound.
Yes. Wow. You went after that rebound, man.
Wow. Let's go to Rick. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Doug and Gator. Thanks for taking the call, man.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I got a champ. My chump is number 19. I don't say his name. Dylan Larkin and Tyler Myers, who plays for the Dallas Stars on D, say it all. Myers said when he was in Vancouver, there's no way in hell he's coming to play in Detroit. He's not the only one that has that mindset that plays in the league. So you can talk about Werenski or any of these good players. Players talk, okay? Mike Tomlin at least had the guts to step down. It shows what kind of man he is when the Steelers didn't make the playoffs this year. 19 continues to take advantage of Miss Illich's loyalty to him. It's unbelievable where we are right now. My hockey guys are texting me, Calgary, Seattle, and the Wings are at the bottom, man. Nobody wants to come here. My champ is Dylan Larkin. Four Nations play, Olympic play, what the players say, who want to play with them. He kept his mouth shut for long enough and then finally spoke the toxicity of the locker room based on the Wings not picking anybody else up to help them get in. So you know what, Alex, I'm speaking to you right now, brother, too. Go take that 8 years and $12 million a year, all right? DeBrincat did you guys a favor coming here because he lived here and took a short-term deal for a good deal, okay? That's over. Okay, no more deals. Dylan, go have fun, play, get your ring, and let 19 continue to sell $20 tickets center ice. That's his legacy.
If you look at, okay, that's not his only legacy.
Oh, is there another?
There's another legacy. It's unfortunate that yes, we're looking at a situation where this isn't working out and it sucks. And in the case of Yzerman, I think being too conservative, too cautious as somebody who doesn't cover the team, okay? Because I don't cover the team and I'm not around it on a day in, day out basis, like the beat writers, I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like way too conservative, overvalued his own prospects, wouldn't take chances on a trade that could have landed him a rental, but could have got him over the top and changed the course of the organization. You can't be so risk adverse that you really don't do anything. And that's what it feels like. On top of that, the drafts, specifically after the first round, have netted very little. The first round picks 50-50. But there's still time for some of those guys to reward him. But it doesn't feel like it's trending that way. And quite frankly, what he did this past Friday with the Kosa trade and the player that he took are two of the most stamp of approval moves I will give the guy as far as his handling of a trade and draft picks.
Yeah, maybe the biggest stamp of approval he's had in a long time.
We finally got a guy that the people think might be a top 6 forward.
Yeah. I would say this, that the other thing, when it comes to Larkin, when you're taking sides on this whole thing, as this is playing out, the less I'm on the side of Dylan Larkin. It's not necessarily I'm on the side of Steve Yzerman, but I'm less on Larkin's side. This is a guy who made a commitment to the team. He's got 5 years left on the contract. And if this stems from what happened 2 years ago at the trade deadline when the Red Wings couldn't get a deal done, the team still went in the tank themselves. Ultimately, the players are the ones that can make the difference. And they didn't make the difference. And they haven't made the difference. It's not all in the GM to go out and get better players. And of course, he has to get better players. But at a time when your team is in position, you're expecting these guys to keep playing and keep the intensity up, and they didn't. The players let this town down. So is Steve Yzerman. There's plenty of blame to go around. But to look at the situation and not remember that the players ultimately are the ones playing the game, I think that's a huge mistake. And so to blindly follow and agree with a player, I think that's a mistake too, just because, he's asking to get out of a bad situation. Other players are going to stick around here, and they're probably not taking kindly to that.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, Champ and Chump. Let's get them in. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Former Pistons guard Malik Beasley was officially indicted today on federal charges related to point shaving and prop betting in NBA games. This comes from over a year-long investigation into Beasley and his involvement in a potential sports betting scheme. The 9-year NBA vet is now the 5th current or former player from the association to be indicted on sports betting-related charges. Beasley's lawyer, Steve Haney, told the Detroit News, quote, Malik is very disappointed. He was anticipating potentially signing with a team this week in free agency, and now this is obviously going to be a barrier, unquote. According to Shams Charania, the government is working to secure a voluntary surrender of Beasley this week. Terrion Arnold has been in court for 2.5 hours this morning for his pretrial detention hearing. The goal of this hearing is to determine whether the Lions cornerback should be held with or without bond while awaiting his trial. Arnold faces up to life in prison in connection with 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery after turning himself in last week. Through his lawyer, Arnold still categorically denies involvement in the violent kidnapping and robbery scheme that took place in Florida shortly after Arnold was robbed. The Tigers and Yankees will start a 3-game series tonight in New York after they just played 3 games here in Detroit last week. The Yankees won that series 2-1. The Tigers will send Casey Mize to the mound tonight, while it will be Ryan Weathers pitching for the Yankees. First pitch is at 7:05 this evening. The pregame show starts at 6:40 right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, previous caller, I think his feelings are very authentic to him. I don't see the world quite through his prism, even though I think we agree on one thing, and that is that I can't believe Yzerman's still here now that he is. What's interesting is he's rooting for it to burn. He wants it to burn. I want there to be some sort of career epiphany where he turns this thing around. And as unlikely as that may be, that's what I'm rooting for. Previous caller wants it to burn. Now, again, I always like to say, everybody's feelings is authentic to them. It's just a different way of looking at it. I think Yzerman, as a GM, when I think about what he did on Friday, it feels a little bit like he made a trade that I like, even though the trade's an indictment of his own draft pick. I like the trade, and I like the player they took, at least the scouting report. I can't say I've ever seen J.P. Hurlbut play, okay? But the scouting report on him is that this is a guy that if he makes it, he's going to be a great offensive threat.
Very high-end offensive ability.
Which feels like it's the opposite of what he has taken. My clock has hit 0. But I'm still rooting for Steve Yzerman to be successful. Previous caller wants it to burn. And
I don't want to make bad moves. I don't want to go out and pitch free agents and have the free agents say, absolutely not, I don't want to be there, or try to make a trade for somebody and that player say, absolutely not, I'm not going there. I don't want that. Mm-hmm. I want those players to come here. You know, and if the team ends up failing, then they end up failing and you move on. You'll have to move on from Yzerman. If they don't make the playoffs this upcoming season, it's really hard to see a world where he's able to come back, because there's been so much talk from fans and media and everybody else that this thing is not working, that if you hang another year on it, I mean, nothing ages well when you're losing.
Skepticism is well earned. I mean,
yeah,
it's not.
It's totally deserved at this point. And they got to dig themselves out of the hole. He has to, to save his job. Players have to show that they've developed. This week they've got the developmental camp going on, right? And they've got players from basically like the last 3 draft classes are going to be taking part in this. Not all of them, but some of them. We need to see that some of these guys are taking a big step from one year to the next. Carter Bear is going to that. I feel like that's a player that's an Yzerman legacy type player. He has to be a guy that is challenging to make the roster this upcoming season, and hopefully is a fixture on it in the 27-28
Based
season.
Upon what you said at the end of last hour and the beginning of this hour, I think you put more culpability on the players than I do. I'll tell you why.
I also want to make sure that people understand, absolutely Yzerman deserves some blame. I'm just saying that I think there's blame that goes both ways. And in fact, in this situation, I think it is kind of 50-50 because the players were playing great and then they weren't. What happened?
Okay.
It's not because Steve Yzerman didn't make a trade. It's because the players started to falter. Why?
But you say it's up to the players to show that they are developing. It's up to the organization to take players that can develop, but it's up to the organization to develop them themselves.
Sure, but developing players in the minors is one thing. Players on the active roster, when you're winning games in January and February, and then you lose everything in March and April, what happened?
And it happens every year, and there might be something about this. Yeah, it is. Some of it's on the coaching to me. Some of it's on, again, I go back to Yzerman to have the right kind of lineup that when the games mean the most, that he can field a team that's ready for playoff-style hockey that you have to play in March, sometimes just to get in and beyond. And they don't. And who put that roster of players together?
Yeah, but I mean, it's reflective on the players for not continuing.
Well, like I said, we have a different. As far as the pie is concerned, you have a bigger piece of pie on the players than I do.
I guess. For me, I think that the pie is pretty equally, doled out there.
With that said, I still hope that Yzerman and the staff. I'm not rooting for it to burn.
Well, I would say maybe it's the players weren't that good to start with. They were playing over their heads, and it's the organization, the coach, or the GM, the president to know that, hey, we need help because these guys aren't actually as good as their record. Like that's having the foresight, to see, hey, we should make a move. Maybe Dylan Larkin, that's what he meant a couple years ago when he was like, yeah, I'm disappointed we didn't make a move because he didn't say it out loud, but like in his mind, I was like, these guys ain't that good.
We aren't good enough.
We're not good enough, dude. We're lucky to be where we are. We need help.
248-539-9797. The other big story today that everybody is looking at is Malik Beasley, who was one of 2 NBA players today indicted on federal charges of point shaving and manipulating player props. Look, it answers a question as to why the Pistons weren't in heavy pursuit of him and always seemed to shoot it down. There's a really high probability that they were aware of what might be about to go down. And at least for people who called our show or texted the show a lot about why not Beasley, why not Beasley, why not Beasley, this may answer the reason as to why. And as the New York Post reported today, it was to make up for gambling debts that he had accrued over the years. And there's text messages that were found that people are talking about his performance late in games to hit overs, to hit unders. Man, it's sad. It's led to a greater conversation about sports gambling because Malik Beasley deserves his day in court. We're not going to try and convict him on the air, but a greater conversation about gambling in sports. And Adam Silver in the NBA appear to have a bigger problem than other leagues. I'm not saying those leagues don't have problems, but as far as the cases that we have seen on this front, man, there is a disturbing trend going on with more and more NBA players. And it's probably the easiest sport to manipulate something. You start thinking about the other sports if you're trying to manipulate. I mean, I guess you could, as a baseball player, go up there and strike out 4 times.
Well, yeah, I suppose that. But in basketball, you have control over the game at any given time because the ball's in your hands.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot. And some players more than others will have control over that.
248-539-9797. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. My champ of the weekend is the Canadian soccer team. Congratulations to our Canadian friends listening across the border. Extra time, 92nd minute, 0-0 game with South Africa in the first round of the knockout bracket for the World Cup. Canada gets a win, their first knockout win in World Cup history. Gator, your champ of the weekend is?
It was the Tigers starting pitching. I thought that was most impressive. They had 5 starters to go out there. Not 5 starters. The 4 starters against Houston, they only gave up 5 earned runs total in 24 innings pitched. That's really good starting pitching.
My chump of the weekend is the Tiger bullpen. They were handed leads in both the Saturday and Sunday game and blew them both.
My chump is the NHL draft, the way it was presented. I just wish that they'd go back to how it was. I loved when you had all the teams on the floor of an arena or an event center, wherever you were at. I thought it was much more fun, upbeat. I liked more analysis. I didn't like the way that they modeled the interviews with the players and their families, like the NBA did. That was a huge misstep by the NBA, and the NHL fell into the same trap.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jordan in Lansing. You're on 97.1. Hello, Jordan.
Hey, what's up?
You're going to have to take us off speaker, Jordan. It's super loud, and we're going to have problems hearing you if you don't.
How's this?
Much better.
All right, cool. So my question is, with the current landscape of the Atlantic Division, Buffalo's taken the next step. Montreal is going to be competitive for the next, decade with the contracts that they've signed. Do you think the Red Wings should kind of retool around this current core with Raymond, Seider? You have Gibson. He's only 31. He's going to be under contract for a few years. Kosa's gone now. With Augustine and Postova coming up, do you think they should just kind of retool around this core and ship off Larkin into Brinkett, or do you think you should strip it down from the bottom up?
Well, what do you want to see happen?
Honestly, I think you cannot send Larkin back into that locker room with the C. I feel like being a hockey captain means more than the majority of the core four sports. So I think he has to be gone before training camp. But Yzerman is not going to take a deal that's not worth taking. So
the only thing I want to say is Gibson's only under contract for one more year.
He'll be 33 actually in July.
Yeah, but Jordan, as far as I thought the chances all along of Yzerman getting a deal that we were all on, whoa, that's a good return with this player. I thought that there was a 20% chance that he wouldn't be able to deal him. Now I think there's a 40% chance that he won't be able to deal him now the draft is passed. I brought that up in the office today, and Kang said, "You're high on both." And I said, "Got it. Yep, I am." 20% was higher than most, and now I'm sure 40% is higher than most. There will have to be some real mea culpas, but Steve Yzerman cannot trade him for less than market value. He just can't.
Yeah, I think with free agency starting on Wednesday, I think that it puts a new time limit on things to get something done quickly, because as you know, it's a bad year for free agents. It just is. Dylan Larkin is the hottest name out there right now because of him being signed to a 5-year. He still has 5 years left on his deal that pays him a very reasonable $8-point-something million. It's also great for the team that gets him because the actual price you're paying isn't anywhere near that, because his contract was front loaded. That's what the number is against the cap. The actual dollars, you're not putting forth as much. He has great value in this. You can talk about Jason Robertson, who is absolutely a better player, but Robertson's going to come with not only players you have to give up, but it's also going to come with a monster contract somewhere north of $13 million a year to acquire him. There might be some other big names like Zach Werenski that's out there, but that's going to be awfully tough to facilitate because he's only got 2 years left on his deal. The 5 years makes it completely palatable to take it on and give up big-time resources to make it happen. I think the trade will happen, but the reason I think it's taken a long time is because it's more complicated, because you're going to have to work other teams into it, is just my gut feeling. I don't know if any one team that has those assets to get it done would be a team that Dylan Larkin would agree to going to in the first place. So you're going to have to find that third team.
Let's get into the numbers being floated out there regarding Jalen Duren's contract offer. That at 12:20, you're on 97.1. Okay. Jalen Duren coming off an all-star season. Jalen Duren, third-team All-NBA. He's going to get a new big contract. The question is how much. He is eligible for the max with the Pistons, 5 years, $574 million, 30% of the cap. The most anybody else can offer is 4 years, it's 5 years, $57.4 million per season. The most others could offer is 4 years, $44.25. According to Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype, the Pistons are offered something well below the 44.25 that other teams could offer.
Mm-hmm.
Scotto reports that Duren is seeking $40 million per season, which is $17.4 million less than the max deal. Pistons have apparently offered something closer to 30.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he seek a sign and trade? Well, probably because anybody that signs a restricted free agent to an offer, the team that holds his rights, Detroit, can match it.
That's right.
So the only way he could be assured of going to one of those other teams is if he signed an above $44 million deal and then gets traded to that team. And I actually kind of think this is a wildly responsible and maybe even to a fault offer by the Pistons. But I'm not mad about it, and I hope Duren accepts it.
Here's what I like about this is that I think what it lets you know that, okay, the Pistons they're gonna let this play out under Jalen Duren's terms to a degree. And I think what they're saying to him basically is, yeah, you can go ahead and try to get a good offer here, but we don't think that you're going to get that offer from another team. Maybe you get $40 million, but you're not going to get 44. I don't think teams are going to be willing to do that for you. We've offered this. If another team does offer you that, okay, we'll step up and we'll match it, but we don't have to right now. Right now, we can sit back and let this thing play out a little bit, and if some team decides to come in at full value for you, and we think that that's too much, then we will try to negotiate a sign and trade. But I think it's quite obvious that Trajan Langdon likes Jalen Duren. And I think you and I like Jalen Duren too, perhaps more than most, because he's still so young and there's still so much more to tap into there.
I like what Jalen Duren could be.
Yeah. I mean, he could be even better than the guy we saw in the regular season, but he has to be way better than the guy we saw in the playoffs. And that's the problem, is what we saw last was not encouraging. But I like what they've done here, because it's a strategy that basically puts the ball in the court of other teams to kind of set the terms. And they know what kind of pain they can go through if they want a match or not. They know. But in the meantime, they'll throw out the low ball offer and see where they're at. And if Jalen Duren goes out and tries to find a deal with another team and no team is willing to pay that, then they can come back and negotiate with the Pistons and say, okay, how about we come back at $38 million or $40 million or whatever the case is? But it'll be less than that. Less than the number that the other team would have to offer.
It's interesting. Free agency starts tomorrow, and the Pistons have war-chested for something.
You can negotiate tomorrow. It starts officially on Wednesday, yes.
But the point is, we'll start to get reports tomorrow, and additionally, they obviously have Duren budgeted because they have something else budgeted. Right? You want to be able to make other moves to build a championship caliber team. I'm fascinated with that because it feels like Trajan's setting up to take a big swing. And it feels like Trajan is being smart. Even for everybody heard max deal Duren, and was no way. If the max was 57.4 and they offered something, again, according to reports, closer to the 30, they offered him just above half of what he could have made. That feels like the team asking for a very team-friendly deal. And I would think, wow, if they can get him at that price.
I'm really impressed with what Langdon's, well, we know at least the reports are what Langdon's doing so far. With this specific one with Jalen Duren's contract, I always thought for me the sweet spot would be like 38, 39 million, per year for Duren. Like that's pushing it, right? But we all know that he could get an offer sheet of 44 plus million per year. Langdon probably knew the market and said, you're probably not going to get that. We'll offer you, let's just say it's 33, 34, whatever it is to start off the negotiations. Duran's camp's like, whoa, that's a bit low. And they countered with, maybe it was, hey, let's do a sign and trade or whatever. But I think Trajan's played his cards very well. He wants to keep it at a certain number because he is not going to just sit back this offseason. He's got a clear plan to get somebody in here to help Cade Cunningham.
Here's the crazy thing that we have to consider, and I have to consider as much as I sit here and talk about you don't pay Duran for what he did, you pay Duran for what you think he's going to do. What if nobody offers him?
That's the thing.
What does that tell you about the league and what they think he's going to do? They think that the antidote for Duran was unveiled in the postseason.
Well, and does a team you want to offer him knowing the Pistons are going to match?
There's that too. I mean, yeah, but I think maybe it's more of maybe what you said, Doug. I mean, is he Andre Drummond? Is he DeAndre Ayton? You know what I mean? Like those guys also average 18 and 10, 17 and 11, and they haven't turned into exactly, the next, right? So I'm not saying Jalen Duran's going to turn into those guys. He could be better. I hope he's better, especially if he's a Piston. But there's always that worry that, is he just a rim runner? Is he just a guy that catches lobs, and he's never going to be a stretch five? There's that concern. So I think the 30 million, somewhere probably in the upper 30 million range is where they end up settling. And then that allows Langdon flexibility to do other things, like when he moved Isaiah Stewart's contract, and the rumors of Austin Reeves. I don't know what they're going to end up with. Maybe it's just Norman Powell, but maybe he's thinking bigger, though, like, do they get into a Jaylen Brown, a Kawhi Leonard conversation, LeBron, whatever?
Starting to sound like that might not be the case. Trey Murphy thing's still out there, though.
Trey Murphy is big, though.
Trey Murphy's big.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Gentlemen, how are you today?
What's up?
All right, Mike.
Got your champ and chump. I wanted to champ Stephen Eustachio. He's a local kid out of Leamington, Ontario, the golden goal there for Canada.
Okay.
Give him the old champ. Chump, Taron Arnold for being a chump, pistol whipping people and throwing his career away and going to jail for life. So, allegedly, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, give him his day in court.
Allegedly. I'll get on that.
Yep. All right, Mike, thank you. I mean, I hope it's not true. We'll see what happens today, but feedback coming in. I've been saying for months that Beasley was part of a bigger scheme than just manipulating obscure player prop bets. He threw that Knicks series, and the last thing the NBA ever wanted was for that to become public information. That's from an unnamed texter. Can't co-sign on that.
We don't know if any of that has that been even brought up.
I do not believe it's even been brought up. Everybody now is scrutinizing every second of film of Malik Beasley, though. And I suppose if that ever, that may come out someday, but my chump is the Detroit Tigers for getting to this point and leaving them no choice but to sell. My champ is the Detroit Tigers for getting to this point and leaving them no choice but to sell. Hoping this finally convinces Scott that the team construction is failing. That's from Nick at work. If you look at this organization, what they have in the system and what they have under contract, it feels to me, Scott, like they don't need a full-scale rebuild, but they need a really good purge. And I don't know if this is earth-shattering analysis. Some people are already done with Scott Harris, and I get it. I feel like this is the crossroads for Scott Harris' tenure. I think he's drafted really well. I think he's had some terrible signings. And I think he's had some good signings. But the bottom line here is when you're going to conduct this kind of purge that they probably need to do, if he doesn't do it right, then for me, that's it. The thing is, that story won't be played out probably for a couple of years. Probably. You might get immediate dividends. But if you don't get immediate dividends, it doesn't mean it was a fail. It just is a longer-term play, potentially. If you trade for guys that are supposed to immediately be good and are on the Tigers roster at the beginning of next year, and they are failing badly, it could be the end, in my mind. But this is it. This is the crossroads for Scott Harris. And I'm not saying he won't do it, won't do it right, but it pretty much is trending towards it has to be done. And everything must go sale. But he's got to get not a bunch of Dawal Lugos.
No, he has to get real-time prospects or guys ready to contribute that are also high prospects. You can't just get a guy from a major league roster and, okay, here we go. It has to be somebody that's got a pedigree, at least, or a resume of doing something in the minors where you expect him to be good, not just somebody's cast off in this. And he's got the biggest, trade chip to use in the season this year. He's got to hit on it. His draft is high-end drafting of those first-round picks have actually done very well. Bryce Rayner is killing it at High A West Michigan right now. He's got his batting average built up to in the 280s now. His OPS is near 900 now, looking like he could get a promotion in the second half of the season to go to Double-A. We'll see how that works out. But that's another high school kid he took with a high ceiling. Max Clark has picked it up big time as well at AAA. Another high school kid with high ceiling, just like Kevin McGonigal. These are starting to look like, okay, his drafting looks pretty good from those first round guys.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Two 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Kang has been following the Terrion Arnold bond hearing.
I feel like I'm court TV back here, man.
The way today is
Beasley, and I'm just like a court TV, all screens, all monitors.
It feels like it. I get it, man.
Center.
So what's the story with Terrion's trial?
All right, with Terrion's trial, right now, I got to be honest, just following online here, it looks like he might be out on bond. It comes down to a lot of times, we know this in the court system, guys, how good is your lawyer? Mm-hmm. Well, he's lawyered up very well. And he's making the prosecution look like they have kind of a weak case here. Judge seems to be very hard on the prosecutor, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, Terrion Arnold might be out of jail today. That doesn't mean the charges are dropped or anything like that, but just as far as being able to go home.
Interesting. We'll update you when there's any breaking news on that front. Let's go to Rob in Detroit. Hi, Rob.
How y'all doing today?
Okay.
So, D, I have a question. No, I need y'all help. I want to kind of manipulate this contract with your boy Duran. So, do you think that is it possible that they can negotiate with him? Like, say, I really want to keep you. So we do a $30 million maybe this year. If you improve in the contract, then it says that the money will go up even more as you continue to improve. Is that possible?
An incentive deal.
You really don't see those, but I mean, I think they make all the sense in the world, but players don't sign those because they want the guarantee. And, their agents aren't going to steer them in that direction. It's a decision a player makes really when they're going into free agency to bet on themselves, to not take a deal. If they want to bet on themselves, then they'll, get something in free agency afterwards. But this is different. I don't think that would be the case here, no.
Okay.
We just don't see those deals done.
You can't. I mean, they do happen. And it would be up to the player. Will the player accept an incentive-laden deal? Look, in sports, one thing that I think all fans would agree on is you should get paid for how you are performing. Players like guarantees. They hold out for guarantees. Owners give guarantees. If you were to make everything incentive-laden, it feels like, we wouldn't get as mad about overpays or players that are performing below what their contract says they should be performing. But owners give them out and players accept them. And a player can say, I don't want a incentive-laden contract and seek a guaranteed contract elsewhere. But I get where you're coming from. I mean, yeah, it would be great. Wes in Schoolcraft is next. Hello, Wes.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, I was talking to you before about the one thing I would do if I was general manager of the Tigers is I would hire or fire the hitting coach and the 2 assistant hitting coaches. Detroit is 25th out of 30 in Major League batting average, and that's not going to get you anywhere.
So what do you know about the hitting coach's culpability?
I don't know. I looked up online, and there's a hitting coach and 2 assistant coaches, and all I'm saying, when you're 25 out of 30 in Major League Baseball, they're just not doing it right. You have film to review. You review with them in the cage. You go over, their pass when they were hitting good. You do everything you can to help the hitters hit, and when you're 25 out of 30, you're not doing your job.
So, I mean, I guess we don't know what the message is being sent to the hitters, what they're emphasizing. We know that Scott Harris is a big fan of dominating the strike zone. He wants his hitters to be able to draw walks. He wants his pitchers to throw strikes. And the Tigers right now in on-base percentage are 19th in baseball, but I think their differential between their batting average and their on-base percentage is actually one of the bigger ones in baseball. But with that said, the culpability of hitting coaches and pitching coaches, it depends a lot on the message of the organization, what the organization's trying to get across and what they're emphasizing. Now, I would bet those numbers would probably be better if Gleyber Torres was an everyday player, and if some guys who've performed in the past for them are not performing.
Well, I think they've got guys that you would count on performing, and like the guys that I'm looking at, they've got 6 guys that are typically in their everyday lineup that are guys that have hit. And you're looking at Riley Green. Now you got Kevin McGonigal, who's hitting very well this year. Gleyber Torres, who's hurt. Dylan Dingler. Javi Baez, who's hurt. And then maybe Colt Keith at the bottom end of that. Colt Keith and Kerry Carpenter at the bottom end of that. But then you get into an area where it gets to be, okay, Zach McKinstry is, to me, he's not an everyday baseball player, but he's playing in this role. You've got other players in this team that are disappointing, like Spencer Torkelson. His batting average is disappointing. He's streaky. His OPS is at 731, which is certainly above average, but he's a first baseman who's supposed to hit for power. And yeah, he's got the 13 home runs, but it's been, weird streaky power that he's got. And they've got too many guys in the bottom end of the lineup that they're just not everyday players. Matt Vierling's not an everyday player. Wenzel Perez was not an everyday player. Outman certainly is not an everyday player. And then you've got guys that are below that are part-time players that are not good enough either. And that's where you get into the Jahmai Jones of the world. And Hao-Yu Lee has some upside. It's been encouraging what he's done in the last month, where he's hit like in the high 300s. He's been hitting very well. And maybe there's something there, but I'm not counting on it. But they need a fuller roster for sure. And that means that they've got to raise the bottom end of those players to be better players. And if they're not, then give guys a chance. Then go into the minors. Go get Corey Julks. Go let Jace Young try to hit again at the major league level, because he really hasn't had many many at-bats at the major league level. Go try Max Anderson. See what he's like.
I mean, my point to the caller, too, is the organization knows how much culpability there is from the hitting coach. And if there's an issue there, do you know how easy it is to fire a hitting coach?
It's easy.
It is so easy to fire a hitting coach. So if the hitting coach has a lot of responsibility with their struggles, then fire the guy. You can't, if you have faith in anybody else in your organization at any level, give them the shot. But you can't right now just like the guy who made Riley Green his chump. You can't fire Riley Green and go get a better version. There's nobody, you're not going to go get somebody better right here, right now on June 29th, right? You probably can go get a better hitting coach if you think that there's somebody, if the hitting coach is ultimately responsible. It's literally one of the easiest things you can do. So I'm all for it because get somebody else in the organization. There's all kinds of hitting specialists in your organization, right?
Yeah.
Who got through to Kevin McGonigal the most? I mean, let's keep in mind the hitting coach. It's like a career year for Dylan Dingler here. Is it Dylan Dingler?
Yeah, does he get some credit for it? Does Riley Green get credit for cutting down his strikeouts to a degree, although he's starting to creep up again now? But I think you give some credit to these guys. I think you're only going to be as good as what you have to work with, too.
I always find those solutions to be amongst the easiest, so when they're not getting executed, why not? And maybe eventually they'll reach a breaking point. 248-539-9797. Feedback into the inbox. A champ vote for Jahmai Jones, which came in today.
That happened.
At this point, feels like a vote for a third-party candidate in a presidential election. That's from Eric. Matt from Sterling Heights. Now I'm worried about Jalen Duren. He did not play good in the playoffs. Makes me think about point shaving. Oh, no. Come on.
Don't do that.
Oh, dude. I mean...
But this is where people's minds go, Doug. Just because you don't... Me and Gator talk about
it.
But
hold on, but that's kind of a damaging accusation. Like I think this is.
Oh, of course it is. That's ridiculous. That's wildly irresponsible to even to think that. I guess. But the point is, people think that though, right?
Yeah, and we are not co-signing on that by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't realize the last caller champed Jahmai Jones because I was laughing so hard when I heard him call him Lionel Richie. That's from Pete in Cedar Springs.
He does look like Lionel
Richie. Jackson says, wait, am I the only one that noticed the last caller wanted to champ Lionel Richie?
No. No, you're not.
I can't count how many times I've confused Jahmai Jones with Lionel Richie. They're almost the exact same person. That's from Michael Madison Heights. It's funny. You know when you do the doppelganger thing? For me, the mustache is totally Domingo Ayala. But if you don't know who Domingo Ayala is, then I can't help you. Google Domingo Ayala. That's who I think of.
AJ Hinch, he pinches Jahmai Jones like all night long. Am I right, Gator? All night long.
Hello.
Is it Jahmai you're looking for? Do you think he makes uses sculpted Jahmai Jones' face in the back of the dugout? Like
I made this for you.
I'm looking for Jones. He looks just like this. You mean Lionel Richie?
There was some reporting regarding Tarik Skubal and how likely it is he'll get traded, including executives around the league giving their 2 cents. Very interesting. We'll get to that today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, I just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party stops. Not at Twin Peaks. With the restaurant experience really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark, Twin Peaks has upped the game. It starts with their culture, employees that believe in the brand, and just flat out and produce a better product. It begins with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prep those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls delivering an experience you can't live without. What brings it all together is sports. Wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that brings you all the action you crave. Don't miss any baseball season or World Soccer Championships. Don't miss any of the baseball season or the World Soccer Championships. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not about sports either. Because the Scratch Kitchen boasts always awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, the ribs, and even hand-cut New York strips. And don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees, they boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. The happy hour is great. The beer is ice-cold. The menu's outstanding. Sports are everywhere. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. You want to keep going or no?
I don't know. I don't have a great library.
I feel
of
like Kang wants to keep going.
I like it when Gator gets involved. That's why. Gator's the music guy. You should have the catalog of every single music artist we ever bring up on the show.
I don't think Lionel Richie's his wheelhouse necessarily.
But never played Lionel Richie on the boat when you had it?
Probably not. Not saying it wouldn't come up. I'm not against it. Like there are times when there was yacht rock stuff on.
That's what
on
I'm
there.
talking about. Yeah.
The first song ever played on the boat when I had it. First song, because my friend Garrett put the music playlist together. The first song was "Sailing" by Christopher Cross.
That's great.
I'm like, you're brilliant.
Of course it was. Yeah. Feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ Cape Verde for advancing to the knockout stage of the World Cup with a population lower than Detroit. Chump Terrian Arnold. That's from Patrick and Howell. So it looks like Arnold is going to get released from prison pending the trial here. Looks like his lawyer has got him out from.
Yeah, he's been granted bond by the judge. Obviously, but he's going to hold him on probable cause as far as he's still going to have a court date for the actual accusations. But he's been granted bond, which is big.
So wait, when you say hold him on probable cause,
as far as the court date, like they're still going to have proceed with court.
Okay, he's still going to trial.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
but he gets to go home today. So he doesn't have to spend time in jail.
Yeah, they have bond to post.
Yep.
Champ Victor Hovland, big win today. Chumped the entire Tiger bullpen. It's from Matt and Dearborn.
Yeah, Victor Hovland got to finish up the
dude. Let me tell you,
the golf.
The shots that Scotty Scheffler made yesterday in the Travelers to even force a playoff today were amazing. Victor played poorly early, played much better late, and Scheffler kept getting into big time trouble and kept getting out of it, making all kinds of long putts to hold serve, and eventually made an 8.5 footer on 18 to save par, force a playoff, which had to take place today after a rain delay yesterday. They ran out of light, and Hovland won today. As this time Scheffler had a big putt lip out. So in a league where players all now want to create their own team and go play with their friends, Steve's biggest mistake was not going to get Quinn Hughes. This will not be the one this will be the one he has to live with, because that's the one that's going to cause this whole thing to fall apart. Whoever sent that text, I would agree that may be his biggest flaw. And one of the things that came out was what the asking price, who it would have included, which was Simon Edvinson, which is not a player that doesn't sting a little give up. But I think he should have taken that risk. And we spoke about it at the time. Now, if that reporting's inaccurate, and if it was Edvinson and Sider, or Edvinson and Lucas Raymond, like, that's a little different. If it was Edvinson and a handful of prospects, or 2 prospects or whatever, or a draft pick.
Well, there was a lot there. I mean, it wasn't a small, package to send over to Vancouver in return, and the extra player was reported to be Edvinson, and the other sticking point was that Quinn Hughes' camp let it be known that they weren't going to sign an extension, that they wanted to get to a free agent period. And I don't blame him for saying that, because, hey, let me see how things go. I'll be there for a year and a half. Let me figure it out. I don't need to go ahead and sign something right now. But they
doesn't mean
get it
Steve
done.
couldn't have traded for him. And
You're right. They could have taken that chance, and they didn't take that chance. And, hindsight's 20/20. I mean, I think Edvinson was banged up the second half of the season, was nowhere near what we expect to see him in the future. So I think it's easier to look at Edvinson and say, oh, yeah, that should have been a piece that went. Hopefully, a healthy Simon Edvinson looks like he is that crushing bruiser of a defenseman that you're like, oh, hell no, I'm never getting rid of this guy. But if it doesn't work out that way, then you're going to be kicking yourselves forever that you had the opportunity to get Quinn Hughes and didn't make it happen. That's why I think the Zach Werenski thing is really interesting. Here's a very similar player, another Team USA guy. He's, the Norris Trophy winning defenseman who is in the same situation now that Quinn Hughes was last year. He's got 2 years left on his deal and doesn't want to re-sign with Columbus. can the Red Wings get a deal done to get Werenski in a package that doesn't include Dylan Larkin, but would include a ton of their prospects? And if you have to move, let's say Edvinsson part of that as well, could you do Edvinsson and a bunch of prospects and a first-round pick to get Werenski? And if that's at all possible, make that happen. Make that happen. And then you still have Dylan Larkin to spin off as well.
Tom and Davison, you're next. Hi, Tom.
Hi, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to mention something, too, on the Red Wings. You know, for a team that can't score goals, there was a guy, J.J. Paterka, with Utah, and the Bruins got him. I think they gave up a couple draft picks. He scores 25 goals a year for the last 3 years, 27, 30 assists. His contract $7.7 million. He was available for the taking. I think they needed a goalie too, Utah. And then you look over at Vegas, and Vegas has got this guy Pavel too, who's got 35 goals each of the last 2 years, and they had to get rid of him for the cap or something like that. And one of those teams wanted a goalie. I don't know which one, but why not get somebody who's established now, can score 30 goals right now, instead of another 18-year-old? It's going to take 4 or 5 years for him to get up to the Red Wings team.
I agree if you have accessibility to those players. Did Paterka go for 2 first-rounders?
Yes. I don't think it was one first round and 1 second round, I think. I have to look it up.
One was this year's first-rounder. And, I mean, I guess the Red Wings could have traded Kosa, but then they would have lost the goalie you talked to get the first-rounder to send. But they didn't have a first-rounder, and so... Right. That's probably why they didn't get involved with him. Tom, nobody would disagree. I think Steve Yzerman would agree with you. If you can get one of those players, I think he'd go get him.
Yeah, it's too bad because they could help him right now.
Yeah, if the price to be paid was 2 first-round picks, including this year's pick, and the Red Wings didn't have one, and you can't pair Kosa and the pick you got from trading Kosa to go get a player. So you'd be giving up Kosa to get the first-round pick, and that would give you some collateral, but...
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's too bad because we need to get a goal scorer.
There's no
another
question.
One.
There's no question.
Regardless of what happens with Dylan, we need another couple goal scorers.
For what it's worth, they drafted a guy that has potential to be that, but you won't see him for a couple of years. And I mean, yeah, if they could have, I bet if they could have, if they had a ability to trade Kosa right now to a team that could take, that could give them a goal scorer, which are hard to find and hard to give up, I think they probably would have done that. They would have taken the immediate dividend over the future dividend.
Well, the other thing that sucks is that you're talking about, Utah that had Paterka.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Utah is not on the destination for one of the destinations for Dylan Larkin because Utah really wants Dylan Larkin, and he could have been part of a package to coming to Detroit that really would have helped.
Could have.
He's in a second year of a 5-year deal at $7.7 million a year. So the money is great. And on top of that, Utah has tremendous prospects that you could have gotten as well. But if Dylan Larkin doesn't want to go to Utah, then that deal doesn't happen. Let alone the fact that, yes, the Red Wings last week did have Sebastian Kosa to move.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, the guy that sent the Quinn Hughes one, that felt like the window into really kickstarting this thing.
It could have, but the fact that most of those players were guys that aren't on the Red Wings, yeah, like give me the guy who's in the NHL and plays at such an elite level, I'll take him. Now, what's the cost? Well, the additional cost is Simon Edvinsson. Okay, you can have a little bit of a pause, but at the same time, would I rather have Quinn Hughes or Simon Edvinsson? The answer is I'd rather have Quinn Hughes.
Okay, I apologize. We got sidetracked. We've got these quotes regarding Tarik Skubal and what the Tigers have to do, so we will get to that coming up today at 1:02 without further ado. So my bad on that one, but really interesting stuff as the Tigers, after this weekend, feel like they are really trending towards being a seller come the trade deadline, which is about a month away. Negotiating starts tomorrow for NBA free agency, Friday for the NHL. Things are afoot here. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After over 3 hours, Terrion Arnold's pretrial hearing to determine whether he should be held with or without bond is finally complete. It was Justice Christopher C. Sabella coming down with the ruling moments ago. Arnold will be confided to his residence for matters except those relating to work, which means he would be allowed to practice and play for the Lions. He will not have an ankle monitor. No trial date or other upcoming court hearings or court dates were set today. More legal troubles for another Detroit athlete today as Malik Beasley was indicted on federal charges related to point shaving and prop betting in a sports betting scheme. The 9-year NBA vet is the 5th current or former player indicted on sports betting charges this year. His lawyer told the Detroit News today, quote, Malik is very disappointed. He was anticipating potentially signing with the team this week in free agency. Now this is obviously going to be a barrier, unquote. Tigers take on the Yankees tonight at 7:05 for the first of a 6-game road trip. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:40 here on 97.1 as it's Casey Mize on the mound against Ryan Weathers for New York. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Champ and Chump, the Malik Beasley story, Terrion Arnold. It's like court TV up in here. In the meantime, we got a Tiger team with trending towards being a seller. And over the weekend, Mark Feinsand of MLB.com did a story where he included quotes from other major league executives about the Tigers situation. I'm going to read these from the story. Said a National League executive, if it was me, I would sell. Given that so many other teams are in the hunt, I would guess the premium for buying will be high, and sellers will get more than expected for quality talent. AL executive, they have to move Skubal. There's no way around it. They will set that franchise back 10 years if they don't. He's gone at the end of the year regardless, and they can pull major league assets back.
I think that's ridiculous hyperbole about setting him back 10 years.
No, but you look at the Angels and not trading Ohtani.
It's a mistake. It would be a huge mistake without question, but I don't think it sets them back 10 years if they don't do it.
An AL executive said, there's so much baseball yet to play. They're not dead. They have one of the better teams in the AL and definitely the most talented team in the AL Central. My guess is they have a greater than 25% chance of making the playoffs. They will hold. We're not even a month out. I'm sorry, this is another AL exec. We're not even a month out from the deadline. The world can look a lot different by then. They already carry a 25% odds of making the playoffs, so I can see a world where they hold or buy some. So there's some contrasting opinions there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely leaning towards major sell-off, and I think it just works itself out with where the team is a couple weeks from now. I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of interest in Skubal right now. You'll see a ton of interest in Skubal when the time is right. And I think teams, right? If I were another team right now and I was interested in Skubal, I'd also want to see Skubal pitch a little bit better. He's shown flashes where he is awesome again, but you want to see that consistent where he's going to 6 innings, shutout baseball, 10 strikeouts, no walks, and we just haven't really seen that dominant performance yet. He's giving up home runs, which is striking.
A National League executive said, I think their playoff odds are probably around 20 to 25%, depending on where you look. But ultimately, some of their chips, Skubal in particular, have too much expiring value to hold, in my opinion. They'll certainly be able to do way better for him at the deadline than the comp pick they would get for extending him a qualifying offer. I would be shocked if they didn't move the rest of their rentals as well. So some of the quotes regarding Skubal and the rentals, there is actually a long list of expiring contract players that could be moved out. Yep.
They got a lot. They got a huge list of those players here. But here's where I'm encouraged with the Tigers. It's starting pitching. You've got guys right now. Framber Valdez is signed. You've got Cater Montero pitching out of his mind. He's pitched well. You've got a young Troy Melton who looks awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Casey Mize, who's going to go into free agency year, but you would think you can get a contract done with Casey Mize. That's 4 guys, let alone that you're getting. They had good news on Jackson Jobe over the week, going into the weekend, that he's pitching really well, throwing the ball really well right now, and they expect that maybe he's going to be back in August. That's a 5th one. You're still hanging on to Reese Olson to come back from his injury issues for next season. And then they have a couple of other prospects they have in the pipeline that probably closer to getting here. And then you've got Ty Madden as well. It's still a pretty good pitching rotation they can cobble together here moving forward. That's why it is important to hit on the trade market when you finally decide it's time to move Skubal, or it's time to move Flaherty, or any of these bullpen arms are going to be there, or is there a position player you want to, move as well, because they've got the opportunity sitting right in front of them. Make the most of it.
Let's go to Juan in Roseville. You're on 97.1. Hello, Juan.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Juan.
Wanted to give my champ and chump. I first want to give my chump to all the callers who's chumping Terriano. I mean, let the man process play out, and he's not guilty until he's found guilty. So that's my chump, and I want to give my champ to Trajan for the Isaiah Joe move and trying to make enough cap space where we maybe can get someone else. So definitely want to give my champ and chump to those guys.
The Isaiah Joe move is one of those deals where, going back about 2 weeks, there was a list of guards that the Pistons might pursue, and Isaiah Joe was on that list, and all the guards on the list, I'm like, that's the guy I want. And to get him for essentially, I don't want to say second rounders or nothing, but second rounders to me are like scratch-off tickets. Sure, you might be able to win $1 million, but it's not, they're not like Mega Ball or Powerball tickets, and which can be first-round picks. So, hey, look, it's a really good basketball move. You talk about a perfectly cast backup player to come to Detroit to check some boxes with tons of playoff experience. Dude, I love that trade. I love it. Now,
that guy's a sniper, man. He's really a sniper.
The next move is big. It's really, really big. This could be the move that puts him over the top or not. Like, this is so big. So big. Thank you, Juan. 248-539-9797. Stevie Y needs to make some big splashes in free agency this week, or it's over for him.
I'm not sure if he can make a splash in free agency. I think the trade is where it's going to happen.
Trade is
because
you can't make
it's not a great.
It's not a great free agent class, which means there should be a better market for a player like Larkin being shopped around. People want it to burn more so that changes are made. They love their team, and that's why they want it to burn more. I know. For me, look, I never want things to get worse. I prefer that they get better, and I hope that there are better times ahead. And if Yzerman's going to be here, well, damn it, I hope he's successful. And if you're convinced that under zero circumstances he will ever get it right, he has no chance of coming through, I guess. And I don't blame people for feeling that way. It just speaks to the frustration that this organization has caused its fan base.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example of why I'm with you on that. Watching the Tigers yesterday, Jahmai Jones comes up to the plate. Mm-hmm. There's runners on base. I want him to deliver a hit. Mm-hmm. I want to win the game. Even if that goes against what I've been saying for weeks, that Jahmai Jones shouldn't be on this roster. I still want the Tigers to win. Even if it's a slap in the face to what my own narrative is.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes. Get them in. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1. Also, you can stream with our website, through our website, where Champ and Chump will be posted tomorrow. That's 971theticket.com. And you can stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on both of those sites. My champ is Dylan Larkin because his feelings reflect that of the fans. Unfortunately, it's not easy for fans to trade their support to a different team. Unfortunately, it's not easy for fans. No, I got it. My chump is Scott Harris for believing this team would change. He was correct. that it would change, but unfortunately in the wrong direction. That's from Jim. Champ is Kang for your shoot the boot guarantee. It's in very good shape with Beasley. Yikes. Chump, everything Tigers, especially the bullpen, making me pull my hair out. I love baseball. I hate watching this team. Yeah, man, it's tough. It's really, really tough. From an unnamed texter, everything that caller just said about the NBA goes for all four major sports. Betting, demanding trades, doing dances, showing off when you score. That happens in all sports, so I don't know why he singles out the NBA. So I'm assuming that's a caller earlier that just said he can't stand the NBA, and this is further puts a nail in the coffin for the product. The Malik Beasley case. Dude, you watch what you want to watch, you get into what you want to get into, and I find it so frustrating because the flopping is the thing that bothers me the most. And now we got this gambling issue that's rearing its ugly head again, and I mean, Adam Silver, I hope you realize that if you don't think you have a crisis yet, you might be teetering on one. Something needs to get addressed when it comes to all this stuff. And if I'm the commissioner of the NBA, I'm addressing flopping and I'm trying to get rid of prop bets. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I think every commissioner should be looking at this, not just the NBA. I mean, football has had Calvin Ridley, they've all had something, I feel like, right? And lifetime bans don't seem to be enough.
I know, right?
Because I think they all have to realize, I would hope, that they're putting their entire career in jeopardy if they get caught.
Yeah, as far as your comments about the flopping and all, yeah, put an end to that. Let's go. There's a lot that Silver can work on to make the NBA better. That being said, I probably watched more NBA basketball this year than I have in the last 10 years, without question, because the Pistons were really good this year.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. So, for people just joining us, a lot of court rulings today, a lot of legal news. We've talked a lot about Malik Beasley and how much of a problem this is in professional sports and sports in general. And then Terrion Arnold will be released on bond. I'm sorry, without bond. He will not have to wear an ankle monitor. He has to turn in his passport, I read.
Oh, he's released on bond.
Tampa
$1 million bond.
Tampa Court has denied the government's request to hold Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold without bond. Without bond. My apologies. He won't have to wear an ankle monitor, has to turn in his passport, and he will be able to participate in the team's training camp. That's a question. So the league has a commissioner's exempt list, which allows players under charges to be placed on this exempt list. So you can just kind of put them and hold them there while things get sorted out. My guess is that's where he ends up. And he can work out and prepare as much as he can on the side. But at this point, regarding, it was a date set for trial by chance? I don't think there was. I didn't see anything about a date being set for trial.
I haven't seen that either.
It's hard to imagine that this thing will play out on a 2026 NFL season timeline. Right? We're in June. Training camp starts in like a month.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm very suspicious that this thing will play out on a timeline that allows him to be with the team this year.
Well, if a trial isn't set until, say, 2027, then you know what it is. You're innocent until proven guilty. So, you know, if he's able to play, then I guess he'll play. And it brings about an interesting question of should he, but again, innocent until proven guilty. You have your day in court, and the judge went his way today when it didn't look like that was going to be the case.
You know, lesson to be learned from the Malik Beasley case, though. Chances are that there's a lot to this story that we still don't know yet. The credibility of the evidence, what the evidence is completely, the credibility of said evidence.
And witnesses.
And how much will hold up in court. And just like the Malik Beasley case, when people ask, well, I don't understand why they don't go after Malik Beasley, we assume the Pistons knew more than was out there publicly. Chances are the Lions are going to know more than is out there publicly. So they will have probably a better sense than all of us out here. Maybe not all of us, but many people out here, including the fans, as to what are the odds that these charges stick, right? So they'll probably make any decision they make, we have to keep in mind, they probably have access to information that the rest of us don't.
Of course.
Just like the Beasley case.
Yeah, 100%.
Man.
It's like they got the ultimate let it play out scenarios.
I mean, there's,
parallel stories here, different sports, both involving local players.
Yep. 248-539-9797. You know, we haven't talked a ton about the Red Wings draft, the draft class. What did you make of it?
Well, I was encouraged by the fact that they got into the first round with trading Kosa, which absolutely figured that was going to happen and had to happen because.
Wait. You thought they'd get a first round pick for him?
I don't know if I thought they'd get a first round pick. I kind of did, but I wasn't going to guarantee that. But I thought for sure he had to be moved because he wasn't going to play here.
I did not think they'd get a first round pick for him, just for the record. But
I mean,
I'm very happy that they did. It's an indictment on the pick in the first place, but to turn around and be able to get a first round pick for him, I'm pleased because they also had him. He was in a waiver situation where he had to make the team or he'd have to clear waivers, which he wouldn't.
Well, that's why I thought for sure he was going to get traded. So
that's why I'm stunned to get a first round pick. Because teams knew that they had to move him.
Yeah, but there are so many teams that need goaltending.
Well, that's true.
That's why they would do something like that. And it wasn't like he got traded for the 5th overall pick. I mean, it was number 23 overall. So yeah, I think it made sense. Now, that being said, now that the trade is done, they got back into the first round. And then they go out and draft J.P. Hurlburt, who is a forward with, a high level of scoring. This is a guy who had, I believe it was 42 goals. Yeah, 42 goals and 97 points last year in 68 games in the Western Hockey League. He seems to be a really high-end player when it comes to offensive talent. There are questions about, is he always in the right spots where he's supposed to be? Is he responsible defensively? Is that a work ethic issue? Or is he just lack the defensive awareness? I don't care. I love the fact that they've got a high offensive guy. This is a guy, you look at his I love when you can find stats and they go like younger and younger. He played on a 14 and under team in Dallas, right? Because he's from Texas. Played 75 games that year, had 112 goals and 195 points total.
Sweet.
I love those numbers. Now, yeah, it's a 14-year-old.
That league has no defense.
None. But as a guy who's a 17-year-old and has 97 points in 68 games in the Western Hockey League and led all rookies in scoring, that's good. But that's just one player in one draft pick. But I think they hit on that one. I hope they hit on that one because, again, it's a guy who's got a high offensive side. The next round, they take Victor Plant, who is Max Plant's brother. Max Plant won the Hobey Baker Award last year, also a Red Wing draft pick at the same number, 47. They're going to play together with their older brother. All three brothers are playing at Minnesota Duluth. That's really cool. It's a good story. He was, the Billett family was Chris Osgood. So there's some familiarity there. I'm excited about that. That's pretty cool. And, then the rest of the picks are whatever they are. You hope that you hit on somebody later in there, but that has not been the forte over the last, I don't know, whatever it is, 5 years of Yzerman, 7 years of Yzerman drafting, whatever it's been. They haven't hit on a ton of guys after that first round. Emmett Finney seems to be one, but we'll see what these other players can do.
Hurlburt's going to Michigan. Michigan State set a record for the most players selected in a draft from one college. Michigan's got the number one prospect going next year. And everyone believes is going to be the number one. Michigan and Michigan State are going to be totally loaded, and Denver will beat them both 2-1 with 6 shots in the Frozen Four. But Michigan State both should be very good up until they run into Denver. In the meantime, with the goalie situation with Kosa being moved, Postova got called up this year, but they're just getting their hands on Augustine. So this is going to be it feels like one of these young netminders, although Yzerman said we're going to see what we can do in free agency. But
that's where I hope he doesn't, right?
You hope he doesn't what?
I hope he doesn't. We'll see what we can do in free agency with goaltending.
Yep.
Don't. Please don't. Just go ahead and let Postova be your backup goaltender for this season. Or that's what I want, personally. Because we've talked a lot about how he has been, too conservative with what he has done. Mm-hmm. Postova had one hell of a season, and he wasn't the number one guy in Grand Rapids to start the year. That was Kosa. Kosa had a hell of a season. Postova's season was even better, and he overtook Kosa, and he was their goalie in the playoffs. Looks really good. Again, it's in the American Hockey League, which is not the NHL, but why not let him have an opportunity to earn the back? He's got to earn it. Let me say that first of all. He's got to earn that backup spot. But I certainly wouldn't go out trying to not even break the bank, but I wouldn't give any serious contract to a backup goaltender to be the backup goaltender of the Red Wings. I don't want to see bad money tied up to a guy that's going to hold back one of these prospects they have.
So they're both in the prospects camp, which is underway right now, right?
I don't know if Augustine is. I think I don't know if Postova or Augustine are there.
Because to me, with free agency starting, you kind of got to make up your mind now, don't you?
Yeah, you kind of have to. The goaltenders, no, neither are there. In the developmental camp, training camp will be different. They'll both be there for training camp.
But I was hoping there would be a developmental camp if they can be, just because.
They have like 6 goalies there, and none of them.
Free agency starts Friday.
Yeah,
and I would think you'd want every bit of information about whether or not you're comfortable. And maybe they already are comfortable with Postova or Augustine fighting for the backup spot. Stevie did say in that news conference near the end that we'll take a look. and maybe it's just a cursory look if they can get some great bargain or something. But I tend to agree with you. I hope it's one of these. Hope it's one of these kids in the backup role.
It's just an opportunity to kind of break away from what has been your mantra, so to speak, that hasn't worked. You know, over-ripening guys on the vine at the minor league level, and then you don't get a chance to see them. You know, like Sebastian Cossa, there was no reason that he shouldn't have been playing in a couple of games the last couple of years. And the only reason he got into any game, and it was just one, and it wasn't a start, was an emergency situation.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, last half hour to get your Champ and Chump votes in. Do so now. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, regarding the gambling, with the news today that Malik Beasley has been indicted on charges of point shaving and manipulation of player props, Dante in Royal Oak writes in, the players think it's easy, free money, and they don't think they'll get caught. Next text, I believe that sports betting is much more prevalent than we give it credit for. It would not be very hard to bet through a proxy and not get caught. I also think these athletes were the most part are out of touch with reality. I think he means, I also think these athletes, for the most part, are out of touch with reality. Odell Beckham Jr. recently said that $100 million isn't enough money to live off of. I think they're just on a different planet. Andrew in a car. Named texter, every single game Beasley played is now under scrutiny. Yep. And people are already posting bizarre behaviors at the end of games. And things that he looks like he's going flat out to get a rebound, to get a bucket, when everybody else is dribbling out the clock. And look, some of these will be confirmed as games that there were wagers in on that Beasley was manipulating things.
I mean, it's slowly coming out, Doug, but what happens if one of the games he's wearing a Pistons uniform?
I know, dude.
So far, right now, we have him in the Bucks uniform and I think maybe a Timberwolves uniform because he played for those two teams previously. But what happens if one of these games, hopefully not, but what if it's during his time as a Piston, and God forbid it was during the playoffs?
Yep. I mean, it's going to suck. And look, when this stuff happens, I'll admit it fuels the conspiracy theorists who love to call us and specifically tell me how naive I am. That's fine. This is people's opinions about how prevalent this is. It hasn't ruined watching sports for me. We got a text from somebody earlier that said, I choose not to pay attention to this stuff because otherwise I'd go crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But, the Pistons really used Beasley a lot. And dare I say, he was beloved in his time here in Detroit. People were still calling as recently as 2 weeks ago, wondering why the Pistons wouldn't make a run at him.
I think we had calls last week.
I don't think it was last week. Was it last week? Is that when you made the shoot the boot guarantee?
Was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
Beginning of last week, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, this is after they won 60 games during the regular season without him. But I think that's sports fans are always looking a way to get better no matter what.
Yeah.
And I think they forgot, even though he was great for the Pistons during the regular season, his playoff performance was pretty terrible. And the lasting image I have of him is fumbling a pass, an easy pass from Cade Cunningham to possibly tie up the game against the Knicks. Ultimately, he turned over the ball and they lose the series. But there was I was reading into it more a little bit, Doug, the text exchange between like Beasley and his conspirators here. Mm-hmm. They did try to avoid national television games, I guess. So maybe the playoffs was something that he wouldn't mess with.
Is that right?
Yeah, but because they were trying to be smart criminals, so just like everybody else who commits crimes, they don't want to get caught.
Wow. Champ Dan Dickerson, he's damn good. Chump, Scott Harrison, AJ Hinch. If you guys can't see that Jahmai Jones needs to be DFA'd today, you guys are clueless. We cannot afford to continually give away at bats. Outman should be gone too. Be better.
Yeah, I don't know how or why either one of those guys is on this team. Great, Outman's run into a couple pitches and hit them out, but don't we have something better to try in the outfield? Because he's made mistakes in the outfield too, and he was supposed to be really good defensively. Has he been? The mistake he made the other night cost him the game, and can't have that. And the Jahmai Jones thing is just it's a month overdue where he shouldn't be on this team. They should bring somebody else up. I keep saying you've got guys down in the minors to bring up and at least give them a chance. Well, they're not on the 40-man roster. I don't care. Here's what you do: DFA Jahmai Jones. Because if are you seriously worried that somebody's going to pick up Jahmai Jones? Like if you waive him, you think somebody else is going to say, "Ooh, look who came across the waiver wire today." Like, no. So bring somebody else up. Give somebody else a chance. I bring up Julks because he's 30. Because he's not going to be this long-term solution guy. He's not blocking anybody else. He's going to be used to the fact that he's going to get sporadic at bats. And, oh, by the way, all he's done in the minors this year is destroy left-handed pitching. I mean, absolutely destroy left-handed pitching. His OPS is in the high 900s. And it's adequate against right-handers too.
Usually the yelling and screaming over the last guy on the roster is probably, even though I agree with you,
Right,
it's
I know,
probably
it's-
too much energy focused on that because it's
Probably.
guys 1 through 9 that play every day. When people, I remember last week people were screaming about leaving Kerry Carpenter instead of Jahmai Jones, and I'm like, yeah, I would too. But Carp is hitting what against left-handed pitching?
It was like 143.
Yeah, and so it's not like he's like some other tremendous option, but
In fairness, he's got like 14 at bats.
Yep.
So it's not much, but yes, this is I get it, and everybody's probably spent way too much time bitching about Jahmai Jones being on the roster, when the reality is there's like 6 guys that probably shouldn't
There
be on this
probably is,
roster, and they're just right now. I get with some of them they're biding their time to see. Okay, maybe in the second half of the season when it's official that the Tigers are officially done, and you've traded Tarek Skubal, you've traded some other assets on this team, and now you can say, okay, now we can bring up Max Clark, Max Anderson, Jace Young, Corey Julks, whatever, and Eduardo Valencia, that this is the time now to look at other options. Because the season's basically done, so now you're just planning for the future. Let's get these guys some real reps and see what they can do at the major league level. Some are going to stick and some will not.
Unnamed texter, Champ, Lionel Richie, Chump, Jahmai Jones. That's from ML in Kalamazoo.
Say you, say me.
Champ is Dylan Larkin for finally speaking about how bad the Red Wings situation is. Chump is Illich for not spending any money at all.
Well, Larkin hasn't said any of that. He hasn't said a single word.
Not publicly.
Nope.
But we know that he said to the organization.
Well,
At least
there are
his agent did.
inferences, yeah.
Well, the agent, Eiserman confirmed. The agent said he wanted to.
Yes, but he didn't say why.
Well, that is true. 248-539-9797. What else do we got here? Is it rampant? I would say 10% would be very rampant. That's more than one player per game. That's from Scott.
That would be a definition of rampant.
Look, I mean, we'll never know, right? We'll never know how many people are getting away with it. I suspect we'll never know. I suspect we'll never know how many people have done it once and got away with it. I also suspect that Malik Beasley and Ed Davis also today won't be the last. But, I hope that they are examples of systems that are put in place to catch players and coaches and anybody if they are gambling on sports. I hope that's what this really is an example of how the system can work to catch people. But damn it, man. Still highly disappointing for those of us that still believe in the authenticity of results. Dude, Japan scored on Brazil in the knockout round. Japan is leading Brazil. Still first half, but
Late in the first half.
yeah, and that would be quite a significant upset.
Would it?
I think so. I'm not 100%
No, I
sure,
think-
but I'm pretty sure that's a pretty big upset, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's safe to say.
Mm-hmm. And
even though he doesn't know much about soccer,
No,
we'll tell
I
you
wanna know
that'd be
if-
a big upset.
well, the first thing we got to do here is check and see if Brazil is in our bracket. They don't appear to be.
Damn it. Somebody else
This in-
doing some heavy
this in-
lifting.
This in no way helps Team USA unless we make it to the finals.
How many teams are left right now?
Well, there were 32 and
Going into yesterday's.
yeah, so we're down to 31. 31. We're down to the final 31, Scott.
How many teams do you think I can name out of the 31?
Dude. I will go 16.
16. Kang, how many of the 31 do you think I can hit?
I will take the under.
Okay, well,
How many strikes you want to give me? Because if at some point I'm out. Right?
Yeah, I know. I'll give you all the strikes you want. I just don't think you'll get to 16.
Okay.
Well, stay off your computer. We'll test you next.
I got Red Wing stuff up on my computer.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
By the way, this is not me doing a confidence builder at all. I just thought, I like to test myself every time.
Sure, I'm glad you brought it up.
This is one where I'll probably regret.
How many of the final 32 teams in the World Cup can Gator name off the top of his head? Ready?
Yes.
Go.
So Canada.
Okay, you're gonna have to spare me while I work my way through this and start crossing names off.
Yeah. Obviously, they're there because they were your champ.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Canada's in there.
Yep.
United States, I know they're in there.
Okay.
We've got Brazil and Japan because they're playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That I know. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure France is in there.
Indeed, France is. I'm just gotta make sure I'm crossing all the names out here. Why am I not seeing France? France! Where the hell are you? France is in there, right?
Yep.
Why am I not seeing France?
Oh, come on.
Oh, there he is. Sorry.
You're
my
asking
bad. My
Gator.
bad.
He's
Yep.
asking you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Cape Verde. That's this team that came out of nowhere off the coast of Africa.
Is that a new Taco Bell menu?
Nation. Yeah, I
That's
think
a
it might
item?
be.
Yeah. Taco Bell menu item. Cape Verde.
That is correct.
Sounds good.
Then we're going to get into some trouble here.
You can't be in trouble already.
Well, the United States is playing, is it Bosnia or Herzegovina?
That is correct. Still
All
alive.
Then it gets troublesome. Is England in there?
They are.
All right.
Yep, well done.
I think the Scots got sent home, so they're not. Is Norway in there?
Norway indeed is. Good job.
Okay. Look at some team like Bulgaria. They in there?
Bulgaria. I'm not even sure Bulgaria was in the damn World Cup. But they are not in there.
Okay, so that's not good. Fair enough. I'm looking at some teams in South America. Argentina
is indeed in there. Well done. Are you keeping track of how many you got so far?
Yeah, I'm writing them down. Spain,